Welcome to Cobalt Fairy YouTube channel.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
The Enigmatic Lady in the Ivory Tower by Hazel Linwood. Prologue. 1815. The Seven Sisters, East Sussex, England. Lady Diana Bexley stood staring in horror at her elder sister, Georgette, standing at the edge of the white cliffs known as the Seven Sisters. "No, Georgette, you cannot do this. Please, you cannot do this. You will love again. This is not the end of your life, but a heartbreaking chapter. Please, you cannot do this. I have nothing left to live for. My Adam is gone, taken from me by Napoleon's army. I will never love again." Georgette cried out, preparing to leap over the side of the chalk-white cliffs. Her fiancé, Adam Worth, heir to the Earl of Arlo, had been a noble officer fighting in the Napoleonic Wars when he had been killed in France. Georgette had just been given the news. In her rush of pain, she had chosen to not live at all rather than to live without the man she loved. "I am so very sorry that this has happened to you, but no matter how much it hurts now, you cannot do this." Diana searched her heart and mind for anything that she could say to stop her sister from making such a terrible mistake. "Adam would never forgive you if you took your own life." It was a bold choice of words, but Diana was desperate and willing to do anything that it took to save her sister's life. Pain can be eased with time, but only God can bring back the dead. The sea air whipped around them as tears poured down both of their cheeks. The wind blew so fiercely that Diana feared that they might both be ripped from the cliffside and flung onto the earth below. Diana and Georgette were both quite slender, of medium height among their female companions, with silky light brown hair that reflected different colors of brown, blonde, and hints of red in the light, and amber eyes the color of good brandy that danced when they laughed like the falling leaves in autumn. Diana looked into her sister's liquid amber eyes, a mirror reflection of her own, and pleaded with everything that she possessed within her soul. "Please do not do this. Live, if not for yourself, then for me and for Adam. Please do not leave me to face the same pain that you feel now, all alone. If you jump, then I jump." Diana saw something flicker in her sister's eyes at her words, and a sagging resignation fell upon Georgette's shoulders. "I will not leave you," she promised. A tiny glimmer of shame, mixed with anger, crossed over her features. The shame, Diana knew, was for having come so close to hurting her little sister in such a way, but she was not sure whether the anger was pointed inward or outward. More than likely it was both. "I would never wish such pain upon you. I love you too much for that." Georgette shook her head in sorrow. "But I will never love another man again. Never. Simply live, the rest will come in time. Living is all that I can promise. Living is all that I ask." Georgette nodded resolutely. "Then live I shall, but that is all." Diana took Georgette's hand and led her back home to Kilgrave Manor, but the echoes of her sister's promise still hung in the air around them. "I will never love again. Never." Never is a very long time. Chapter 1. 1 year later. Kilgrave Manor. "I will not marry anyone, and that is that." Georgette firmly stood her ground for what seemed like the 100th time since their parents had made her officially come out of mourning, in spite of her vehement protests on the subject. "I will never love another man again." Diana sat on the settee next to her sister, with their parents sitting on the settee across from them. She knew from experience that it would not be long before their attention would turn to her own unwed state. "God in heaven, help me." She groaned inwardly at the unpleasant thought. "Love is not necessary for marriage, Georgette, as you well know." Their father, Benjamin Bexley, the Earl of Kilgrave, reminded his eldest daughter. Diana knew that their father did not mean his words to be as uncaring as they sounded. Their parents were quite loving, but Kilgrave lacked a male heir and the matter weighed heavily upon his heart. The Earl was constantly concerned for the future of the earldom, and having a grandson to secure his legacy was, to his mind, the best solution for everyone concerned. "Regardless, I will not be moved on the matter. I will never marry, and you must resign yourselves to the fact." Having made her point quite clear, Georgette arose and walked out of the drawing-room with her head held high in glorious rebellion. The Earl sighed and turned his attention to his youngest daughter. "Diana," he began, clearly believing that she would be more compliant. "Your mother and I have spoken and have decided that Tobias Blythe, the Earl of Aptley, would be an excellent match for you. We have spoken to Aptley's mother, the Dowager Countess, and she agrees." Diana closed her eyes to steel her nerves and shook her head. "No, I will not wed a man I do not know. I will marry for love, as Georgette intended to do, or I will not wed at all." When she opened her eyes, she found both of her parents frowning disapprovingly at her. "Your sister has been a negative example to you in this matter. As your elder sister, she should have already been wed. At 25 she is rapidly approaching spinsterhood. At 20 you are still young enough to avoid such a terrible fate. You must listen to reason." "And what reason is there in choosing to wed a perfect stranger?" "Legacy, economic and social security, motherhood." Her father gave her a pointed look at the last one, his dark amber eyes firm and steady, unwavering in their intensity. "There are many reasons, as you well know, not the least of which is the commandment for you to honor your father and mother." Diana sighed. "It is not a fair argument for you to bring God into it." "God is in everything, my dear." Her mother, Mary, the Countess of Kilgrave, gently reminded, her soft dove-grey eyes filled with compassion for both of her daughters' plights. Her soft blonde curls swirled around her face, a lacy frame giving her an angelic appearance. It was the very reason that the Earl often called his wife by the endearment, "my angel." "Your mother is correct, Diana. You must come to terms with this arrangement. I will not have both of my daughters turning into rebellious spinsters, leaving the earldom without a proper heir. You will wed the Earl of Aptley and that is that." "I will not." Diana refused, setting her jaw in stubborn determination. "Then you give me no choice." Her father shook his head sorrowfully. "I was afraid that this would be your answer, and as a precaution against further rash outbursts of the kind, I have arranged for you to go and stay with a dear friend of my late mother. Theodora Jensen, the Dowager Marchioness of West Wallow, is well skilled in the art of social decorum. She has agreed to guide you along the path to becoming the lady that I know you are capable of being. Once you have been removed from the sphere of your sister's negative influence, I am certain that you will come to see reason." "I will not go." "You will, and that is final." Her father's warning tone allowed for no further argument. "You will leave upon the morrow." "Father." Diana began to argue anyway, in spite of her better judgment, but was cut short by a gentle shake of her mother's head. Her grey eyes warned that argument was futile and would cause further pain for all of them. "You will go, my dear," her mother's soft voice affirmed. "And I pray that you make the most of your time there. West Wallow is a beautiful estate with much to offer a young woman of breeding. I expect you to represent our family with grace and honor." Sighing, Diana had no choice but to surrender. Her parents had dominion over her life. As the unwed second daughter of an English earl, she did not. "Yes, mother," she murmured, resignedly. She could have argued with her father all day without remorse, but she had never been able to argue with her mother for very long. She could not bear the hurt look that would enter her mother's eyes, and the argument would instantly cease, her mother getting whatever it was that she desired. "Good, it is settled then. You will leave for West Wallow upon the morn." Her father stood, pleased that the argument had come to its conclusion, kissed his wife with tender affection, then left the room for the seclusion of his own library, calling for the butler, Reeves, as he went. Diana almost smiled as she watched Reeves scurry after the Earl. George Reeves had come to work for the former Earl of Kilgrave as a lad. He had advanced from a footman to the butler of the manor long before Diana had been born, and had been an influential element in her life and acted as a grandfatherly figure for her. His wife, Agnes, the head housekeeper, had acted as a grandmother. It is not going to be easy to leave everyone behind. The thought upset Diana more than she wanted to admit. She looked up at her mother, still sitting across from her, and saw the tears in her eyes. "Are you well, mother?" "I am well, my dear, do not worry." I will miss you, but I am indeed well. How long must I be away? Until the Dowager Marchioness deems you sufficiently educated in the ways of society. I am ashamed to see that I have failed you and your sister so in this matter. You have not failed me or Georgette, mother, never. I have, my dear. You would not need to be taught by another noblewoman had I done my job satisfactorily. You both have a rebellious tendency that I fear is my fault for being too gentle with you. You could never fail me. This is my fault, not yours. It is I that have failed you. Diana hung her head in shame that she had caused her mother such distress. I am sorry, mother. Duty is important, Diana. Our birth gives us a responsibility that others, who do not possess noble blood, do not carry. I did not love your father when I married him and he did not love me, but we grew first to respect each other, then to like each other, and from that mutual respect and admiration came a love that has far outlasted any youthful affection that we might have held for another. You did not marry father for love? Diana stared at her mother in shock. She had always assumed that they had been madly in love from the first time they had laid eyes upon each other. No, I did not. Her mother shook her head, a slight smile turning up the corners of her rose-pink lips. Love grew between us and it can do the same for you. All I ask is that you try. Diana looked into her mother's eyes and saw the truth of her words in their depths. She nodded slowly, unable to deny the force of her mother's admittance. I will try. Her mother's smile grew, but the tears did not leave her eyes. Thank you, my darling. Our very future depends upon it. Come morning, after a restless night of sleeplessness, Diana climbed up into her father's carriage with her lady's maid and dearest friend, Frances Crowe. They had been together since they were both children. Frances had been her designated playmate as a child and once they had grown, Frances had become her maid. The carriage bumped along the road toward West Wallow Manor. Diana's stomach felt as if it were tied up in knots. She was a nervous wreck and did not know what to expect upon her arrival. She had heard many times of the famed Dowager Marchioness of West Wallow from her late grandmother, but she had never actually met the noblewoman before. The Marchioness was renowned for her exceptional sense of decorum and social grace. Diana was not convinced that such was a positive trait. How long will we be staying at West Wallow Manor? Frances asked from the other side of the carriage. Diana had no idea how the maid was able to ride backwards as she did. Every time that Diana had tried doing it, she had gotten sick to her stomach. She greatly envied anyone who possessed the ability. I do not know. Mother said that the length of our stay would be entirely in the hands of our hostess. I regret being forced to leave Kilgrave. The anniversary of Adam's death so recently passed and I do not like the idea of leaving Georgette alone. Lady Georgette has the Earl and Countess to aid her should things become difficult to bear, my lady. Frances reminded her gently. As much as it pains you, you are doing the right thing by obeying your father's edicts. Diana smiled at her friend. You always have such faith that everything will be well in time. I envy you that ability. Where Diana was rebellious by nature, Frances was a born rule follower. They were complete and total opposites, yet they worked well together in most areas of life. What one girl lacked in something, the other had in plenty, making theirs a friendship of respect and mutual need. Not at all. I simply have faith in your family. Apparently, more than I do, at the moment. Diana admitted. No, you are simply having a disagreement. It will work itself out in time. Diana sighed. I hope that you are right. I do not know what I will do if I cannot make them see reason. I am certain that they feel much the same about you, my lady. I am certain that you are correct, but I am not going to be the one to change my mind. If anyone is going to change, it is going to have to be them. Unfortunately, that is not how our society functions. It will be you who is forced to change, my lady. Diana set her jaw in stubborn determination. Not bloody likely. Chapter 2. Gabriel Rowan stood in the paddock nearest the West Wallow stables, working with a new yearling mare, when a carriage that he did not recognize came rolling down the drive toward the manor house. Stephen Coombs, the first footman of the household servants, stepped out of the front door to stand watch. The butler, Scott Roberts, soon followed, and they stood together in silence as the carriage rolled steadily toward them. From the angle that Gabriel was standing, he had a full, clear view of the front of the house. The carriage was well crafted, marking its owner as a man of wealth. The team of horses were also well appointed, and Gabriel silently complimented their mysterious owner's taste in horseflesh. As the carriage rolled to a halt, Gabriel's father, James Rowan, the stable master, stepped out to take the carriage horses' heads. The footman opened the carriage door and extended his hand to aid the passengers in their descent. The next instant, Gabriel found himself standing slack-jawed in wonder at the beauteous creature who stepped forth. She was stunning to behold, with her light brown hair glistening in the sun. It curled around her face to frame the most soulful amber-colored eyes that he had ever seen. Even from a distance he could see the fire within their depths. God in heaven, help me. Gabriel's mouth went dry and his heart began to race. Every fiber of his being wanted instantly to know more about her, and it took all of his willpower not to leap over the stone fence that separated them and race to her side to take her hand for himself. For the first time in his entire life, he envied Stephen Coombs. He had never once wanted to be a footman, preferring the out-of-doors to being trapped inside, but he would have traded it all in that moment to be the one holding her hand. Shaking his head to clear his mind of such ridiculous thoughts, Gabriel attempted to turn his attention back to the task at hand but found that he could not. He could not help but to look up every few seconds to see if she was still standing there. A diminutive, mousy-looking girl stepped out of the carriage to stand just behind her. He assumed by the second girl's gown and subservient stance that she was a maid. The first girl turned to the second and said something that caused a smile to spread across her face, and she stepped forward to stand next to her mistress. Interesting. Gabriel continued to watch the girls until they disappeared inside of the manor house. The footman followed, carrying the girls' belongings. Once everything had been taken from the carriage, Gabriel's father stepped back and the carriage driver flicked the reins, urging the horses forward. Apparently, she has come to stay. A thrill of anticipation coursed through his being at the thought. She is not for the likes of you, Gabriel Rowan. She is meant for a far greater man than a stable hand. Gabriel walked over to meet his father at the paddock wall nearest the stables. Who was that? He asked, wasting no time with idle speech. His father smiled. That, my dear boy, is Lady Diana Bexley, second daughter to the Earl of Kilgrave. A pretty young thing, is she not? He answered Gabriel with a teasing note. She is at that. Gabriel nodded, pretending not to notice his father's amusement. Has she come to stay? She has. His father nodded. Your mother told me that Lady Diana has come to West Wallow for the Dowager Marchioness to teach her in the fine art of social decorum. Gabriel frowned, confused. Is her own mother dead? No. His father shook his head. I am not privy to the details. I only know what your mother has chosen to share with me. There is a rumor about a possible betrothal to an English nobleman, but I do not believe that it is yet settled between them. If you wish to know more, ask your mother. Gabriel nodded. His mother, Lily, was the West Wallow cook and was privy to more information about the household's comings and goings than just about anyone else on the estate, but she respected people's privacy and only shared with her own husband the things that she learned throughout her day's duties. Gabriel had always admired his parents, their sense of honor, and their undying love for one another and for him. He had always felt that he could not have asked for better parents. I am blessed beyond measure. After he put the yearling away, Gabriel walked to the manor house and entered the kitchen through the back servants' entrance. There, he found his mother working steadily through her day's duties. When she heard him enter, she looked up and smiled. Gabriel. She leaned forward over the bread that she was working so that he might kiss her cheek. Are you hungry? Gabriel kissed her cheek and nodded with a smile. I am. Sit yourself down there and I will bring you a bit of something. His mother instructed, gesturing toward the table and chairs against the wall that were for her own personal use. Gabriel obeyed and sat down, contentedly watching the bustling kitchen staff while he waited. He had known most of them for his entire life. It was a comforting sight to him, and everyone greeted him with a smile as they passed. Anyone above stairs would never know just how warm and welcoming the household staff could be. All the nobles ever saw was the distant facade that the servants had to wear at all times as they worked. Below stairs it was a different story. Mere moments after Gabriel sat down, his mother had a hot bowl of vegetable broth, a crust of bread, and a cup of cider in front of him. He smiled up at her in thanks and kissed her work-worn hand. She smiled back, patted him on the shoulder affectionately, then returned to work. Stephen, the footman, entered the kitchen and sat down across from Gabriel. "Did you see her?" he asked, his voice one of awed admiration. Gabriel did not have to ask whom the lad was talking about. "I did." He nodded, focusing on his food to appear nonchalant. It was clear that he was not alone in his thoughts upon their guest's grace and beauty. "Is she not the most beautiful thing you have ever laid eyes upon?" Before Gabriel could answer, his mother put a stop to the conversation. "She is not for the likes of you, Stephen Coombs." "Why not? I'm as good as any man. An earl's daughter is not going to choose a footman." "Earl's daughter?" Stephen asked, his brow wrinkling in confusion. "I am not talking about the earl's daughter. I am speaking of her lady's maid, Miss Frances Crowe." Gabriel almost choked on his cider at hearing Stephen's words. He started laughing, much to Stephen's confusion, and could hardly stop himself, stifling the sound in a cloth napkin that his mother had laid upon the table for him. He had thought that Stephen was speaking in admiration of the beautiful lady, not her maid, and found himself to be equally amused and relieved to discover otherwise. "You have an eye for the girl, do you?" he finally managed to get out, in order to spare Stephen's clearly befuddled feelings. Before Stephen could answer, the object of his affections entered the kitchen accompanied by the head housekeeper, Mrs. Irene Ross, a woman of stern countenance and ramrod-straight posture. She could have been a general or an admiral had she been born a man of station. As it was, she ran the West Wallow household with an iron fist. In true form, Mrs. Ross was giving the new maid orders on how she would and would not behave while residing within the household. "Attention everyone. Mrs. Ross called the staff to order. This is Miss Frances Crowe, lady's maid to Lady Diana Bexley, second daughter to the Earl of Kilgrave. Miss Crowe will be provided with everything that is needed for Lady Diana's care. Is that understood?" "Yes, Mrs. Ross," the staff answered in unison. "Very well, now to show you where you will be sleeping." Mrs. Ross turned and led Miss Crowe from the room. "Is she not marvelous?" Stephen murmured, staring after her as if the maid was the most beautiful thing to have ever walked the face of the earth. Gabriel bit back a laugh. "Indeed, she is." "Do not be getting any ideas, Gabriel," Stephen warned, frowning. "I would never dream of it, my friend," Gabriel promised. "Who am I to stand in the way of true love?" He had meant the statement in jest, but his own words came back to reprimand him. "Lady Diana is rumored to be betrothed to another, a man of more worthy station. I am but a stable hand. There is naught to be done, but to go on as if I had never laid eyes upon her." Even as he swore to himself to do so, he knew that it was impossible, for from the first moment that he had seen her smile, his heart had been lost. Chapter 3. Diana stared in a mixture of awe and reservation at the looming stone edifice that was West Wallow Manor. It was no grander than the manor house at Kilgrave, and yet it somehow felt more imposing. The carriage rumbled down the drive, carrying her ever closer to her gilded prison. "Frances, it is time to awaken. We have arrived." Diana nudged her maid's foot with the toe of her shoe. "My lady." Diana mumbled sleepily as she opened her eyes and sat up to look out of the window. "Oh." The look on her face matched that of Diana's own, dread and reservation. "Indeed," Diana murmured, shaking her head in disapproval of the entire situation, "but we will simply have to make the best of it." "Yes, my lady." Frances nodded dutifully. "We shall." When the carriage rolled to a stop, a footman walked over and offered Diana his hand, to help her out of the carriage. Diana sighed, taking a deep breath, then stepped out of the conveyance and onto West Wallow Estate soil. We have arrived, indeed. She thought about it silently with such resignation that she resembled a John Fox, a martyr being sent to his death. The footman next offered his hand to Francis. The look on his face when he first laid eyes upon the maid nearly made Diana laugh out loud, but she managed to hold it back. When Francis came to stand beside her, Diana murmured to her about the footman's admiration, causing the maid to blush and smile. It would appear that footman is smitten with you, my friend. Perhaps it will make our stay in this gilded prison more palatable. Francis stepped forward to stand beside Diana, smiling at the humorous comment. Perhaps there is a nobleman hiding away within the dark recesses of the attic for you. Francis teased, to hide her own blushes. Diana snorted. I would have better fortune finding one mucking out the stables. She jested in return. I hear that the Dowager Marchioness' son is quite handsome. And spoken for. Diana reminded her. Perhaps Lord Apley will be more tolerable than you suspect. Diana shook her head. Tolerable or not, I will not be pressed into a loveless marriage. Sighing, she squared her shoulders and readied herself to meet her jailer. Shall we? She asked, offering her friend her arm. Francis, who had more respect for the rules, touched Diana's arm in reassurance, but quickly let it go for propriety's sake. We shall. She nodded firmly, then they stepped through the doors into West Wallow Manor together. The butler, Roberts, led them into the house and introduced them to the head housekeeper, Mrs. Ross, who took Francis below stairs. He then led Diana into the drawing room to meet the Dowager Marchioness. Diana was not certain what she had expected, but the diminutive, round, grey-haired, icy blue-eyed, 60-year-old woman before her was not it. The way people spoke of her, Diana had honestly thought the Dowager Marchioness would have looked more like Mrs. Ross, her head housekeeper, tall and stately rather than the lady she saw before her now. My lady. The butler began the introductions. May I present Lady Diana Bexley, daughter to the Earl of Kilgrave. Lady Diana, allow me to introduce Theodora Jensen, Dowager Marchioness of West Wallow. Marchioness. Diana curtsied, in a respectful greeting. The Dowager studied Diana in silence for a moment. Diana, she greeted at last. You remind me of your grandmother. Diana smiled. I believe that she would be pleased that I am here. I doubt that is true. I do not believe that she would be pleased at all to learn that her granddaughter is so rebellious that she must be sent away to learn the proper decorum of a lady. The Dowager Marchioness' words struck right at Diana's heart. The shame that she had felt when her mother had spoken to her before leaving home resurfaced. She was not certain what to say, so she said nothing at all. The Dowager looked at the butler and gave the slightest of nods. Roberts will show you to your room. We will begin your instruction tomorrow. In the meantime, you will settle into your new life here with as little disruption to the household as possible. The Dowager waved her away as if she were little more than a servant. Robert stepped forward. My lady, if you would be so kind as to follow me. Diana turned, too stunned at the Dowager Marchioness' rudeness to do anything but obey. This is the lady who is to teach me to be a gentle lady of standing? I think not. Diana followed the butler out of the drawing room and up the stairs to her awaiting bedchamber. She stood in the middle of the room looking all around her. It was well appointed, comfortable even. She was surprised because considering the lady of the house, she had half expected a dungeon awaiting her. This will do. Thank you, Roberts. She nodded her head in assent for him to leave her. My lady. The butler bowed, then left the room. A short time later, Francis came scurrying like a frightened mouse through the door. The look on the maid's face told Diana that she was less than pleased to be at West Wallow Manor. What has happened? You look as if you have been to war. Not quite. The head housekeeper, Mrs. Ross, is a frightful woman. Servant like mistress. Diana murmured, sitting down on the bed and patting the space beside her for Francis to join her. The Dowager Marchioness was terribly rude during our introduction. All due respect to my father and mother, but thus far, I am not at all convinced that coming here was the right decision. I am inclined to agree with you, my lady, but unfortunately we do not have a say in the matter. Frances gently reminded her mistress, coming to sit down beside her as bidden. In that way, we are very much alike. I suppose that you could turn in your notice and find another position elsewhere, but I would rather that you did not. I would miss you too dearly. I would never dream of leaving you, my lady. Frances firmly shook her head in refusal of the idea. I am glad to hear it, but if it becomes unbearable for you, do not hesitate to tell me. Yes, my lady. Diana sighed. I wish that you did not insist on formalities when we are alone, Frances. No one but I am here to hear it if you were to use my Christian name. We cannot take that chance, my lady. You remember what happened when we were children and I listened to you on the matter. I remember. Diana nodded. I was not allowed to see you for a week, and you were forced to work in the scullery. I love our household staff at Kilgrave, but they are quite traditional about such things, to be certain. I have no desire to work in the scullery ever again. No, I would not want that for you, either. Diana shook her head. It pains me that such things must be. But they must. Frances, practical as always, arose and began to unpack Diana's things. Diana arose to aid her but was shooed away. Go and explore your new home. You do not know when you will have the opportunity again once your lessons begin. Diana smiled. Propriety may keep you from using my given name, but it does not keep you from telling me what to do. Frances smiled mischievously and curtsied without a word, then turned back to unpacking. Shaking her head in amusement, Diana left her appointed bedchamber and meandered through the manor, peering through doorways and acquainting herself with the house. Her favorite room was the library. It was a much more welcoming room than the rest of the house and had a decidedly masculine element to it. Diana assumed that the room must be the domain and refuge of the current Marquess of West Wallow. When Diana finished with the inside of the manor house, she moved to the gardens beyond. She walked along the rose hedge, touching the velvety soft pink and white petals as she went. She breathed in the scent of them, simultaneously sweet and something else indefinable akin to spice, but different. Exquisite, are they not? A masculine voice surprised her. Yes, indeed. She turned to find a tall man with golden blonde hair and blue eyes, the same blue eyes as the Dowager Marchioness, only kinder, gentler. You must be the Marquess of West Wallow. She greeted kindly. Indeed, and you must be Lady Diana Bexley of Kilgrave. I am, my lord. Diana curtsied in respect to her host. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Please, call me Ernest. My mother and your grandmother were as sisters to one another. That makes us practically cousins. Diana inclined her head, pleased at his invitation. Thank you, Ernest. Not at all. I am pleased to have you come to stay with us. It will do my mother good to have another lady about the house. I fear that she has grown quite solitary in her advancing years. I am told that she was quite a lady of society in her younger years. Oh, yes, very much so. It has saddened me to see her lose such a part of herself, but as they say, time and tide wait for no man, or woman. He amended, inclining his head in respect. Indeed. My father is quite fond of reminding me. Ernest chuckled. I have heard the rumors of a possible impending engagement. It is nothing but my father's fanciful musings, I assure you. Diana retorted in displeasure. I have no intentions of such a thing coming to pass. I take it that you do not care for Tobias, then? I do not know. I have never met the Earl of Apley, but I refuse to wed for anything less than love. If you have not met Tobias, then how do you know that you would not love him? Ernest's words made Diana pause in thought. She had not considered such a thing in her need to rebel against an arranged marriage. I do not know. Ernest chuckled. Then perhaps you should give the matter further thought. I take it that you are acquainted with the gentleman in question? I am. Ernest nodded. And your opinion of him? To my knowledge, he is a man of honor. Some might call him handsome, but I will leave you to judge such things. His estate is well appointed on the Isle of Wight, from his mother's family, you know, the Huth family. He was his maternal grandfather's heir. His father's people, the Blythe family, hailed from Scotland originally. I believe that he has adopted both names out of respect for both families. Such a consideration speaks well of him. Diana felt a pang of guilt for having judged a man so harshly before ever meeting him. Indeed, it does. Ernest nodded in agreement. However, I do understand your point of view. There is much to be said for marrying for love. I loved someone once, my wife, Agatha. Long ago, sadly it was not to be. She died along with our unborn babe in childbirth. I swore that I would never love again, and I have not. My sister, Lady Georgette, feels much the same as you do after the death of her affianced in the Napoleonic Wars. Yes, I had heard. I was truly sorry to hear of it. I understand the pain that your sister must feel. Might I assume that it is she and her pain that is driving your determination now? Yes, one could assume so, or that it at least plays a part in it. Understandable, given the circumstances, but perhaps not perceived to be practical by others in your social circle? Precisely. Diana nodded, relieved to have someone who understood her point of view. Might I assume that your mother does not agree with your own sentiments on the subject? You may indeed. She does not agree, and it has caused quite a bit of strife between us, I am afraid. They fell in beside each other, walking and talking as if they had always known one another. Diana was pleased to have found a kindred spirit, of sorts, within the household and hoped that her stay at West Wallow would be made more tolerable by the discovery. I am sorry for your loss. As I am for yours. He nodded his head in acknowledgement of their family's shared pain. Thank you. It was my sister's loss the most, but it has had an effect on everyone within our household. He was a good man. Ernest nodded in agreement and then continued walking. He told her of his wife, how they had met, how they had lived. His words encouraged Diana that she was in the right to hold out for love. It was not the conventional choice to marry for love, she knew, but in spite of Georgette's and Ernest's respective heartbreaks, neither of them would have changed their choice of mate. That in and of itself spoke volumes of love's worth. Diana voiced her conclusions. Come what sorrow can, it cannot countervail the exchange of joy that one short minute gives me in her sight. Ernest quoted from William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. He gave her a bittersweet smile. I would not wish such a doomed love upon anyone, and yet I would not deprive them of it, either. If one must choose between a life with love and a life without, then one must choose love, every time. I cannot recommend any other way. Your words give my heart courage. It pleases me to hear it. They found themselves standing back at the rose hedge where they had met, and he bowed to bid her adieu. This is where I must leave you, but I look forward to future conversations. Will I be seeing you at dinner this evening? Yes, I believe so. Diana nodded. I look forward to seeing you. Until then, please feel free to make yourself comfortable. If you need a horse during your stay, I recommend the stable hand, Gabriel Rowan. He is an accomplished horseman and he knows the estate well. Thank you, my lord. I shall do so as soon as time allows. Nodding once, Ernest smiled, and then was gone. Diana turned back toward the house, feeling a bit better than she had upon her arrival, for having found a like-minded soul. I should invite Georgette to come to West Wallow Manor to meet the Marquess. I believe that they would have much in common to discuss and perhaps offer one another some comfort. Pleased with the idea, Diana decided that she would write to her sister once she had settled into her new surroundings and ascertained the Dowager Marchioness' true character. I do not want to bring Georgette into a household where she would be made to feel worse than she already does. Chapter 4. Entering the house, Diana returned to her room to ready for the dinner hour. She found Francis awaiting her, a warm bath and clothing ready for her to step into. How was your turn about the gardens? It was informative. Diana disrobed and sank beneath the water's surface. I met the Marquess. And what sort of person is he? Is he as cold as his mother and the household servants? No, he is not. He was quite welcoming. A pleasant change from the greeting that the Dowager Marchioness gave me. It is good that you have found an ally within the household. Indeed. Diana scrubbed herself clean, then stepped out of the tub and into a waiting bath sheet. Wrapping herself firmly in its warm embrace, she sat down and allowed Frances to brush and style her hair. Frances did everything within her exceptional skills to make sure that Diana looked as perfect as possible. Diana was grateful for the effort as she did not wish to further antagonize the Dowager by going down to dinner in a state of disarray. She sincerely did not understand what had caused the Marchioness to react the way that she did, but she was determined not to have it happen again if it was at all in her power to do so. She knew that she had not pleased her parents by refusing to wed the nobleman of their choice, but it had surprised her that they had informed the Dowager of her refusal. It would appear that my parents have placed a great deal of trust in the Dowager Marchioness, trust I do not share. Once Frances had finished with her hair, Diana slipped into her gown. It was a lovely lavender gown, exactly appropriate for the occasion. Diana stood in front of the looking-glass and appraised her appearance. Frances had intertwined a matching ribbon in Diana's hair, the soft brown curls framing her face in such a way as to have the most appeal. It will do. She nodded her head in determination, squaring her shoulders as if she were preparing to do battle instead of going down to dine. You are beautiful, Frances reassured her. Diana took Frances' hands in her own. Thank you for all that you do for me. Without you by my side, life would be unbearable, and I would be utterly desolate in this place. I live to serve, my lady. Frances squeezed Diana's hands in affection. Now, you must go before you displease the Dowager Marchioness by being tardy. We cannot have that, now can we? Diana answered, making a funny face that caused Frances to giggle. Diana gave her friend's hands another squeeze, then turned to leave the room. She moved down the hallway and descended the stairs to the dining room below. When she entered, she found both the Marquess and the Dowager Marchioness were already there. My apologies, if I have caused you to wait. Tardiness is not only disrespectful to your host and hostess, but it also shows a spectacular lack of self-discipline. A punctual person is a respectful person. The Dowager Marchioness chastised her. The Marquess frowned at his mother's harsh words. I am certain that our guest is simply tired from her journey, mother. That is no excuse. The Dowager Marchioness waved away her son's words as if they were annoying flies at a picnic. Tardiness is unacceptable. As is inhospitality. The Marquess reminded. Come, Lady Diana. Please join us. He motioned for a footman to pull out her chair. Diana vaguely remembered that the young man's name was Stephen. You are the young man who greeted me upon my arrival, are you not? She inquired, lowering herself into the extended seat. Stephen, is it? Yes, my lady. He nodded in confirmation. Thank you, Stephen. Diana nodded in gratitude, then turned her attention back to her host and hostess. Dinner moved slowly, one course after another, the silence broken by the Marquess' conversation with Diana about her life at Kilgrave Manor. They spoke of their childhoods, their fathers, their current lives, and why Diana had come to West Wallow. Well, I find your manners to be impeccable and your beauty to be beyond renown. I see no reason for further training, but I am not the parent of a young lady. Regardless, I am certainly glad to have you here with us now. I have no doubt that your presence will add light to this old house. If she were so perfect, she would not have been sent to me. The Dowager Marchioness remarked, judgment of Diana clear in her tone. Perhaps I shall not wait to begin your lessons until the morrow. Perhaps I should begin them now. The pointed look that the Dowager Marchioness gave Diana left no doubt as to her intentions to punish Diana for some perceived failure. Perhaps. The Marquess interrupted, his tone leaving no invitation for his mother to argue. Lady Diana would prefer to retire to her rooms for the night. I am certain that she is tired from her journey and wishes to rest. Indeed, I am quite tired and can think of nothing that I would like more in this moment than to sleep. Diana agreed, grateful to the Marquess for his understanding and the offered reprieve. Arising from her chair, she curtsied to the Marquess and the Dowager Marchioness, and turned to make her escape. "There will be no one here to save you tomorrow, Lady Diana." The Dowager Marchioness' words trailed after her, their threat quite clear, promising great discomfiture. "We shall see then what you are truly made of." Diana retreated to her room where Francis awaited her to aid her in preparing for bed. "How was it?" "Just as uncomfortable as one might imagine," Diana answered, removing her gown. She pulled her nightgown over her head and slipped beneath the bed linens. The cool fabric brushed against her warm skin, causing a shiver to pass through her body, before the warmth of her body heated the space between. "I am truly sorry, my lady. I had hoped that it would be better for you with the Marquess present." "Oh, it was. The Marquess did his best to shield me from his mother, but that just made her angrier. She has promised a difficult day upon the morrow. I am not at all certain that I am up to the challenge." "You are Lady Diana Bexley of Kilgrave. But you are strong enough to face anything." Diana smiled in gratitude. "Thank you, Francis. You are a true friend." "Good night, my lady. Rest well." Francis smiled, curtsied, then left the room, taking Diana's clothing with her to launder. Diana lay still in her bed, staring up at the ceiling for a long time. She was tired to her very bones, and yet slumber would not claim her through the fog of worry that haunted her. Arising in frustration, Diana donned her cloak and quietly left her room. When she could not sleep at Kilgrave, she would go to the stables and sit with the horses for a time to calm her inner spirit. She hoped that she would be able to do the same at West Wallow. The Dowager Marchioness would be very angry were she to know what I was about. Not wishing to further anger her hostess, Diana crept out of the house, being careful not to be seen. She made her way through the darkness toward the stables. The moment she smelled the familiar musk of horses and hay, she instantly felt more at ease and began to relax. Entering a stall, she grabbed a brush from the wall and began to brush one of the horses. It was a soft chestnut, with deep dark eyes. With each stroke, more of the tension left Diana's body. Once she had finished brushing down the pretty little mare, she spotted a crate with some apples in it in the passage and bent down to grab one to feed to the horse. The sound of a step behind her alerted her to the fact that she was no longer alone. Immediately alarmed by the realization, Diana attempted to stand and retreat, only to crash into the hardened, muscled chest of a man. Diana fell back onto her rear, screaming as she fell. She screamed even more loudly when a shadow fell across her face, blocking what little light she had managed to get from a lantern high on the wall. A large hand came around and covered her mouth. "I am going to die, or worse." Her thoughts went wild with fear. She was certain that something horrible was going to happen to her in that moment, and her heart ached for her family and her home. "I do not want to die here, in this place. I cannot." "Shh, I mean you no harm, but it would not do to have you screaming to wake the entire household in the dead of night. Your reputation would be ruined. I only placed my hand over your mouth for your sake, not mine. I mean you no harm." A deep voice attempted to soothe her from behind. "If you promise not to scream, I will remove my hand." "Do you promise?" Diana nodded her head in agreement, attempting to calm down, and the man removed his hand from her mouth. Extending his hand, he helped her to stand. "Who are you?" "My name is Gabriel Rowan. I am a stable hand here at West Wallow." "Lady Diana Bexley of Kilgrave." She introduced herself reservedly. "Ah, yes, I saw you arrive. Tell me, are you here to wed the Marquess?" "No, I am not." "Either way, you should not be here, especially not in a nightgown. You should return to your rooms at once." Diana swallowed hard in fear at the closeness of his body to her own. "Do not tell me what to do," she commanded, and then, without taking a backward glance at her cautioner, Diana fled for the house as fast as her feet would carry her. It was not until she re-entered the house that she realized the name of the stranger as the man that the Marquess had recommended. Chapter 5. The next morning, Diana broke her fast with the Marquess, then met the Dowager Marchioness in the drawing room for her lessons on decorum. The Dowager was unkind at every possible turn, not allowing Diana even a word in defense of her actions. Come the afternoon after tea, the Dowager fell asleep in her chair and Diana made her escape. Determined to feel the freedom she so desperately needed, she turned for the stables. Entering the stables, Diana allowed her eyes a moment to adjust to the change of light, then moved forward down the aisle between the horse stalls. A sound at the end of the aisle drew her forward to investigate. The closer that she came to the end of the aisle, she realized that the sound was someone singing. The masculine baritone was calm, soothing, and low. She was surprised that she had heard it at all, it was so low. Peering over the side of the stall, Diana found a tall, broad-shouldered, dark-haired man, standing with his back to her, brushing down a black horse. He was singing softly in an effort to soothe it, his strokes matching the tempo of the song in their calming effect. The horse nickered at Diana's presence and the man turned around to see who had come upon him so quietly. "How may I be of service, my lady?" he asked her, as she stared into the most beautiful crystalline blue eyes she had ever seen. "Are you Gabriel Rowan?" She had not gotten to look at him in the middle of the night, but his voice sounded familiar. A thrill of excitement and fear at being near him went through her and she balled her fists in her skirt to calm herself. "I am." He nodded in confirmation, his brows arched in a question as to why she had returned. "I was told by his lordship that I should seek you out for a ride around the estate." A light of understanding dawned in his eyes and he smiled. "Ah, yes. Permit me a moment to finish with this lovely lady and then I will be right with you." "Yes, of course. By all means, finish. I can wait. Do you mind if I stand here and watch?" "No, of course you may do so if that is what you wish." His smile was most disarming. Gone was the threatening presence of the night. It is daylight, after all. He threw in the slightly accusatory jest, causing Diana to blush, but she ignored his reference to her behavior. "Indeed, it is." Diana smiled back, determined not to let him see her flustered, and settled against the side of the stall to watch him complete his tasks. He was gentle and the horse responded well to his touch. "What was the song you were singing earlier?" she asked, curious, and wishing to turn the conversation to safer ground. The stable hand smiled and blushed ever so slightly in embarrassment. "It is an old Scottish tune that my father used to sing to my mother. It is called, 'Lady Lie Near Me.' Had I known that you were there, I would not have been singing it. It is not appropriate for a gentle lady." Diana had to forcibly keep herself from laughing out loud at his words. Instead, she chose to let her rebellious spirit win over. "Please, sing it for me. It was so beautiful. Nothing so beautiful could be so wrong, could it?" She knew as she spoke that her reasoning was faulty, but she did not care. The man's words had awakened the rebel in her, and she was now determined to hear it. He eyed her suspiciously, but in the end, he had no choice but to obey, as she was the lady and he was the servant. "As you wish, my lady." His face reddened once more as he opened his mouth to sing and Diana felt a small bit of accomplishment for having made him do so. "Lang have we parted been, laddie my dearie. Now we are met again, laddie lie near me. Near me, laddie my dearie. Lang hast thou lain alan, laddie lie near me. All that I have endured, laddie my dearie. In your arms it is cured, laddie lie near me. Near me, laddie my dearie. Lang hast thou lain alan, laddie lie near me. If in the spring we meet, laddie my dearie, all joy will be near me, laddie lie near me. Near me, laddie my dearie. Lang hast thou lain alan, laddie lie near me. Diana covered her smile with her hand in a polite attempt at a fake cough. She had quite enjoyed the song, but she could not openly admit to having done so. "You have a lovely voice." "Thank you, my lady. You do the accent quite well." "My father's family came from Ireland, to Scotland, and then to England. Hearing so many accents growing up has given me an ear for languages. An enviable talent." Diana could not help but like the man. He was handsome to be certain, but it went beyond that. He had a kindness in his eyes and a gentle nature that spoke of a man of compassion and respect. He was personable in his manner and speech, clearly intelligent, but had spoken about his gift for languages with modesty. When the handsome stable hand was done brushing down the horse, he turned back to Diana with a smile and stepped out of the stall. "Are you an experienced rider?"
"I am."
Diana nodded. "I ride nearly every day at Kilgrave. I love to ride along the white cliffs and look out over the water. There is nothing more freeing." "It sounds wonderful. I find that I envy you such a view." His eyes met hers with kindness, but not the slightest bit of the envy that he claimed to possess. In fact, he carried himself with the confidence of a rather well-contented man. Looking up into the intense blue of his eyes, her stomach fluttered, and her heart sped up a bit, causing her to feel slightly unnerved. "Shall we?" He motioned with his hand in invitation to walk with him to another set of stalls to saddle them both a horse. "Yes, please." Diana nodded and followed after him. Once the horses were saddled, they mounted, and left the stables. They rode along in silence for a time, soaking up the remainder of the day's light and getting accustomed to each other's presence. It was soothing after her encounter with the Dowager Marchioness, and she was grateful to Ernest for suggesting it. Diana took in the sights and sounds around her, basking in the sun's waning warmth. She turned her gaze toward Gabriel's face and her curiosity resurfaced. "How did you come to be a stable hand at West Wallow?" "My father is the stable master. It was a natural thing for me to follow in his chosen occupation." Diana nodded. "A father's legacy is a strong thing. I know that it weighs heavy on my own father's heart and mind. Kilgrave lacks a male heir. It is a heavy burden to bear. And it falls upon you and your sister to provide one," Gabriel remarked in understanding. "A heavy burden, indeed." Diana was surprised at how readily she had shared such things with a stranger. The stable hand was easy to talk to, as he listened without judgment, and readily gave her the comfort of his understanding. She felt drawn to him in ways that were difficult to explain, having just met him. "It is why I am here, I am afraid." "Oh? I am to be further trained in the art of social decorum in preparation of future marriage arrangements." "You sound less than pleased with the arrangement." "I admit that I am not pleased, but I am here." Once again, Diana's boldness of speech with him surprised her. She was not at all certain whether it was a good or a bad thing, but she supposed that time would tell whether her premature confidence in him was well placed. She studied his profile, tracing his masculine features with her eyes, and found nothing in his expression that said he was anything other than the man he presented himself to be. "Well then, let us hope that we can improve your opinion of West Wallow before your time here is done." "I believe that you have already." Chapter 6. Gabriel rode beside Lady Diana, allowing her to study him in silence. He was pleased by her attention but made certain that she remained unaware of it. He fought back a smile of amusement when her brows wrinkled as if she were in a state of quandary as to whom he might be as a person. He allowed her moment of study, but what he really wanted to do was study her in return. When she turned away from him to survey the landscape, he sneaked a glance. "She is so very beautiful, but there is something about her that goes beyond the obvious outer allure, something that speaks of a rebellious spirit tempered by a kind heart. I quite admire such qualities in a person." Lady Diana turned back toward him and he averted his eyes once more. She was way beyond his station and he knew it all too well, but he could not help being drawn to her. "She is not for the likes of you, Gabriel Rowan." He chastised himself, but could not change the way she made him feel. "Love rules the court, the camp, the grove, and men below, and the saints above, for love is heaven, and heaven is love." He murmured the passage from Sir Walter Scott's Lay of the Last Minstrel. "What did you say?" Diana asked, turning her gaze to him in confusion. Gabriel was perturbed to find that he had spoken his thoughts aloud. "It is nothing but a trifle." He shook his head, attempting to discourage further inquiry, but he failed. "It sounded rather poetic. Would you recite it again for me?" Once again Gabriel had been caught out spouting romantic nonsense when she was around. Sighing, he nodded his head in acquiescence as there was nothing else he could do. It is rather long in its entirety, but I was thinking of a particular section that is a bit more cheerful than the rest. Oh, please, do share it with me. I will do my best to call it to mind in its entirety. Gabriel began to recite the poem from the beginning, until he came to the section that he had been thinking of in relation to her and hesitated. Oh, please, do go on. Lady Diana urged, enraptured by the tale of the dying minstrel. In peace, love tunes the shepherd's reed, in war, he mounts the warrior's steed, in halls, in gay attire is seen, in hamlets, dances on the green. Love rules the court, the camp, the grove, and men below, and saints above, for love is heaven, and heaven is love. True love's the gift which God has given to man alone beneath the heaven, it is not fantasy's hot fire, whose wishes, soon as granted, fly, it liveth not in fierce desire, with dead desire it doth not die, it is the secret sympathy, the silver link, the silken tie, which heart to heart, and mind to mind, in body and in soul can bind. Gabriel met Lady Diana's eyes and found that they were swimming with unshed tears. Are you well, my lady? He asked, concerned, reaching out a hand to her before he had thought better of it. It is nothing but the beauty of the words. Gabriel withdrew his hand from her elbow and dismounted. He then came around to help Lady Diana from her saddle. Let us stop and take a respite for a moment. He handed her a flask from his pocket. Drink some of this. It will fortify you. What is it? My mother's cider. She took a swallow and her eyes grew wide in surprised pleasure at the hearty flavors of sweet and tart mingling in the mouth. My compliments to your mother. This is lovely. I will tell her that you said so, my lady. She will be most pleased to hear it. If you ever desire more, all you need do is call down to the kitchens. Does your mother work in the manor house kitchens? She is the cook. I look forward to meeting her. Gabriel smiled. A lady of noble breeding saying that she would be happy to meet a servant was not a usual thing to hear, let alone that she was looking forward to it. It showed a side of her that made him like her all the more. Remember that she is not for you, a still voice whispered inside, cautioning him against his rapidly growing interest. Were you born here on the West Wallow estate? On the family's Welsh estate. When the former Marquess was alive, the family would travel to Wales on occasion. It was his mother's family estate. My mother and father would travel with them. It was there that I was born. I have never been to Wales, Diana admitted. Is it lovely there? It is in some ways, but it is also sad in others. There is a great deal of suffering and poverty across all of Britain since the Napoleonic Wars. Diana nodded. I have seen it when we give to the poor widows at Kilgrave-on-Street. Thomas Day. It is so very sad, but they are very brave and face their troubles with dignity. Society requires it of them. Indeed, and perhaps that makes it worse for them. I do not know, but I admire their strength regardless of its source. As do I. I only wish that there was more that could be done to aid them. Upon that we agree. Street. Thomas Day just does not seem enough. Were we not born to a noble family, I cannot help but think that my sister, Georgette, would have been one of them. Gabriel nodded, turning to study her face once more. The sorrow that was etched upon her features was quite genuine, as was her compassion for the widowed. It would have been improper for him to tell her what he was thinking in that moment, so he said nothing, but with every word she spoke, she drew him in more and more. He had never met anyone that had made him react so strongly so quickly, but he could not get the feeling of her body pressed against his, as it had that night in the stables, out of his mind. She had felt as if she had belonged there, in his arms. He had spent the entire rest of the night lying awake thinking about her. Now here she was riding along beside him and all that he could think about doing was holding her in his arms once more, this time for an entirely different reason than her screaming, as she did when he had come upon her in the night. Gabriel led Lady Diana over to a nearby tree and they sat down together at the base of the trunk. Leaning back against the bark, they sat in silence for a time, soaking up the last rays of the sun. Having her so close once more caused his heart to race faster than he would have preferred. Gabriel closed his eyes, savoring the feel of her arm near his against the tree's trunk. The slightest sound of snuffling from beside him made him open his eyes to ensure that she was not crying. Instead, he found her to be asleep. The poor lass has exhausted herself beyond measure. Gabriel's heart went out to her. Between the journey of the day before, her late-night excursion to the stables, and the day's activities, she had clearly tired her body more than it could bear. He studied her face in repose and his heart leapt in his chest at the sight of the sun dancing upon her skin. Oh, to be that light! His heart yearned for it with every erratic beat. As he watched her skin turn golden in the light, his mind drifted to a passage from one of William Shakespeare's sonnets. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed, and every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance, or nature's changing course, untrimmed, but thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest, nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. The words fit the moment more perfectly than anything Gabriel himself could have ever dared to utter. Can love grow from but a glance? I feel as if my mind, heart, and body have been claimed by another and that I no longer possess the commanding portion of my sanity. It is as if I have left good sense at heaven's gates and turned away into the fiery depths of a more exquisite hell. How can I feel thusly over someone I have known but a day's time? He fought the urge to reach out and brush the wind-whipped curls from her face. Removing temptation from his sight, Gabriel leaned back and once again closed his eyes. He could still feel her presence, but at least he would not be drawn into the forbidden by the sight of her sleeping next to him. It was an exquisite torture to have her so near and yet so far beyond his grasp. He had not intended to fall asleep, or to even allow her to remain asleep, but he did without ever knowing it was happening. The next thing he knew, he was being shaken violently awake by rough hands and a panicked voice. I am ruined. Chapter 7. Diana awoke with a start. She had not meant to fall asleep and was quite shocked to find that not only had she done so, but she had slept until nightfall. When she awoke to find the darkening sky looming over her, she felt an intense panic grip her insides. I am ruined. She reached out and grabbed Gabriel by the arm, shaking him awake. I am ruined. What? What has happened? Gabriel sleepily asked, coming up out of what appeared to be a fairly deep slumber. We fell asleep. Diana cried out, scrambling to her feet. Look. Diana commanded, pointing at the darkening sky. I will miss dinner and the Dowager Marchioness is going to have my head on a pike for it. Not if she does not find out. Gabriel answered, rising from the ground. Taking her arm, he led her over to the waiting horses and helped her up into the saddle. I will get you home and you can sneak back up to your room before anyone notices that you are missing. I do not know the house well enough to walk through it and not get caught. Yes, but I do. Diana looked over at him in surprise. It was not usual for the stable hands to be granted free access to the house, but she supposed with his mother being the cook, he would have been there as a child. You can save me? I can. He nodded his head in firm determination. Swinging up into the saddle, he gave her another nod and then they were off, racing back to the manor house as fast as their horses would carry them. By the time that they arrived back at the stables it was fully dark. Diana's heart raced nervously as Gabriel lifted her from the saddle and placed her back on the ground. Where is your room in the manor house? Just off from the main stair. Diana answered, following him out of the stable and around to the back of the house. Gabriel slipped silently through the back servants' entrance and down the hallway toward the back stairs, moving past the bustling kitchen. Dinner preparations were coming to their conclusion and Diana breathed a sigh of relief that she had not yet missed it. There is yet hope. Gabriel led her up the back stairs, then slipped down a small side hallway. They climbed up another narrow flight of stairs, opened the door at the top and Gabriel motioned for her to walk through it. You should be fine from here. Diana nodded, stepped out into the hallway and found herself but a mere number of steps from her room. "Thank you." "Of course, my lady. I bid you a good night." Bowing, Gabriel turned and descended the stairs without a backward glance. Diana shut the door and ran silently to her room. She flung open her bedchamber door to find Francis pacing the floor. "Where have you been?" Francis rushed forward in relief. "I have been so very worried for you. I went riding and lost the time." Francis studied her mistress' face for a moment, a light of doubt in her eyes. "There is more to the story, but we do not have time to discuss it. The Dowager Marchioness will be furious if you are late. We will not have time to properly bathe and style your hair, but I will do my best." Diana quickly washed herself from the bowl and pitcher in the corner, then pulled on her evening gown. Francis did the best she could with Diana's wind-whipped hair. Diana prayed that the Dowager Marchioness would not notice that she was less than perfectly coiffed. Once they had gotten her as ready as she could be under the circumstances, Diana descended the stairs and entered the dining room. "And where have you been? I awoke to find you gone." The Dowager Marchioness' words banished all hope that Diana's absence had gone unnoticed. "I went riding, per the Marquess' suggestion," Diana answered, hoping to find the Marquess to be her ally once more. The Marquess smiled. "How was it? Did you enjoy your tour of the estate?" "I did, yes. It is beautiful." "That is quite the compliment coming from a lady of Kilgrave. Kilgrave is quite stunning in its vistas." "It is indeed. I miss it already." "Were I you, I never would have wanted to leave." "I did not wish to do so, but I was not given a choice in the matter." Diana's forthrightness surprised even her. "My apologies." She averted her eyes and was gratefully saved by the first course being delivered. "No apologies are needed," the Marquis reassured her. "I understand." Diana gave him a smile of gratitude. "Thank you. Your presence is our pleasure." The Dowager Marchioness snorted indelicately at her son's words. "It is a favor to your family, nothing more." Diana refrained from sighing and instead began to eat. She thought that perhaps if her mouth was too full to speak, that she might manage to refrain from getting herself into further trouble with the Dowager Marchioness. Her hopes were soon to be dashed. "Did you take Gabriel as I suggested?" "I did." Diana nodded. "He was a most amenable guide." The Dowager Marchioness slammed her fork down upon the table at Diana's words. "I will not have you cavorting with stable hands." "I was not cavorting," Diana argued indignantly. "I will not have it." The Marchioness repeated herself. "Do I make myself clear? You will have nothing more to do with the boy." "You cannot." Diana began to argue with her but realized too late her mistake. "I can and I will. You are forbidden to see him ever again. Your parents would never forgive me if I allowed you to fall prey to the machinations of wily men." Diana looked at the Dowager as if she had lost her mind, but before she could argue anything to defend herself, the Marquis intervened. "Mother." It was only one word, but it was said with a warning that made the Dowager Marchioness shut her mouth and sit fuming in sullen silence for the remainder of the meal. Once dinner was finished, the Dowager stormed from the room. "And this is the woman who is to teach me how to better improve my sense of social decorum." Chapter 8. The next morning, Diana was surprised to find the Dowager Marchioness to be in a much better mood. She did not greet Diana with her usual icy glare and thinly veiled insults. Instead, she attempted something that was not quite a smile, but it was not a grimace either. Had Diana not been in a state of shock, she would have smiled in greeting at the Dowager herself. As it was, she could barely keep her jaw from falling open in surprise. "Good morning, Diana." The Dowager Marchioness actually greeted her as she entered the drawing room and moved to sit down in the chair across from her. "Good morning, my lady," Diana murmured, dropping a curtsy before she took her seat. "How did you sleep?" "Well, my lady," Diana lied. She had tossed and turned all night, but she was not about to tell the Dowager that. "And you?" "Quite well, thank you." "Did you break the fast?" "I did." Diana nodded, still stunned by the Dowager's sudden lack of animosity towards her. It must have been quite the discussion that the Marquess had with the Dowager Marchioness. I have never seen her so amiable. I wonder what he said to her to make her behave with such seeming docility. As if the Dowager Marchioness could read Diana's thoughts, she spoke about her son. Ernest tells me that you have agreed to think more upon the Earl of Apley's suit. Diana's brows arched in surprise. I agreed to think upon meeting him. Excellent, then it is settled. We will have the Earl of Apley here to West Wallow for a visit. We will? Diana's mouth went dry in trepidation. Yes, we will. Ernest will invite him here for the shooting and sport, and it will give the two of you the perfect opportunity to get to know one another. The Dowager Marchioness almost seemed excited by the prospect. There is no need to go to so much trouble on my behalf, Diana protested, not caring for the plan. She had no desire to meet the Earl of Apley, as uncharitable as it might be. In spite of her words of the night before, she had not changed her inclination toward completely avoiding the situation altogether. She knew she had no choice but to eventually meet the Earl, but she was not at all convinced that she was ready to do so. It did not help that any time someone in authority over her dictated what she was to do, her natural inclination was to fight against it. It is no trouble at all. We would be delighted to have the Earl come to stay. He is an acquaintance of my son, so it is perfectly natural that he should be invited to West Wallow. As you say, my lady. Diana respectfully acquiesced, though she would much rather have told the lady what she actually thought, but it was not worth losing the fragile truce that appeared to have passed between them. Just because the Earl comes to West Wallow does not mean that I have to have anything to do with him. Gabriel was sitting on an overturned log in the sun, mending a piece of carriage harness when the Marquess of West Wallow came walking up to him. Gabriel. The Marquess greeted. My lord. Gabriel stood respectfully. How may I be of service? My mother and I have decided to invite the Earl of Apley for a hunt. I would like to make certain that everything will be ready and in proper condition upon his arrival. I would like to give him good sport while he is here. Of course, my lord. Father and I will see to every detail. Excellent, thank you. Gabriel knew that he should not say anything more and leave the matter settled, but he could not resist the urge to ask about the Earl's intentions. Will his lordship be paying court to Lady Diana? The Marquess' brows rose in surprise at the question. I believe that is the intention, yes. Gabriel attempted to recover some sense of dignity by disguising his reason for asking. Will Lady Diana be joining the hunt, then? The Marquess' brow furrowed in thought. I had not thought to ask, but I will. Thank you, Gabriel, for pointing out my oversight. Gabriel bowed his head in acknowledgement. I will have the proper saddle prepared for her if she chooses to do so. Thank you, Gabriel. West Wallow would be lost without you. The Marquess laid a hand on Gabriel's shoulder and squeezed it in genuine affection. Gabriel chuckled. It is not so. You are the beating heart of this estate, my lord, as you well know. Without you, we are all lost. The Marquess nodded, sighing. I suppose that is true, as I do not have a living son to take my place when I am gone. A sad look came over his face and he sat down next to Gabriel. The action surprised Gabriel but he chose not to comment on it. The Marquess stared off into the middle distance seeing nothing with his eyes, only that which was in his own mind. Are you happy, Gabriel, here at West Wallow? Of course, my lord. Why do you ask? The Marquess shook his head. It is nothing. I only wished to know. I am quite happy here, my lord. Gabriel studied his master's face. However, I can see that you are not, if you will forgive the impertinence, my lord. The Marquess looked up in surprise, then attempted a smile. I miss my wife. I miss the life we had and the one that we were about to have with our unborn child. I am sorry, my lord. Please, forgive me for being so intrusive. I should not have overstepped. No, there is nothing to forgive. The Marquess shook his head in dismissal. I only wish. His voice faded away as he arose and turned to leave. "You only wish what, my lord?" "It is nothing." The Marquess waved it away. "I will inform you of when to expect the Earl, as soon as I know." With that, the Marquess walked away, leaving Gabriel to wonder what he had intended to say. Gabriel watched him, concern furrowing his brow. It was not like the Marquess to behave in such a fashion. It was no secret that the Marquess had been filled with a deep sense of sorrow since the passing of his beloved wife, but he was not usually prone to acts of open malaise in front of the staff. He needs a wife. She would never replace his first wife, nor should she, but it would help him to feel better to have someone to confide in and to be comforted by. Sadly, it is not within my power, or a privilege of my class and position, to aid him in such matters. I am honestly surprised that the Dowager Marchioness has not convinced him to marry one of the many ladies of her acquaintance. Once he finished mending the harness, Gabriel arose and returned the harness to the stable, then took one of the older mares, that was seldom ridden, out of her stall. "Shall we go for a walk, old girl?" The horse nickered and Gabriel led her out of the stables and down the drive. As he passed the house, Gabriel caught a glimpse of Lady Diana through the drawing-room window. She was sitting with the Dowager Marchioness, talking. The sun filtered through the glass to dapple her skin with pearly luminescence. It was breathtaking and it stopped Gabriel in his tracks. She is beautiful beyond measure. He could tell by the expression on her face that she was feeling uncertain, anxious even, and he wondered what it was that they were discussing. Perhaps she dreads the coming arrival of the Earl of Apley. Against his better judgment, he found that the thought pleased him greatly. He did not wish her to feel badly, of course, but he also did not wish for her to have feelings for another man, any man, other than himself. She is not for the likes of me and I know it, yet I persist in this foolishness. Gabriel shook his head and forced himself to move away from the window and on down the drive. He could still feel her sleeping next to him, when it took all of his strength not to turn around and tell her exactly how she made him feel. Clearly, the Marquess is not the only man on the estate who would benefit from the comforts of a wife. Grumbling under his breath, Gabriel urged the mare into a faster pace and let her stretch her legs. He could feel the joy of freedom quivering through the mare's muscles and smiled. "That's a good girl. If only people were so willing to embrace such freedom." He had not been lying when he told the Marquess that he was content with his life, because he was, but ever since Lady Diana had stepped out of the carriage from Kilgrave, he was a changed man. His days and nights were filled with the thought of her. It was a new sensation that he was not at all comfortable with, but he had no say in the matter. His mind and heart had their own ideas and would not listen to his conscience. Now the Earl of Apley will come to claim his bride and I will be left with nothing but the dream of her. She can never, will never, be mine and I must learn to live with that fact. The pain in his chest told him that such a thing was completely unlikely if not impossible. In the brief time since she had arrived, Lady Diana had entered his mind and neither the promise of heaven nor the threat of hell was going to change it. My heart belongs to Lady Diana and there is nothing to be done about it and by it I am condemned. Chapter 9. Diana left the drawing-room as soon as she was allowed and went in search of Francis. She found the maid hanging up Diana's newly laundered and pressed clothing in the armoire. "You are never going to believe what has happened," Diana informed her as she entered the room. "The Dowager Marchioness has invited the Earl of Apley to come to West Wallow under the guise of a hunt, but in truth it is to court me, to win my hand." "I am not surprised. I thought that she might try something like this. She is not a woman to accept being undermined in any way. She will get what she wants from you, one way or another." She behaved quite strangely today, as well. She was almost kind in her manner toward me. Perhaps she believes it will make you more amenable to her plans. She would be wrong. As you have yet to meet the Earl of Apley, I will reserve judgment for a later time. Diana glared at Francis for the comment. "You will all see that I will stand my ground in this matter." "Of that I have no doubt, but whether it is a productive course of action has yet to be seen." "Et tu, brute?" Francis laughed. "Indeed." Diana sighed and plopped down onto the bed in a most unladylike fashion. I am surrounded by matchmakers of the most devious sort. Francis chuckled. Is it devious to have your best interests at heart? I suppose that depends on what those interests involve. Diana grumbled, rolling over onto her stomach to look up at Francis from the foot of the bed. Your future security, for one. A paltry excuse for marriage. Your future happiness, for another. It is unlikely in the highest degree that such a thing would make me happy. Then what is it that you desire from life, my lady? If not marriage, then what? We are not papists that you might go join a convent. Quite right, nor would I wish to do so. I am too fond of the notion of love for that. Then what? I know not. I will only know that when I feel it. She shook her head, unable to complete the sentence to her own liking. I will just know. If only life were truly so simple. Frances murmured, her eyes filled with compassion for her mistress and friend. But sadly, it is not, and we all must play our part. For all the world's a stage and we are all merely players. Diana mimicked Shakespeare in a most unforgiving tone. As impertinently as you meant that. Yes, it is true. Diana shook her head. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to settle for less than what Georgette had with her love, than what Ernest had with his wife, than what I have with. Diana stopped herself mid-sentence before she said something that she would not be able to take back. Her own thoughts startled her greatly and she did not know what to do with them. Then you have with whom? Francis asked, not letting the matter drop. Has something happened that you have not told me about? No one, it was nothing. Diana shook her head to dismiss it. It was most certainly something. I know for a fact that you were not in love with anyone when we left Kilgrave Manor. The only gentlemanly contact that you have had with anyone has been the Marquess and the household staff. That and the stable hand. What was his name again? Gabriel, was it? The look on Diana's face must have given her inner thoughts and feelings away, because Francis was beside her on the bed in an instant. Tell me everything. Diana proceeded to tell Francis about her every contact with the stable hand and how he had made her feel, just being near. When she was done, Francis sat staring at her wide-eyed. Do not look at me so. You know that this is impossible. You cannot marry a stable hand. You simply cannot do it. No one is going to allow it. I said nothing of marriage, Francis, only feelings. You cannot have feelings for this man. Not only is it dangerous for you and your reputation, but it is also dangerous for him, as he will lose his station here, and perhaps even his life if your honor was impugned in any way. That is rather harsh. Life is harsh, my lady. You were born to a noble house. You must marry into a noble house. There is nothing else that can be done. It is not fair. Life is not fair, my lady. It is to be lived with dignity and honor, but it has never been, nor will it ever be, fair. So, I am to surrender myself as a sacrificial lamb to the Earl of Appley on the altar of my father's good intentions, in order to secure him a more permanent legacy, an heir to the earldom? Yes. Then I am little more than chattel. You are beloved. Then why can I not be free? You know why. Yes, I know, but I cannot stop the anger that still churns within me, and I do not know what to do about it. Then I suggest that you pray, and pray with fervor, for the day of your decision will be upon you sooner than you think. It could be 1,000 years from now and it would still be too soon. And yet the time has nearly come. Prepare yourself, my lady, for your time of unwed girlhood is coming to an end. Frances left the bedchamber, her heart racing in fear. My lady cannot love a stable hand. Oh, this will not do at all. What shall I do? I fear that she is headed down a path of ruin and I am helpless to save her. She worried the skin of her lips between her teeth as she bustled down the hallway and descended the back stairs. She had left the room under the excuse that she needed to fetch her sewing supplies in order to mend a loose button on a gown, but in truth it had been to clear her own churning anxious mind. I pray that nothing more has happened between them other than what she told me, though what she told me was more than enough to compromise her reputation should anyone else discover that she had fallen asleep next to the man and that she had been sneaking about at night in the stables. I believe that I am going to be forced to speak with him about his behavior towards my lady and warn him away from her. Back at home, Frances would have trusted the butler or the stable master to do such a thing, but she was not home and she had no trusted allies within the West Wallow household. I will simply have to tend to this myself. Gabriel was quite surprised to see the diminutive little mouse of a maid he had heard Lady Diana call her Frances come charging down the stable aisle. "We need to talk," she demanded, taking no time at all for pleasantries. Gabriel, who had seen military officers with less vehement authority than the woman before him, just nodded and followed her outside to the paddock fence. "How may I be of service, Miss Frances? You can cease from charming my lady," she snapped, her eyes boring into his with a fierce fire. She looked very much like a bee protecting its hive, small, but with a potent sting. "If you do not, I will be forced to tell his lordship and you will be out of a place." "I have done nothing but make Lady Diana feel at home. She misses Kilgrave. I have done nothing at all untoward." "Then what do you call grabbing my lady with force as you did in the night? Or falling asleep together under a tree? You have been riding about without a proper chaperone because the Marquess insisted that you were a trustworthy guardian for her safety and her virtue, but I can see from the desire in your eyes that you wish only to bring her dishonor." "I wish no such thing," Gabriel ground out, the maid's words hitting his heart like stones. "I would never do anything to bring her harm in any way." "Then cease from conversing with her. Do not speak to her. Do not approach her. Do not come anywhere near her person ever again. If you truly care for her and her reputation, then you will do these things without hesitation. I will not have her honor questioned because of any man. You are a fierce protector of your mistress, but I swear to you that I mean her no harm." "Then you will surrender to my request?" "I cannot." Gabriel shook his head. "Then you have doomed us all." "We were all doomed already." Chapter 10. When the Earl of Aptley arrived for the promised hunt, Diana felt sick. Her stomach was in knots and her teeth ached from clenching them together so as not to speak her true mind on the matter. Like it or not, she was about to meet the man that her family considered to be her betrothed. The Dowager Marchioness had insisted that they meet the Earl upon the front drive. As the carriage approached, Diana feared that she might twist her fingers right off of her own hands, she was so nervous. The Earl stepped down from the carriage and immediately came to bow over the Dowager Marchioness' hand. "My lady, it was most kind of you to extend to me the hospitality of your beautiful home." "Think nothing of it, my lord. It is our pleasure." The Dowager waved away his gratitude. "Allow me to present Lady Diana Bexley of Kilgrave." "Lady Diana." The Earl greeted her, bowing over her hand. "At last we meet." "My lord." Diana returned the greeting with a curtsy. "Aptley." The Marquess greeted, stepping out of the front door to join them on the drive. "How are you, my friend? Looking forward to our hunt." "And you?" "I am, indeed." The friends greeted each other heartily, shaking hands. It was clear that they felt genuine camaraderie for one another. The Earl cannot be all bad if he has won the friendship of the Marquess. Diana watched them converse about their coming hunt. The Marquess had asked Diana to join them and had arranged for Gabriel to ride along beside her to ensure her safety while the other men charged on ahead. Tobias, Earl of Aptley, was a handsome man with a firm square jaw, broad shoulders, nearly as tall as the Marquess, with bright deep copper-toned hair, and jade-green eyes that shined with such a light as to give the impression of glowing. Diana had not imagined him as such in her fearful musings. In her mind he had been a hook-nosed tyrant, not Adonis personified. "He is handsome indeed, but is he kind?" Diana watched the exchange between the two noblemen. One would never have known that the Marquess held a higher rank than the Earl, the way they treated one another with mutual deference and respect. Perhaps I have misjudged the Earl. Only time will tell me whether I was right to avoid meeting him or whether I owe him and my parents an apology. "Come, let us go inside." The Dowager Marchioness invited. I have instructed the cook to prepare all of your favorites for dinner this evening, but for now, she has made a lovely tea for us in the drawing room." "A delight, my lady." The Earl smiled at her words and offered the Dowager his arm to escort her back into the house. The Marquess did the same for Diana and they all walked together. Tea was a lovely affair with scones, clotted cream, and strawberries. Gabriel's mother was indeed a wonderful cook and Diana relished every bite. The Marquess and the Earl regaled her with stories of their past hunts together and shared with her their hopes for the coming days. Their excitement was catching, and Diana found herself actually looking forward to it. She was not certain how she felt about being paired with Gabriel in front of the others, as she feared she would not be able to hide her interest in him. Wouldn't that incite a lovely scandal? Diana resisted the urge to roll her eyes at the thought. The Dowager Marchioness was not a woman to take such things lightly. Diana would surely pay a dear price were her secret attraction known. "You must banish all thoughts of Gabriel from your mind. He is a stable hand, and no matter how interesting you may find him, your family, and society at large, would never approve." Diana thoroughly chastised her errant heart. Shaking her head in frustration with herself, Diana attempted to turn her attention back to their honored guest. "I have been most anxious to meet you, Lady Diana. My mother and your parents have told me so many pleasant things about you. It is my hope that we might become better acquainted while I am here," the Earl of Eplogue was saying, as Diana came out of her internal reverie. He was leaning toward her, attempting to speak privately, but everyone in the room could hear what he was saying, even though they pretended not to notice. It was clear that he was interested in pursuing a courtship with her. "That is most kind of you, my lord," Diana replied, uncertain as to what else to say. She would not commit to anything with him, but she could not refuse to spend time with him while he was a guest of the house. Though she herself was a guest, it would still have been poor manners to refuse his invitation. "I am certain that I will learn much from the both of you on the hunt." She hoped that this last statement would be enough to appease him for the time being. "I would be more than happy to teach you whatever you desire." The Marquess, apparently seeing Diana's discomfiture, interjected himself into the conversation at this point. "Shall we go out and see the horses? I have a yearling that I believe shows great promise." "Yes, indeed, let us sojourn forth. Show me this magnificent beast of which you speak." The Earl agreed, rising. He extended his hand to Diana to aid her in standing. Left with little choice, Diana accepted and joined the men in their stroll to the stables. As they walked, the Earl tucked Diana's hand into his arm and led her along by his side. He was entirely too close in body for Diana's comfort, but she was at a loss as what to do about it. It was clear that he was under the impression that she shared their parents' desire for a match between them. To him, the matter appeared to be a foregone conclusion, while Diana was doing everything in her power to simply not run away. She felt a moment of guilt for her thoughts as he had not actually done anything to earn her ire. He was handsome, charming, if not a bit presumptive, but that was common among their kind. He is used to being sought after and getting his own way. As they walked into the stables, Diana's heart beat a bit faster. Part of her longed to see Gabriel again, as she had not seen him since their last ride together, but another part of her knew that it was not a good idea. She certainly did not wish for him to see her hanging on the arm of another man, but when she attempted to remove her hand from the Earl's arm, he simply reached up to squeeze it affectionately, completely misinterpreting the movement's intention. Diana tried again, this time more forcibly, to remove her hand from his grasp, but it was too late. Gabriel had already seen them and was rapidly approaching. Sighing, Diana straightened her shoulders and prepared herself to appear indifferent to his presence. "I fear that it would be easier to walk on water." Gabriel was cleaning out stalls when he heard a small party of people approaching. Lifting his head, he caught sight of the Marquess entering the stables, followed by the Earl of Eplogue and Lady Diana. When he saw Lady Diana's hand through the Earl's arm, the Earl's hand resting atop of hers, his entire being felt as if it had been doused in ice-cold water. His heart stuttered in his chest and he stepped out of the stall, before he realized what he was doing. He approached them faster than he should have. "How may I be of service, my lord?" he asked, forcing his gaze to the Marquess. We have come to see how the yearling is coming along.
Ah, she is doing very well, indeed.
Give me but a moment and I will have her out in the paddock for you to enjoy in the light.
Excellent,
Gabriel,
thank you.
The Marquess smiled, pleased at the suggestion. Bowing slightly, Gabriel turned away and went to retrieve the yearling. It was the same animal that he had been working with the day Lady Diana arrived. It took all of his strength not to turn around and pull her from the Earl's grasp. He is the man that she is meant to be with, not I. Bracing himself, he turned to see if they were still behind him or if they had left the stables. He found Lady Diana staring after him, an unreadable expression in her eyes. Shall we go and wait at the paddock? The Marquess was suggesting. The group turned and followed him outside. Gabriel halted the yearling and followed after them. He watched as the Earl led Lady Diana over to the paddock wall and lifted her up onto the stone so that she might sit comfortably and watch the yearling run. A surge of anger coursed through him that another man would dare to lay hands upon her waist. Gabriel remembered all too well how that waist had felt in his own hands and he could not help but feel a sense of possession. He knew it was not reasonable, but he could no more have stopped how he felt than he could have stopped the sun from rising. He growled low in his throat, causing the horse to nicker back in return. "Shh, all is well, young one," he murmured soothingly. "All is well." He knew that the horse could sense his emotions and that the words he murmured were a lie, for it felt as if the world would never be right again. How am I to stand by and watch while she rides away with another man? How am I to remember my position in life, when she looks at me with those eyes? How am I to ever let her go? Diana looked up at his approach and met his eyes. What he saw there shattered his heart. Is that a tear I see in those amber depths? Diana watched Gabriel approach the paddock with the yearling in tow and her heart felt as if it were breaking. The look in his eyes was undeniable. There was no hiding the pain and longing that they both felt, even though they had never spoken a word about their feelings for one another. They had not known each other for very long at all and yet there was an undeniable invisible string pulling them ever closer together. Tears sprang to Diana's eyes at the sight of the war in his eyes. She forced herself to look away, for fear that someone else in their party would notice. "Are you well, Lady Diana?" the Earl asked, concern furrowing his brow.
"Oh, yes,
It is nothing but a bit of dust in my eyes from the stables." The Earl produced a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. "Shall I return you to the house so that you might wash it out?"
No, I will recover. Thank you."
She dabbed her eyes with the handkerchief for effect, as if she were wiping the imaginary dust away, then turned her attention to the now released yearling running and kicking in the open space. "She is lovely," she murmured, feeling a sense of pride in Gabriel's work. "She is indeed," the Marquess answered, his chest puffed up in pride also. "Gabriel is the best horseman around. I could not have asked for anyone better to aid me in my quest."
"Your quest?"
Diana inquired, curious as to his meaning. "To produce the fastest horse in all of England." The Earl answered for his friend. "Ernest has been working on it for years. He has accomplished some very impressive things thus far with his breeding program. He is constantly telling me of his man Gabriel and how he can handle horses as well as I." The Earl paused and flushed, unwilling to finish his sentence. "As well as you handle what, my lord?" Diana asked mischievously, already knowing the answer from the red tint of his face.
"Women. Never you mind about that."
The Earl patted her hand in reassurance. "Those days are long past.
I am a settled man now."
"I see," Diana answered, a teasing light in her eyes. It was the first time since meeting him that she was able to truly smile. Unfortunately, it was at his expense and not in admiration of him. "I should guard my speech more carefully," he muttered, upset with himself for having revealed too much about his youthful activities.
"I wish that you would not,"
Diana admitted. "I much prefer open honesty to well-guarded decorum, but it is that very quality that has brought me here, so perhaps you should not take my advice."
"Oh, how so?"
Diana weighed just how much to tell him. She did not wish to hurt his feelings, but also did not wish to lie. She decided on a middle ground. I have been sent to West Wallow to improve my sense of social decorum. I cannot imagine that you would need any such help. Your manners are impeccable. The Earl complimented sincerely.
Thank you, but my parents and the Dowager Marchioness would disagree with you. I have a bit of a rebellious heart, she admitted, shrugging her shoulders apologetically. I have attempted over the years to temper it, but to no avail.
I admire spirit, the Earl reassured her. Diana smiled. You may live to regret such admiration.
Ah, I might, but I sincerely doubt it. Even were I to do so, regret is not in my nature. Life is entirely too brief and should be savored to its fullest measure. A spirited person has simply realized this fact and acted upon it accordingly.
Diana cocked her head to the side and studied his face. You, my dear Earl, are far more interesting than I would ever have guessed. I fear I may have misjudged you before we ever met.
I take no offense.
He smiled warmly at her from his place leaning against the wall. You did not know me then?
No, I did not.
Diana turned her eyes back out to the field where the horse was still running about. Do you believe our parents to be right in their assessment of us?
She had not meant to ask the question, but honesty was a strange thing, in that once you began, it was difficult to cease from continuing on with it. I do.
He nodded, turning her gaze back
to his eyes. They sparkled like emeralds in the light and she found herself being drawn in spite of herself.
They were not the soulful blue eyes of Gabriel, but they held their own sense of mystery that was intriguing. She could easily see how he would have drawn the attention of many ladies within the realm. Now that I have met you, I am even more convinced that it is right and proper. How can you be so certain of a person that you barely know? All that a person must do to know you, beautiful Lady Diana, is to look into your eyes. Your spirit shines through with such an intense light that a man cannot help but be drawn in. I cannot imagine a more suitable bride. The thought of being able to gaze into those amber eyes every day for the rest of my life is the most appealing notion that I have ever been presented with. You do not share my certainty? Diana shook her head, her face apologetic.
I do not.
She proceeded to tell him the story of her sister's love and loss so that he might better understand her reticence and not be offended by her reservation.
I understand. He nodded his head in genuine sympathy. I am confident that such a love will come in time, if only we open our hearts to the possibility of its cultivation.
Diana smiled at his optimism. I admire your hopeful nature. It is a start. He smiled back at her. A motion from the corner of her eye made Diana look up and she found Gabriel staring daggers at the Earl. The Marquess saw it, too, and looked back and forth between Diana and the stable hand. A dawning light of understanding came across his face and he met Diana's eyes with such a look of sympathy that it made her heart turn over in her chest. A gentle shake of his head told her that her secret was safe with him and he moved away to go and speak with Gabriel about the horse. The faintest whisper of voices drifted back to Diana from the paddock field. She is not for you, Gabriel. Her fate is already decided. I know, my lord, but it does not change how I feel. I know, lad, and I am sorry for it. The Marquess laid a hand on Gabriel's shoulder in consolation. Perhaps it is time that you chose a wife for yourself. It would go a long way to removing such temptations. I have been giving the matter similar thought myself, Gabriel admitted, causing Diana's heart to stutter in her chest. No. Every fiber of her being cried out in protest. Shall I begin to make inquiries on your behalf? The Marquess offered, his tone compassionate. Gabriel nodded slowly. Perhaps that would be best. Very well. I shall do so upon the first opportunity. I would be happy to sponsor a servant's dance if you feel that such would be beneficial. I will give it some thought, but I am certain that everyone within the household would appreciate such a gesture, my lord. Very well. The Marquess nodded and turned to walk back to his guest, who seemed not to have heard a word of the conversation as he was so enamored with the yearling's antics. Diana's eyes met Gabriel's and she felt as if her stomach had dropped down to her toes. She wanted to race across the grass between them and beg him not to wed another, but years of propriety and breeding held her feet fast in place upon the earth. Sighing, Gabriel nodded, accepting the marriage with anguish. He closed his eyes, and turned away, leaving Diana to stand in despair with her heart broken.
Chapter 11.
When Diana returned to the house, the Dowager Marchioness was awaiting her in the drawing room to resume their lessons. The Dowager was particularly interested in making certain that Diana would be exceptionally well-mannered for that evening's dinner with the Earl. "We cannot allow anything to go wrong. You must show the Earl that you are a consummate lady in every respect. This evening must be perfect." Diana eyed the Dowager warily. She had never seen the woman so excited as she was in that moment. The older lady's eyes practically glowed with anticipation. It was rather unnerving, given her prior behavior towards Diana. It was as if the mere presence of the Earl had lit a spark within her elderly heart, and had the Dowager been a younger woman, Diana would have suspected that she was smitten with the Earl herself. Smiling in amusement at the thought, Diana did her best to pay attention to her lessons, as she did not wish to jeopardize her current progress with the Dowager. Life would be much simpler for them both if they were able to find a way to get along with one another on an everyday basis. Diana hoped that the positive change she saw now in the older lady would not disappear the moment the Earl left West Wallow for Apley. It was almost enough to wish for the Earl to stay indefinitely. "I will do my utmost," Diana promised, hoping to appease her as best as she could, without giving in completely on the matter of marriage. "See that you do," the Dowager replied, giving her a warning look. "I will tolerate none of your less than ladylike behaviors this evening." When has she ever tolerated it? Diana fought the urge to roll her eyes. "Yes, my lady," she murmured demurely instead. "Very good." The Dowager smiled, clearly believing that she had tamed the wild beast. "Now about your attire for this evening." The day wore on, with the Dowager going over every little detail for the dinner and Diana doing her best to at least pretend to pay attention to every word. When she was finally able to escape, she slipped below stairs down to the kitchens, hoping to snare a cup of the cook's delightful cider. She had hoped to slip in and out unnoticed, for perhaps a maid to assist her in her endeavor, but the moment that she had entered the kitchens everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up in surprise. "My lady." The cook, Lily Rowan, stepped forward and greeted her warmly. "How may I be of assistance?" "I was rather hoping that I might have some of your wonderful cider, Mrs. Rowan. Gabriel shared some with me during my tour of the estate, and I must admit I have become quite enamored with its robust flavor." "Ah, but of course." Mrs. Rowan smiled. "Gabriel told me of your complimentary words. I am most humbled by my lady's favor." "You deserve every word of praise. Your culinary acumen is truly extraordinary." Mrs. Rowan blushed with pleasure. "I thank you, my lady. If you will just follow me into the pantry, I will go and get you the cider." "Of course." Diana nodded her consent and followed after the cook. "I will only be a moment," the cook informed her helpers. Diana walked past the gaping faces of the kitchen staff to follow the cook into the pantry. One would think that they had never seen a lady of breeding before, which I know is not true, as they work for the Dowager Marchioness. It occurred to her belatedly that she would be an oddity to them, as it was most unlikely that the Dowager Marchioness had ever stepped foot in the kitchens. "My apologies if my request was done in an inappropriate manner. I am used to being able to enter the kitchens as I wish at Kilgrave." "You are never a bother, my lady. You may come to the kitchens any time that you desire. You will always be welcome." "Thank you, Mrs. Rowan. I admit that I am rather homesick, but I cannot say such to the Dowager Marchioness for fear of unintentionally insulting her hospitality." "I understand. It must be difficult for you to come from the seaside to an inland estate such as West Wallow." Diana nodded. "West Wallow is a beautiful estate, one of the loveliest that I have ever laid eyes upon, but I do miss gazing at the freedom of the open sea, the freedom to sail away from the world." "You are a lady who values her freedom, I can see," the cook wisely observed. "I do." Diana nodded. "As much as a lady of breeding can be free." The cook smiled. Not free enough for your liking, I take it?
No, not nearly enough.
Diana liked speaking with the cook. Lily Rowan was a kind woman, of keen observation and compassion, qualities that her son shared. Thoughts of Gabriel caused an uneasiness to settle upon her like a weight. The notion of him marrying anyone greatly upset her, even though she knew that she had absolutely no right to feel as she did. She had not known him long enough to feel as possessive of his person as she had felt on overhearing he and the Marquess discussing marriage.
What is causing you such distress?
The cook asked, handing her a cup of the promised cider. I can see it in your eyes. You are quite upset about something. Diana's surprised look caused her to rush ahead. Please forgive my impertinence, my lady. I did not mean to overstep. I only wished to express concern and offer a listening ear if you wish to unburden yourself. Thank you, Mrs. Rowan. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but I fear that it is a matter I am not free to discuss.
I understand. I will pray that you are able to come to some peaceful resolution on the matter.
Thank you. You are most kind.
Not at all.
Mrs.
Rowan shook her head, waving a hand as if it was something completely insignificant.
The toils of life were not meant to be borne alone. I am always here if you change your mind and wish to talk. Diana smiled warmly at the cook. They walked together back to the kitchen and Diana carried her cider up the stairs to her own bedchamber. Frances awaited her arrival with a warm rose-scented bath and freshly laundered linens. How were your lessons this day, my lady? Frances inquired, as she aided Diana out of her clothes and into the bath. The Dowager Marchioness gave me strict instructions on how you were to be dressed and coiffed this evening, hence the rose petals in the water. She explained. I see. Diana sighed, leaning her head back against the edge of the tub and sipped slowly at her cider as the water subsided around her in rippling circles. She appears to be most anxious for this evening to be perfect. I do not understand the significance myself, as the Earl, though a pleasant sort, is of lesser rank than the Marquess, but I would like to keep her as pleasant as possible, so I will do as she asks. The significance is that the Dowager Marchioness will consider it a personal victory if she can officially betroth you to the Earl before she returns you home to your family. I overheard her speaking with the Marquess on the matter last evening after you had gone to bed. What else have you heard? I did not hear much at all, only that she intends to break you as one would a horse. Frances frowned at the comparison as if she did not like the taste of it in her mouth. I will not be broken by anyone, least of all her. Diana argued, greatly disliking the comparison. I only repeat what the Dowager Marchioness said, my lady. I do not doubt it, Frances. Thank you for your honesty. Of course, my lady. Frances dropped a quick curtsy and busied herself with the remaining preparations. Diana closed her eyes and leaned back against the tub's edge once more, allowing the warmth of the water to ease the tension in her muscles. The Dowager Marchioness had a way of making Diana feel anxious even when the older woman was attempting to be nice to her. How my grandmother was the dearest of friends with such a contrary woman I do not understand. Perhaps there is more to the Dowager Marchioness than I am able to see. Shaking her head, Diana opened her eyes and set to scrubbing away the remains of the day. She resolved to be on her best behavior at dinner and make her family proud. Even if she had no intentions of marrying the Earl, she could at the very least be entertaining. Perhaps I will come away from this with a dear friend of my own, but most certainly not a husband. Gabriel entered the kitchen to see if his mother needed any assistance with heavy lifting. Preparing an evening meal for a noble guest was always an ordeal in a household such as West Wallow. Everything must be perfect, or the Dowager Marchioness would rain down upon the entire house. Can I be of aid, mother? He asked, as he came up behind her and kissed the very top of her head. It was a great source of amusement between them that he was tall enough to do so, and it always made her smile. Ah, Gabriel, love. His mother greeted, her face covered in a sheen of sweat from the ovens. Can you remove that large iron pot from the hook over there and place it on the table so that the kitchen maids can empty it? Of course. He nodded and moved to do as she asked. The kitchen maids fluttered their lashes at him coyly and he pretended not to notice. His mother would not be pleased if he distracted them from their labors any more than his mere presence already did. The maids giggled and smiled at his bulging arm muscles as he lifted the heavy pot. His mother gave the maids a warning look and they returned to work immediately. Gabriel fought back the urge to chuckle at their abashed faces. "You are a distraction, my son," his mother teased him fondly. "My apologies, mother." Gabriel set the pot down where instructed, then stepped out of the way. "Is there anything else that I can help you with?" "No." His mother shook her head. "I met the young lady Diana this afternoon." "Oh?" Gabriel attempted to appear nonchalant, but his mother's eyes were too keen to fall for it. She gave him a knowing look. "She is quite lovely." "She is." Gabriel nodded slowly, attempting to gauge where the conversation was going. "She spoke quite favorably about you." "Did she?" "She did." His mother stopped what she was doing and turned to look into his eyes. "Be careful, my son," she whispered, reaching up to caress his cheek. "Therein lies danger." "What do you mean?" Gabriel asked, confused. "Nothing." She shook her head. "Simply be careful. You have nothing to fear. Nothing can happen between she and I, mother. She is a lady of the nobility. I am nothing but a stable hand." "You are so much more than that, my son." "Thank you, mother. I am certain that every good mother would feel the same about their own sons, but it does not change the distance between Lady Diana and I." His mother sighed and turned back to her work. "As you say, my darling, but there may still be danger. Please, heed my words." "Yes, mother. I mean what I say, Gabriel. I will not see you brought to ruin for the love of a pretty face. I cannot be ruined by that which I cannot have." "No, my son, what we want but cannot have, that is what ruins us." Chapter 12. Diana descended the stairs and entered the library where the Marquess and the Earl were awaiting she and the Dowager Marchioness before going into the dining room. "You look lovely." The Earl came forward and bowed over her hand, placing a kiss on the back of it. "Thank you." Diana blushed and retrieved her hand from his grasp. The Dowager Marchioness entered the room on a cloud of scented rose water. "Ah, you make a lovely couple," she noted with a smile. "I was just telling Lady Diana how beautiful she is this evening." The Earl stepped forward and bowed over the Dowager Marchioness' hand. "Delightful." The Dowager Marchioness smiled so sweetly that Diana was afraid that her face might crack. "Shall we go through to the dining room?" The Earl offered his arm to Diana while the Marquess escorted his mother. Each nobleman pulled out their lady's seat, then sat down at either end of the table. The table was such a large affair that they were all quite some distance from one another. It was at times like these that Diana found protocol rather an absurd, impractical thing. She would have said as much now if it were not for the Dowager Marchioness sitting across from her, silently assessing everything that she did. "I do not wish to give the Dowager any reason to return to the way she was before." Settling into her chair, Diana prepared herself for an awkward evening. She very much wished that she was not forced to stare at the Dowager Marchioness all through the meal, but it was hard not to when she was seated directly across from her. If Diana avoided the Dowager's gaze it would make her appear to be rude or evasive. She did not wish to be perceived as having either flaw attached to her character. She was so distracted by the uncomfortable nature of their situation that she nearly dumped her soup in her own lap. "Be more mindful," the Dowager Marchioness chastised quietly so as not to be overheard by the others present. Diana nodded in apology and turned her concentration toward her food. She had been raised in a noble household her entire life and should not have had such a hard time acclimating to the circumstances that she now found herself in, but everything about the Dowager and her situation at West Wallow had her feeling out of place. The fear of disappointing her parents, combined with her own natural inclination toward rebellion, were in constant battle one with the other. "Are you well, Lady Diana?" the Earl asked, his brow furrowed in concern. "I am well, my lord." "Why do you ask?" The look on your face was that of a lady vexed. "My apologies, my lord. It is only the fatigue of the day, I assure you." Yes, it has been quite an eventful day. The Earl smiled kindly and nodded. Perhaps we should all retire early for the hunt tomorrow? That sounds like a splendid idea, Aptly. The Marquess nodded in agreement. We would not want any accidents due to exhaustion, now would we? He gave Diana a pointed look. No, my lord. Diana answered, uncertain whether he knew the real reason for her behavior. Thoughts of Gabriel had plagued her all throughout the day and she had been unable to focus on anything else. Her distraction was making her quite clumsy in her actions and it had not gone unnoticed. After we dine, we shall all go straight to bed then and forego our usual evening repartee. The Dowager Marchioness frowned at this edict but said nothing. Diana had noted that the Dowager and her son disagreed often, but as he was the lord of the manor and she was but the lady mother, there was very little to be done about it, though the Dowager did her fair share of manipulating to get her own way. Diana assumed that the Dowager's displeasure was born of not being able to play her matchmaking games between the Earl and Diana, as the Dowager would not be going on the hunt and therefore did not need to comply with the Earl's suggestion if she wished it otherwise. I will be spending the entire day with Gabriel at my side. Let us hope that no one notices the tension between us. I would never wish to have Gabriel suffer because of me, though I suppose my wishing for him to remain unwed would do much the same for the poor man. If only he had been born a nobleman, but then, would I have had anything to do with him? Diana shook her head in mild amusement at her own rebellious spirit. What a difficult one you are, Diana Bexley. You do not know your own mind. Are you excited for the hunt, Lady Diana? The Earl asked, misinterpreting the amusement on her face. I am. She nodded, not about to admit what she was truly thinking. She could only imagine the outright disapproval that would have circulated around the table if they really knew what she was thinking. The thought brought her some amount of deviant pleasure. She could just imagine the Dowager's eyes popping out of her head in disapproval. Do not be so unkind. The Dowager has been much more tolerable of late. Regardless of how I feel about this entire situation, it does not give me the right to be disrespectful. It is my hope that we will land the old stag of the forest during your visit, Aptly. I was thinking of holding a dance for all of the estate servants and tenants. Such a stag would be an ample reason to feast. Indeed, it would. The Earl smiled. A jolly notion, my dear fellow. I would be most happy to assist you in the endeavor. We host an annual feast for our servants and tenants on the Isle of Wight in appreciation for all of their hard work throughout the year. A wonderful tradition. The Marquess nodded in approval. I would like to institute something similar here at West Wallow. Do you truly believe that such a thing is necessary? The Dowager Marchioness frowned in disapproval. Surely what we already provide for them is gratitude enough. The fact that they have work to do at all should be enough in these trying times. With all due respect to your ladyship, the Earl began. I disagree. They need to know that their efforts mean something more, that they mean something more. And what good comes from such extravagance? The Dowager Marchioness challenged. It is not extravagance, especially when it increases work production. My family found that the happier our servants and tenants were, the more effort that we received from them, which in turn increased our profits. The Dowager Marchioness' brows rose at this. Diana knew that the Dowager considered it quite uncouth to be discussing money at all, let alone at the dinner table, but for the Earl to actually argue with her was quite a surprise for her. I assure you that our servants give all that they have to give already. I make certain of that each and every day. To reward them further would be for naught. If that is so, my lady, then surely they have earned such a reward. I quite agree. The Marquess cut short any further argument. Diana thought that the Dowager Marchioness might swallow her tongue, she was pursing her lips so hard. So, you will have the staff doing more work for their own party? What of their other duties? All will be well, mother. You need not worry about such things. I will see to it. The Marquess reassured her. I could be of assistance. Diana offered, risking the Dowager's ire. We do something similar at Kilgrave for Christmas. That would be most appreciated. The Marquess smiled kindly. Thank you. Of course. Diana nodded her head. She knew the real reason for the Marquess' sudden generosity towards his staff, but in spite of her feelings for Gabriel and a genuine dislike of the Marquess' ulterior motives, she could not in all good conscience stand by and do nothing while the Dowager reacted as she did. The Dowager's unkind attitude toward her servants having a day of festivities within the manor house was concerning and showed a singular lack of compassion. "I was thinking of allowing them the use of the ballroom," the Marquess added, causing the Dowager's cheeks to flush red with anger. "That is unacceptable." The Dowager Marchioness blustered indignantly. "Then what do you propose, Mother? They can have it out of doors." "And what of the weather? If it should rain, then they will simply have to postpone." "Not when there is a perfectly empty ballroom that can be used." The Marquess and Dowager Marchioness locked eyes in disagreement. "It is not appropriate, Ernest." "I disagree." The Dowager Marchioness shook her head. "I want nothing to do with this." "You need not be involved at all, Mother, if that is your desire, but I wish that you would consider it." "Never." The Dowager shook her head again and arose from her seat to storm out of the dining room. "And this is the noble woman that I am to learn decorum from," Diana thought, not for the first time. "My apologies, Aptly. It was not my intent to create such an argument." The Marquess spoke as he arose from his chair to go after the Dowager Marchioness. "Not at all, my good man. Please, go and tend to your mother. I will keep the lovely Lady Diana company until your return." "Thank you, my friend." The Marquess bowed in courtesy, then left the room. "Do you know the Dowager Marchioness very well?" the Earl asked of Diana once they were alone. "No, I do not. She was a friend of my grandmother's, but we had never met before my coming here." The Earl nodded. "Please do not judge her harshly from this. She merely believes that things should remain as they were in the old days and does not like change. She will come around to the Marquess' way of thinking eventually. Just give her some time." "It is not my place to judge." Diana shook her head as if to say that she did not need an explanation. Yet she found that she needed one to justify the Dowager's strange behavior. "You are a most forgiving guest, Lady Diana." "Not at all." The dinner went on with pleasant enough conversation and the Marquess rejoined them before dessert. "Mother has seen the wisdom of my words and has agreed to the servants' dance after all." "Splendid." The Earl smiled, pleased to have been proven right. "You will see a vast improvement, I assure you." Diana sat in silence listening to the nobleman's plans. The Marquess held his true reasons for hosting the event secret, not revealing even the slightest glimmer of his deeper intentions. "Lady Diana, do you have any input to share?" The Marquess's words pulled her from her reverie. "It all sounds quite splendid. As I said, I will be happy to help in any way that I can. At Kilgrave, I usually assist with the decorations. My mother says that I have a hand for such things." "Decorations it is," the Marquess proclaimed with a smile. "As to the guest list, I was thinking of inviting some of the people from the village and neighboring estates, but I was not certain of the reception among the other lords and ladies of the surrounding estates. I was wondering if you might aid me in the task of wording the invitations?" "Of course, my lord. Anything to be of service to such a worthy cause. We have done the same at Kilgrave and I know just what to do." "Excellent." The Marquess' smile broadened. "You are an invaluable addition to our household, Lady Diana. Were I a younger, wiser man, I might pursue your hand myself." He teased, a light of empathy in his eyes. It was the first hint of anything from him that he knew his present course of action in finding the stable hand a wife was hurting her in any way. Unfortunately, that honor belongs to another. He bowed his head in gracious surrender to the Earl, who smiled and nodded back in acceptance. Diana wished to scream from the rooftops that she was not a foregone conclusion, but she knew that it would do her little good. She studied the face of the Earl, content and confident in his lot, and wondered if she could truly go through with such a farce as to wed a man that she did not love. He was handsome, and kind as far as she could tell, and yet she felt little to nothing for him. Gabriel held the same qualities of kindness and beauty as the Earl, and yet from the very first moment that she had met Gabriel, Diana's heart had immediately reacted to his presence. There was no comparing the two where her heart was concerned, even if her mind was still attempting to fight the truth. She refused to accept that Gabriel was the one that she loved, as her one true love could not be of the class forbidden to her own. The thought shamed her even as she thought it, but she could not change the social strictures of her class any more than she could change the weather. If I cannot wed for love, am I capable of marrying for the sole purpose of pleasing my parents? Is such a life something that I can bear to live? She thought of Georgette standing on the cliff top, ready to step off into the unknown to escape the pain of losing the man that she loved. That moment had shaped Diana's perception of love more than any other in her young life. Diana had always believed in love, as it was impossible not to do so when watching her own parents together, but Georgette's heartbreak had firmed her resolve. Now I know that mother and father did not wed for love at all, yet they love each other now in spite of such beginnings. Is my parents' life something that I could bear, or would it leave me with nothing but misery? I do not know, and I will not know unless I am willing to risk everything to ascertain the truth of the matter. Will I find a love other than that forbidden to me? Or am I doomed to walk the earth alone? Chapter 13. The morning of the hunt arrived, and the stable yard came alive with the sounds of horses, dogs, and men. Diana exited the manor house wearing her riding attire and walked over to where the Marquess and Earl awaited her. "You look lovely, my dear." The Earl greeted her, stepping forward to kiss her hand while appraising her clothing with an appreciative eye. Diana's riding habit was a lovely moss green that brought out the color of her eyes and hair. The golden and black piping and epaulettes of the tight-fitting jacket gave it an almost military appearance, while the rippling downward flow of the skirt was the picture of simplistic elegance. The high, masculine-style hat was decorated with a bit of black veil, and similar piping to that of the jacket was wrapped around the base. The ensemble was a marriage of masculine and feminine design that made Diana feel strong and powerful. "Thank you, my lord." Diana inclined her head in acceptance of his praise. "Please, call me Tobias." "It would be best if I did not. The Dowager Marchioness would not be pleased for proper decorum to be abandoned." "I am certain, in this case, that her ladyship would be willing to make an exception." The expression on his face left no doubt as to why such an exception might be made. It was quite clear that along with everyone else within her immediate circle, he believed himself to be her future husband. Diana, not wishing to start an argument in front of everyone else standing near them, did not answer, but turned to greet the Marquess instead. "Good morning, my lord." "Good morning, Diana," he greeted, a spark of amusement in his eyes for so obviously being used as a diversionary tactic. "Are you ready to hunt?" "I am." Diana nodded with a smile. She was more than happy to be allowed to miss her daily lessons with the Dowager Marchioness and honestly would have taken nearly any excuse to do so. Gabriel and two other stable hands waited with the horses and their noble little trio turned to join them. Gabriel stepped forward and helped Diana up onto her horse. The feel of his hands around her waist and the strength of his muscles as he lifted her up made her feel a bit light-headed. "Good morning, my lady," he murmured softly for her ears only, as his hand lingered ever so slightly on her waist. "Good morning, Gabriel," Diana murmured in return, her senses feeling as if they had suddenly been sparked to life by the merest touch of his hand. "How are you?" "I am well." "And you, my lady?" "I am well." Once Diana was settled into the saddle, Gabriel moved to mount his own horse. The Marquess and the Earl were already mounted, along with each of their stable hand attendants, and ready to ride out. The stable hands would prepare the firearms between each use, leaving the hunters' hands free to shoot as needed. The dogs were led to the edge of the forest and the moment that they picked up a scent, they were released from their bounds and ran off, baying through the trees. The hunters gave chase, following the hounds through the forest. The Marquess and the Earl raced on ahead of Diana, leaving her in Gabriel's capable hands. Not for the first time, Diana cursed the awkward nature of the side saddle. She would much rather have ridden astride in men's breeches if she had her way, but there was no possible way that she would have been allowed such a rebellion from proper decorum. As they sailed through the trees chasing after the dogs, Gabriel stayed right by her side, never moving ahead or lagging behind, as if their horses had somehow become one. The skill that such a feat took was not lost on Diana, and her heart sped up at having him so close. She was very much impressed by his horsemanship, as he could have easily outridden the two noblemen ahead of them with very little effort on his part. Diana was so distracted by Gabriel's presence that she nearly ran straight into a low-hanging branch. Gabriel, seeing the danger, grabbed the reins and pulled her horse away from the obstacle at the last instant. Diana's heart raced as she nestled her head in her mare's mane. Gabriel slowed their horses to a walk, then halted altogether. "Are you well, my lady?" Gabriel asked as soon as the horses came to a standstill. "Were you harmed in any way?"
"No."
Diana shook her head, breathless from the excitement of the near miss. "I am not harmed." Gabriel sighed in relief. "You had me quite concerned for you. Did you not see the branch?"
"No, I did not.
My thoughts were elsewhere." Not an advisable thing to do when racing through the forest at such a speed.
"No,
it is not. I know better, and yet." Diana shrugged her shoulders so as to say that such things happened even at the most inopportune times. She was not about to admit that she had been too busy looking at him to mind where she was going. "Thank you for saving me." "It is my duty and my pleasure, my lady." They both dismounted. Diana turned her face up to look into his eyes. She had only meant to gauge the sincerity of his words and found herself unable to look away, captured by the desire she saw in the crystal blue depths. "Pleasure?" she murmured absently, her mind unable to move past the word. "Yes, pleasure," he murmured back, his eyes just as lost in hers. In the next moment, before either of them could think better of it, he lowered his head and brushed her lips with his. The feeling of the kiss traveled from Diana's lips through her body to the tips of her fingers and toes. A dizzying sense of bliss took over her being and left her feeling breathless. Gabriel deepened the kiss, and Diana could not help but respond with a fervent passion and abandon that nearly sent them both to the ground. "Gabriel!" Diana gasped, pulling back to breathe. "Diana!" he whispered. "You are trembling."
"I am?"
"You are." Gabriel pulled Diana into his arms. He lowered her down to the ground and pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket, wetting it in a nearby stream, then returned to dab the wet cloth across her face, removing her hat, and loosening her top button. Such an invasion of her person was a new experience for Diana, and she was not at all certain how to react. "My apologies," she whispered. "I am quite well, I assure you."
"No.
It is I who should apologize for having taken such liberties. I beg your forgiveness, my lady." His steady crystal blue eyes met hers and she felt dizzy all over again. There was something about the man that made her react in ways that she had never before experienced. "We were both in the wrong. We are simply fortunate that no one saw us. I would never wish to put your place here at West Wallow in jeopardy." "For you, it would be worth it," Gabriel murmured, his eyes never leaving hers. "Do you truly plan to seek a wife?" The question came out of her mouth before she could stop it. "I am." He nodded gravely. "It is the only way that I can think of to keep myself from desiring you so. I cannot have you, as you are destined for another, and are above me in every way. How I feel about you is of no true consequence to the world. They would punish us both severely for it. I would never place you in that situation. I could never stand by and see you disowned and ostracized, knowing that I was the cause. I will wed another and remove any such temptations for us both. It is all that I have to give you. It is the only way that I know to protect you from me." "What if I do not wish to be protected?" Diana asked, her rebellious spirit surging to the forefront. "What if I am willing to be disowned and despised for the sake of you? I could never allow you to make such a sacrifice. Were your heart to be broken, then mine would also break. I could not bear to watch you suffer so, to see you treated as a woman disdained. You deserve to be revered and loved beyond measure. I could never give you the life that you deserve. What if I do not care for such frivolities? What if all that I want is you? I wish such could be so, but it cannot. You, my lady, are a sparkling jewel within the firmament and well beyond my reach. Men such as I were never meant to touch the stars." Diana took his hand on hers and pressed it to her cheek. Then I am a fallen star, for here we are. If only, my darling Diana, if only. A silent tear slipped down Diana's cheek as she leaned into his caress. If only, she whispered, her heart breaking into two as he stood, pulling away from her as the sound of horses came tearing through the bush. The Earl's worried face appeared out of the undergrowth. What has happened here? Chapter 14. Gabriel's heart felt as if it had been ripped out of his chest and stomped on as he watched the Earl take his place in front of Lady Diana, placing his hand on her cheek where Gabriel's had just been. It took everything within him not to punch the Earl square in the face for daring to lay a finger on her beautiful flesh. What has happened here? The Earl repeated. Are you well, my dear? Did you fall from your horse? The Earl looked around to see if he could find the errant equine. It was a branch. I did not see it. Lady Diana explained. It was not a lie, but it was not the complete truth, either. Gabriel admired her agile mind and ability to think quickly in a moment of uncertainty. And where were you, boy, when all of this was taking place? The Earl turned to Gabriel accusingly. Please, do not blame Gabriel. It is he that saved me and kept me from any true harm. It is only my nerves that are the issue, not bodily harm. I see. The Earl mused. Then I owe you my gratitude, Gabriel, for aiding Lady Diana in her time of need. Not at all, my lord. It is my duty and my pleasure to serve my lady. Gabriel's eyes met Diana's over the top of the Earl's head at the word pleasure, and they shared a knowing look of desire and bittersweet sorrow. Yes, of course. Quite right. The Earl nodded. Do you feel as though you can ride, my dear? Yes, I believe so. Diana nodded. You, boy, go and fetch Lady Diana's horse. I will escort her back to the manor house. No, my lord. Please do not worry yourself on my account. I do not wish for you to miss felling a stag. The servant's dance depends upon it, does it not? It does. The Earl nodded in thought. Gabriel can take me back to the house. You go on ahead with the Marquess and finish the hunt. I will be well in his capable hands, I assure you. If you are certain. The Earl hesitated, eyeing Gabriel as if to assess the stable hand's competence. You will see Lady Diana safely back to the manor house without further incident. Yes, my lord. Gabriel nodded, gritting his teeth to keep from saying something that he should not. It was clear that the Earl had no notion of what had transpired between Gabriel and Lady Diana. It was equally clear that in spite of the Earl's support of the servant's dance, that he had no real affection for Gabriel's place in the world. Perhaps he can sense that there is something more between she and I than can be seen. If so, it is truly dangerous for us both. I will not have my feelings and desires risk her reputation. I refuse to be the cause of her ruin, now or ever. Shoving his conflicting emotions to the background, Gabriel went to fetch Diana's horse and helped her back up into the saddle. Can you ride? Yes, I am well, truly. Her eyes met his with glistening tears just barely concealed behind beautiful thick lashes. Gabriel nodded, then turned to mount his own steed. The Earl saw them off, then turned to rejoin the Marquess in the hunt. Gabriel led Diana out of the forest toward the stables. When they arrived back at the manor house, Gabriel lifted Diana from the saddle and deposited her on the front steps. Go and wash away the forest floor from your skin, rest and recover. I am well, truly. I do not need to be coddled. Nevertheless, my recommendation still stands. Gabriel, what happened in the forest? Can never happen again. Gabriel finished for her, then turned and walked away before another word could be spoken. He did not wish for the butler to overhear them and report their conversation back to the Dowager Marchioness. Such an action would bring disaster to them both. Leading the horses back to the stables, Gabriel forced himself not to look back over his shoulder to see how she had responded to his words. He held his back straight and his face forward, clenching his jaw against the desire to turn around and pull her into his arms. He could still feel the remnants of their kiss upon his lips, and it caused his entire body to ignite with a flood of emotions and sensations that were nearly impossible to resist. He knew that Diana was not for him, but his heart and body disagreed. "Walk away, Gabriel, just walk away. Do not look back, for your very heart depends upon it." Diana watched Gabriel walk away as tears slipped silently down her cheeks. He did not look back even once, his back and shoulders rambled straight. Diana reached up and touched her lips, the feel of him still lingering on her sensitive flesh. How can anyone show such passion and fire, then turn so cold? Her heart and mind were so confused that she felt as if she could not bear to enter the house in her current state, so she turned and walked around the house to the gardens beyond, completely ignoring Gabriel's advice to bathe and rest. She walked until she came to the rose hedge at the base of the garden, then sat down in the grass behind it, blocked from the view of the house. She did not need her tears to be witnessed by the prying eyes of the household staff or the Dowager Marchioness. She was not harmed in any way physically from what happened in the forest, as Gabriel had been most gentle, but her heart was in tatters. How can the one time in my life that I find love be with a man that is completely forbidden to me? Why could I not have fallen for the Earl? It certainly would have been more convenient for all concerned. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling to wet the collar of her jacket and blouse. A breeze swept across her cheeks, causing the wet tears to turn cold against her skin. Diana reached up to brush them away and came away with dirt smeared across her hand and face. How am I supposed to hide this from the Dowager Marchioness? I suppose that I have a good excuse in having just been hunting, but she will be greatly displeased if she sees me in such disarray. Diana rose and walked over to the fountain at the center of the garden. She splashed some of the cascading water up over her face and hands, attempting to scrub away the dirt, but without a mirror she was unable to tell whether it made any difference. At the very least it will wash away any evidence of my errant tears. Squaring her shoulders, Diana prepared herself to face the household staff. Entering through the back servants' entrance, Diana followed the same path through the house that Gabriel had showed her before when they had entered late, unnoticed. She somehow made it up to her room without being stopped and met Francis in the doorway. "What happened?" Francis came rushing forward, taking in her disheveled state. "You are undone, my lady." Diana looked down at herself, having forgotten that Gabriel had unbuttoned the top buttons of her blouse and jacket when she had felt faint. "I was unhorsed in the forest, but Gabriel managed to save me from injury." "I see," Francis mused, eyeing her neckline suspiciously. "I felt faint and he was afraid that I might fall prey to it." "I see," Francis repeated, her tone that of a questioning governess instead of a friend and lady's maid. Diana frowned and pushed past her into the room, discarding her dirty riding habit as she went. A bath had not yet been prepared, as she had arrived much sooner than had been predicted, with her own hunt being cut short. "Please send down to the kitchen for some hot water for my bath." "Of course, my lady." Francis inclined her head and left the room. Diana had not meant to be so curt in her manner, but Francis' inquiries, spoken and unspoken, into what had transpired with Gabriel was undesired at best. Sighing, Diana finished disrobing, then wrapped herself in her dressing gown while she awaited her bath. She stared down at her dirt-stained clothes piled upon the floor and remembered the feel of Gabriel lowering her down to the forest floor, his strong muscled arms wrapped around her body in reassuring warmth. She already missed the feel of him and regretted their parting. "I should have gone on to the stables with him. I should not have allowed us to part without properly discussing what transpired between us. I know that we cannot be together, I have no illusions of that." She paused her thoughts, realizing that she was lying to herself. She did have illusions of a life with him, an impossible life, that would do nothing but bring about their mutual ruin. Sitting down in her bedside chair, Diana leaned her head back against the upholstery and closed her eyes. She had not meant to fall asleep, but she must have, as she was suddenly awakened by Francis' return. A parade of maids entered with steaming pitchers of water and 2 footmen carried the tub between them. Francis' eyebrows arched in surprise to see her mistress clad in nothing but her dressing gown and rushed to cover her with a blanket. Diana groggily sat up. "Thank you, Francis." "My lady." Francis nodded in respect, then went about her duties. Diana felt guilty for having put a rift between them. She knew that she was the one in the wrong and France's only concern was for Diana's own happiness and security. It had not been fair of Diana to take her own heartbreak out on her servant, especially one that was her dearest friend in all the world. I will make it right with her. I am not certain how, but I will. Chapter 15. Gabriel returned Diana's horse to the stable and her weapons to the rack in the manor house library, being sure to rub down and clean each one. He debated whether to return to the hunt or simply to wait for the hunting party's return. Part of him wished to return to the excitement of the hunt, but another part of him wished to remain close to Diana in case she needed him, while still yet another part of him knew that he should put as much distance between them as possible. In the end, the choice was taken from him as Adam, one of his fellow stable hands, came barreling down the drive with his coat covered in blood. Gabriel smiled, thinking that they must have had a very good hunt indeed, until he saw the stable hand's face. There has been an accident. Adam breathed heavily. It is the Marquess and he needs you to come with the wagon immediately. The wagon will not pass safely through the trees. Can he be carried out of the forest to the wagon? I do not know, but I fear that we do not have any other choice. It is truly terrible, and we must hurry. Gabriel ran to the stable, harnessed the horses, and followed Adam as close as they could get to the site of the accident. Jumping down from the wagon, Gabriel followed Adam through the trees. What he saw upon arriving chilled him to his very bones. Upon seeing the Marquess' prone bloodied form lying on the ground, his chest heaving in an effort to get enough air, Gabriel raced to his side and fell to his knees. My lord. Gabriel. The Marquess gasped out. Do not try to speak. We will get you back to the manor house as soon as we possibly can. Gabriel appraised the Marquess' injuries as best as he could without causing him any more pain than was absolutely necessary, but blood was everywhere, making it even more difficult to ascertain exactly where it was all coming from. What happened? He asked the Earl, who was sitting on the ground at the Marquess' head, his face pale and drawn, his hands shaking. We had felled the deer and had moved to dress it. We were certain that it was dead when it suddenly reared its head, catching the Marquess by the inner thigh. At this the Earl looked as if he might be ill, his pallor turning green at the memory of the incident. Gabriel frowned and turned back to the Marquess. He lifted the Earl's coat, which had been placed over the Marquess' lower region, and found the source of the bleeding. A deep gash on his inner thigh from where the stag's antlers had ripped through his breeches and torn the flesh beneath was bleeding profusely. Gabriel wadded up the Earl's coat and pressed it against the Marquess' wound in an attempt to staunch the flow. Grabbing a length of vine from a nearby plant, he tied the vine around the coat and leg to hold it in place. Taking another length of vine, he tied it on the leg above the wound. What are you doing? The Earl asked, frowning in concern. I am tying a tourniquet. It should help slow the flow of blood from the wound until we get him back to the house. Where did you learn to do such a thing? My grandfather was a soldier. He saw the procedure performed on the battlefield and taught my father and I how to do it. Gabriel motioned for the other stable hands to move forward and aid him in lifting the Marquess up from the ground. The Earl, still in shock, took a moment before scrambling up from the ground to help. Between the four of them, they were able to heft the nobleman up as carefully as possible and carried him slowly but surely out of the forest to the waiting wagon. Hold on, my lord. Gabriel murmured into his master's ear. We will get you to the house as quickly as possible. Please, just hold on. His heart raced with fear that the Marquess might not make it in time. They lifted the Marquess into the waiting wagon and Gabriel climbed up onto the seat to gather the reins. The Earl climbed up next to him on the seat. Will he live? The Earl's hands trembled, and his skin still held the pallor of shock. Is there anything that I can do? Pray, my lord. Pray. Diana was soaking in the bath when she heard shouts echoing through the house. Frances came bursting through the door, her face as pale as the moon. It is the Marquess. He has been wounded. What? How? When? Diana scrambled up out of the tub and hurriedly threw on her clothing without bothering to dry herself. The result was uncomfortable, but Diana did not care. Her fear for the Marquess was driving her out of her room and down the stairs, in time to see his body being carried in by Gabriel, the Earl, and 2 other stable hands. They carried the Marquess into the library and laid him down upon the chaise lounge. Gabriel began calling out orders for hot water, clean linens, a needle, and a lit candle to be brought to him immediately. He requested that one of the stable hands, whom he called Adam, bring his father to him from the stables. To Diana's surprise, the staff jumped into action, doing everything that Gabriel asked of them, the butler included. When the stable master came running after being summoned, he knelt down beside his son. They exchanged a few quiet words, then the stable master nodded and arose to speak quietly with the butler. Diana could not hear what was being said, but the butler nodded and left the room. The stable master left the house but returned shortly after with what appeared to be long strands of horsehair. The butler re-entered, carrying a large decanter of spirits. "What are you going to do?" Diana asked, not wishing to be in the way, but truly confounded as to what had happened in the forest and was happening now. "I am going to clean and sew the wound shut." "Should we not call for a physician? By the time one could travel to West Wallow, the Marquess could bleed to death." Horror gripped Diana's heart at his words. "What can I do to be of help?" "You can pray." Once Gabriel had all of the supplies that he needed, he took the needle and held it in the candle flame for several moments. He took the decanter of spirits and poured some into a glass, then swirled the needle around in the liquid. He then ran the horsehair through the spirits and strung it through the eye of the needle. Taking a deep breath, he unbound the vine and coat from the Marquess' leg. Taking his knife, Gabriel cut the cloth of the breeches away from the wound, then poured the contents of the decanter over the gash, washing away the blood and dirt. The Marquess had lost consciousness as they had moved him out of the forest and had not awoken since. Though this was disconcerting to all those watching, it was a blessing for the Marquess not to have to feel what Gabriel was about to do to him. "Father." Gabriel spoke quietly to signal that it was time. The stable master nodded and stepped forward to aid in holding the wound closed while Gabriel sewed the flesh back together. He knew it was a risk and that the Marquess might die anyway, but he would do everything in his power to prevent it from happening. His grandfather had taught him well with the knowledge that he had gained on the battlefields of France, but he had only ever needed to use his skills on horses thus far, not men. Gabriel inserted the needle in the torn flesh and began to sew with single-minded purpose, blocking everything else out but the task at hand. He wished that there was a skilled surgeon available to do what he was doing now, and with better materials, but there was not. "You are doing well, son." His father's voice filtered through to reassure him. "What are you doing to my son?" the Dowager Marchioness' shrill voice demanded from behind him. The Earl of Apley stepped forward and stopped the Dowager Marchioness from interfering with Gabriel's efforts. "He is attempting to save your son's life." "A stable hand? He is not worthy of touching my son's noble person." "My lady, that stable hand and his father may be the only 2 men here that can save his life. I believe that makes them more than worthy," the Earl pointed out, overcoming his shock now that he had a purpose that he was more familiar with. Angry ladies appeared to be well within his ability, as he removed her gently from the room to the hallway beyond. Once Gabriel had finished stitching the wound, he cleaned it again with hot water and another splash of spirits, then dried it and bound it with the strips of clean linen. "Now, all we can do is wait and pray," his father announced to those gathered, patting Gabriel on the shoulder. "Well done, son. Go and clean yourself. Roberts can see to the remainder of what needs to be done. I will go and speak to your mother about preparing his lordship some of her healing teas." Gabriel nodded and arose from kneeling on the floor, careful not to jostle the Marquess as he pushed himself upward. He exited the library and found the Earl and Dowager Marchioness speaking quietly in the hall. Upon seeing him walk through the doors, they stopped talking and moved to speak with him. "How is he?" the Earl asked first, so as not to give the Dowager a chance to yell at Gabriel again. "I have sewed the wound closed, but he has yet to awaken. His body needs rest. Adam, the stable hand, has been sent for a surgeon in the village." The Dowager Marchioness rushed forward without uttering a word of gratitude and knelt down beside her son's prone form. "She will come to see your worth in this." The Earl attempted to apologize for the Dowager Marchioness. It is only the fear of a mother for her son that keeps her from doing so now.
No.
Gabriel shook his head.
There is no need for gratitude. We do not yet know if his life is saved, only prolonged.
Let us pray that he awakens soon then. Indeed. Gabriel nodded in agreement, then turned to leave the manor house. His heart had not stopped racing since he had found the Marquess bleeding on the forest floor. He walked behind the stables to the pond beyond, removed his shoes, and waded in with his bloodied clothing still on. He scrubbed at the blood on his skin and the fabric, but it stubbornly refused to be removed from the latter. As he turned to exit the water, he found Diana standing at the water's edge. "Is it the Marquess? Has something more happened?" he asked, moving quickly toward the shore.
No. She shook her head.
He is still sleeping, if that is what one can name such a thing as what he is suffering. I am here to see that you are well. You were absolutely marvelous in what you did. You saved his life, and yet I could see the strain of what you had to do in the pallor and lines of your face.
It took great courage to do what you did.
Gabriel shook his head.
It is nothing but what was needed to be done.
He moved to walk away, unable to resist her in his current state. His racing and uncertain heart had left him feeling much more vulnerable than he would have preferred. The Earl's hands had been the ones to shake during it all, but Gabriel's heart had felt as if it were doing the same inside of his chest. Now, as Diana stood looking so beautiful, her long wet brown hair hanging down her back, her gown disheveled and clinging to her every curve as if it had been molded to her like a sculpture formed of the smoothest alabaster, he could not keep his hands from her. Without even realizing that he was doing it, he turned back toward her and took her into his arms, his eyes holding hers. "It is so much more than that," she whispered, held by his gaze as much as he was held by hers. "Just as our kiss was more than you were willing to speak about." Gabriel's heart nearly stopped at her words and their underlying accusation. "There is nothing to speak about on the matter. It never should have happened, and it will never happen again. I overstepped my place and station in life. You are meant for far greater men than I." "And what if I say that there are no greater men than you?" Gabriel's mouth went dry, and any answers he might have had were he less shaken in spirit abandoned him entirely. What is a man supposed to say to such high, undeserved praise? It does not aid me in refusing her that I feel the same for her. She is a paragon among women in beauty and character. I have never met her like before, and I will never meet her like again. Instead of saying what he truly thought, he turned away from her. "It matters not." Gabriel's heart constricted in pain as he walked away, leaving her to stand at the pond side alone. Chapter 16. Diana stood and watched Gabriel walk away, his wet, blood-streaked clothing clinging to his every muscle. She did not know what had possessed her to speak to him, but after seeing him save the Marquess' life, and then to emerge from the pond with his clothing showing every contour of his muscled form, she had not been able to stop herself from speaking so rashly. "I cannot believe that I was so inappropriate. How could I have acted so? It is as if all good sense has left me. I have gone mad under the tutelage of the Dowager Marchioness and left all good sense behind. He is so much more than a simple stable hand," she murmured as he disappeared from sight. Gabriel walked away from Diana for the second time in a single day. With every step he cursed himself, and for the first time in his life, he cursed his place in the world. He had never once been ashamed of his chosen occupation or his station in life, not until he had laid eyes upon Lady Diana Bexley. From that moment forward, he had wished for things that were not only improbable but impossible. He would have better luck plucking the stars from the black firmament of the night sky than he would have in making her his bride. As he turned the corner of the stables, the sounds of sobbing floated across the water to pierce his ears as swords of accusation and despair. "I should never have done it. I should never have kissed her. I would gladly kill any other man who might hurt her as I have done, and yet here I stand causing her more pain with every step." Diana's sobs deepened and Gabriel clenched his teeth together so hard that he tasted blood. "God in heaven, help us both," he whispered into the heavy summer's air, then turned around, racing back to her side as quickly as his feet would carry him. "Do not weep, my love," he murmured into the wet curls of her hair. She smelled of rose petals and sunshine. It was intoxicating in every way. "I beg of you, please do not weep." Gabriel's willpower had completely abandoned him, and he knelt on the ground, completely at her mercy. "You came back," she whispered into his chest, her tears warming the already cool dampness of his shirt. "I did. I should not have, but I did. I am but a man, my darling, weak in every way when it comes to resisting you, but I will not be your ruin. I refuse to be the thing that causes you such pain, and yet I have pained you in the effort to save you. Now, we are both truly lost." "I would rather be lost with you than safe with anyone else," she answered, turning her amber eyes up to his. "I am drowning in my love for you, but I will not pull you under with me. You must accept that the only way that I can protect you is to leave you behind. Once you have completed your lessons with the Dowager Marchioness, you will return to Kilgrave, and then wed the Earl of Aptley as your parents have commanded. I will still be here at West Wallow, and nothing will have changed for either of us except for the pain that we have caused ourselves. Can we not simply wish it otherwise, if only for a moment?" she whispered, her eyes holding his in a silent struggle for hope. "One moment would never be enough, my darling. One moment would never ever come close to being enough, but if that is what your heart truly desires, then I will give it to you, and we will both be damned by it." "It is what I want." "Then damned we are," he breathed, lowering his head to claim her lips as his own once more. Diana's heart raced in her chest as Gabriel pulled her close and kissed her for the second time that day. She could not believe that he had come back, but he had. It still did not quite feel real to her, even as she clung to the front of his shirt and returned his kiss with ardent passion. She was afraid that if she let go, he would evaporate into the air as if he had never been. Diana was not at all certain how long they held each other there between the earth and the sky, but she would have gladly remained there forever had the village surgeon not come barreling down the drive. Breaking apart at the sound of approaching riders, Gabriel and Diana scrambled to their feet. Gabriel ran past the stables and house, then rushed forward to take the horse's reins as the surgeon leapt from the saddle. Without pausing for a moment, he scurried up the stairs and disappeared through the front doors. Gabriel looked back over his shoulder at Diana, his eyes filled with equal parts longing and farewell in their depths. Diana held his gaze for as long as she dared, then nodding silently in broken acceptance, turned to follow the surgeon into the manor house. Their moment of wishing had come and gone, leaving the taste of his kiss upon her lips and an ache in her heart that she knew would never go away. At the last moment before she stepped through the door, she heard the faintest of voices calling after her. "I would gladly be damned to 1,000 hells for you, my darling, for in your arms I have found heaven's grace. Farewell, my love, my heart, my soul. Farewell, my light, my hope, my life. Farewell." Chapter 17. "I could not have done this better myself," the surgeon stated, after examining the Marquess' stitched wound. "Is this horsehair?" he asked, his brow furrowing in concentration. "Who tended the wound?" "Gabriel, a stable hand here at West Wallow, tended the wound," the Earl of Aptley answered, as the Dowager Marchioness was still too upset to be able to speak. "And it is indeed horsehair." "Where did a stable hand learn to do such fine suturing?" "His grandfather," Diana answered. "Yes, he was a soldier in the battles in France." The Earl nodded, smiling at hearing Diana's voice. "Excellent work. I have seen far worse from some of my London colleagues. I would be very much interested in meeting this Gabriel. It is quite possible that he is meant for something more than being a stable hand. Might I have your permission, my lady? I do not wish to hear another word about that boy. I care not what you wish to do with your time after you have left my house. What I care about in this moment is whether my son will live." The Dowager Marchioness snapped. Her face was so pale with fear and rage that even her lips had turned white as they clenched together. "Your son will live, my lady, and it would appear that you owe his life to that boy, as you call him." Diana's jaw nearly fell open at the surgeon's chastising words to the Dowager Marchioness. The man was far braver than most people would have ever thought about being. The Earl had to stop himself from smiling. The dowager looked so livid that Diana feared that her anger would get the best of her and that she might stab the surgeon with the letter opener from the desk near the older woman's trembling white hand. Diana moved forward and silently slipped the letter opener away from the sphere of temptation. The Dowager Marchioness clenched her fist around the empty air so hard that Diana could have sworn that she saw blood gathering around her fingernails. "Leave my house. Leave my house and do not return." The surgeon gave the Dowager a curt bow, then turned and gave a more respectful, genuine one to the Earl, before leaving the room. The butler followed behind, making certain that the surgeon left the house as instructed.
"Was that wise,
my lady? Your son needs a surgeon's care." "I will not have such an incompetent man tending to my son. To say that he could not do better than a stable hand is to admit his own fault. I have done nothing more than protect my son from further harm. I will send away to London for someone better." Upon saying this she immediately sat down behind the desk and began writing missives to summon half of the doctors in London to West Wallow. Diana and the Earl met concerned eyes across the library. The Earl motioned for Diana to follow him out into the hallway. Diana obeyed, being certain not to disturb the Dowager.
"This is not good.
Ernest needs medical care. It will take days, if not weeks, for a London surgeon to arrive. Gabriel saved his life, but he needs more than sutures to survive this. He has lost too much blood and it could easily turn septic if it does not receive proper care."
"But what can be done with the Dowager Marchioness as she is?
This is her house, and with the Marquess unable to determine his own care, I do not know what else we can do, but care for him as best we can ourselves." The Earl looked through the open door of the library and frowned in observation of the Marquess' state. If only the surgeon had kept his thoughts to himself.
"I do not understand why the Dowager Marchioness reacted as she did. Is she truly so uncharitable as to deny her servants any praise at all?
I would not have thought so before today, but—" He shrugged his shoulders in a non-committal gesture as if afraid to finish the thought. "There is certainly something amiss. I will go and speak with the surgeon before he returns to the village to see if there is anything else that should be done. I do not believe that he was given proper time to complete his work." Diana nodded in agreement. "I will sit with the Marquess and keep care of him until we know what else can be done or someone arrives. Perhaps you can convince the Dowager Marchioness to change her mind on the matter? I very much doubt it, but I will try." Diana re-entered the library and sat down beside the Marquess' still form upon the chaise lounge, while the Earl went outside to catch the surgeon before he departed. Diana watched the Dowager Marchioness out of the corner of her eye, while bathing the Marquess' face with a cool wet cloth in hopes of awakening him with the gesture. Someone had changed him out of his dirty clothes and replaced them with a clean white linen nightshirt. His lower half was covered with a blanket to hide the nakedness of his legs. Diana lifted the blanket to check the bandage around his wound and make certain it had not returned to bleeding. "What do you think that you are doing?" the Dowager Marchioness demanded to know from behind her. Diana had only taken her eyes off of her for a moment, but it had been enough to be caught off guard. She had not heard the Dowager approaching and she nearly jumped up in surprise but stopped herself at the last moment. "I am looking to ensure that his wound is not still bleeding." "And?" The Dowager's face changed quite quickly from accusation and censure, to that of sincere motherly concern. "And it appears not to have reopened." The Dowager visibly relaxed for the briefest of moments at hearing Diana's reassurance, but quickly regained her composure and censorious gaze, unwilling to show any possibly perceived weakness. Returning to the desk, she resumed her writing, calling for the butler to come in and retrieve her letters. "Have these sent out immediately, Roberts?" "Right away, my lady." The butler left the room with the stack of letters, leaving the ladies alone together once more. The Dowager Marchioness closed her eyes for a moment and the smallest of tears slipped out from beneath her lashes to nestle in a sparkling droplet of silvery dew among the wrinkles of her face. Diana had never seen the Dowager Marchioness show any other emotion than disapproval and ardent matchmaking. "My lady." She arose and poured the Dowager a small glass of sherry to calm her obviously tortured heart.
"Ah, thank you,
my dear." The Dowager accepted the glass of spirits with a gratitude that Diana did not expect. Diana quickly covered her surprise by turning to fill her silver glass as well. She returned to sitting beside the Marquess and resumed her cooling cloth efforts on his behalf. The Dowager sat down on the settee beside the fireplace and stared into the empty grate. "Would you like a fire lit, my lady?" the butler asked, re-entering the library, followed by a footman carrying a heavily laden tea tray. "Yes, thank you." The Dowager nodded absently, not looking up but simply continued to stare into the grate. Diana frowned in concern. The footman laid the tea tray out on the table in front of the settee, but the Dowager ignored him. The butler gave instructions for a fire to be laid in the grate, and yet the Dowager Marchioness still did not stir as the room temporarily filled with the activity of her servants. Diana assumed that the Dowager's mind was occupied by worries for her son, and yet she had gone out of her way not to look at her son other than when she had been chastising Diana for looking at his leg. "Her son is all that she has," a soft voice whispered from beside her. Diana turned to see who it was that was speaking. A diminutive maid was kneeling at her elbow, refreshing the bowl of water. She handed Diana a fresh cloth and took the dirty one from the Marquess's forehead. Diana dipped the new cloth in the water. "I am concerned for her," she admitted. "Be careful, mistress. It is not wise to become overly trustful." "What do you mean?" Diana frowned in question. "Do not trust her." "What do you mean? Why not?" "I have said too much. I should not have said anything at all." The maid stood and scurried away like a frightened little mouse, leaving Diana to stare after her in confusion. "Wait, what did you mean?" Diana attempted to stop her but was too late. The maid was already gone. What did she mean? Why can I not trust the Dowager? An uneasy shiver passed down her spine as she looked up to find the Dowager looking at her with anger in her eyes. Chapter 18. Diana stayed at the Marquess's side tending to his needs throughout the remainder of the day. The Dowager had retired to her room to dress for dinner as if nothing had happened. Diana had declined to do so, and the butler had promised to bring her food when the time came. Diana had not realized just how much she had come to think of the Marquess as her protector until he was no longer able to do so. The maid's admonishment not to trust the Dowager Marchioness had placed her in a rather unsettled state of mind. "Diana?" Diana's head whipped around to find the Marquess's eyes open and looking up at her. "Ernest." She breathed a sigh of relief. "What happened?" Diana informed him of everything that had transpired since the hunting accident, to Gabriel saving his life, to the Dowager's dismissal of the village surgeon. "Your mother is upstairs preparing for the evening meal, but I will have Robert send for her." "No, wait." The Marquess shook his head, reaching out to stop her from moving away. "Gabriel truly did all that you said?" "Indeed, he did. I knew that he was skilled in caring for the horses when they are injured, but I had no notion that he was capable of performing such miracles. I owe him my life." Something unreadable passed behind his eyes at the realization. Diana was not certain what it was, but given the situation it honestly could have been any number of thoughts and emotions. He had been through a great deal and would need time to recover. Fever was still a very large risk. "He will be relieved to know that you have awakened. He was quite concerned for you. We all were. I must say that I am glad to be among the living." "Indeed." Diana smiled in relief. She viewed his ability to carry on a coherent conversation as a good sign. "Are you well? Tobias told me of your own incident in the forest during the hunt." "I am well. Gabriel saved me." "Then it appears that we both owe him our gratitude this day." "We do." Diana smiled in agreement. "I owe him a great deal." The Marquess's eyes took on a faraway look as if he was no longer in the same room with her but somewhere, sometime, else. Diana opened her mouth to inquire further but was stopped by the sound of the Dowager Marchioness approaching footsteps. Diana rushed to the door to deliver the good news that the Marquess had awakened. Upon hearing this, the Dowager entered the library and walked over to sit down beside her son. Diana decided to give them a moment alone and went in search of the Earl to tell him of the Marquess regaining consciousness. She found him descending the stairs, dressed for the evening meal. It was clear that the Dowager Marchioness was not the only one who believed in decorum regardless of the circumstances. "He is awake." Diana greeted him without preamble. The Earl's eyes widened, and he moved more quickly down the stairs toward the library. Diana followed and they entered the room to hear the Dowager Marchioness attempting to talk the Marquess out of holding the servants' dance. "I wish for the dance to continue on as it would have, had I not fallen prey to such a mishap," the Marquess answered, shaking his head in refusal of his mother's argument to cancel the event. "It will take place tomorrow evening as planned." "I do not think it wise," his mother attempted to argue once more. "Wise or not, it has been decided upon. Tobias, would you be so kind as to act in my stead?" "Of course, Ernest. Leave the matter with me." "Thank you." The Marquess laid his head back against the back of the lounge and closed his eyes once more. "Ernest?" The Dowager leaned forward in concern. "It is but a need for rest, mother. Sup with Tobias and leave me to my sleep." "As you wish, but Diana will be here beside you if you need anything at all." The Dowager Marchioness gave Diana a warning look that said she had better not leave the Marquess alone for even a moment. The only answer from the Marquess was the gentle sounds of snoring. Smiling, Diana sat down at the desk and began to write a list of the things that would need to be done and procured for the next day's dance. Word had already been sent out to the surrounding estates in the village. Now all that remained was to finish the preparations, and to resign myself to the fact that Gabriel will be selecting a future bride from those in attendance. Diana spent all of the next day preparing for the evening's festivities. As the event was to be held with such short notice, they did not anticipate a great many guests, but enough to make it worthwhile for those involved. The cook had put the venison on to roast slowly over the fire the night before, and supplies had been delivered from the grocer's first thing in the morning. By evening time, the ballroom was alive with colorful flowers from the garden and candlelight. Diana was very proud of the day's work, and the smiles on the household servants' faces said that they were, too. The entry hall, dining room, and ballroom were filled with roses of every hue, along with ivy, iris, wisteria, and a wide range of other flowering and green plants. The fireplaces roared cheerfully on either end of the room to add ambience in spite of the warm day, and candle flames danced along the walls in every corner. The smells of flowers and roasted meat filled the air, enlivening her senses and making her mouth water. Diana could almost taste the venison and root vegetables upon her tongue. The tenants and staff who played instruments had begun to set up in one corner of the ballroom, and the sound of their tuning efforts spilled forth in a mixture of good cheer and genuine delight. The sounds of servants finishing with their preparations and returning to their rooms to dress flowed happily up and down the stairs. Christmastide dances at Kilgrave had been similar to this one, but with holly, pine, mistletoe, and holiday treats for the household servants and tenants. The sight of the Westwaller ballroom bedecked in such summer splendor made Diana miss home all the more. "Soon, I will return home soon, and leave all of Westwaller behind." Turning away from the beautiful splendor of the room, she climbed the stairs to change her clothes for the dance. Frances met her in her room with a waiting bath and her clothing laid out in preparation. Frances had on her best Sunday frock. While the gown was clean and tidy, it was entirely too somber for a summer dance. Diana moved to the armoire and surveyed the gowns that she had brought with her, hanging in nice neat rows. Frances was a good deal shorter than Diana, but she thought that they might be able to make one of the gowns work with a slight alteration to the hem length. Diana selected a light pink, vertical striped gown that she thought would accentuate Frances' coloring. It had silk cherry blossoms sewn into the sleeves, waist, and skirt, just perfect for the warmer season. Pulling it out of the armoire, Diana handed the gown to Frances. "If you hurry, you just might be able to hem this in time to wear it this evening." Frances' eyes widened in surprise. "I could not wear one of your gowns, my lady." "Yes, you can, and you will if you hurry. I will dress myself." "Are you certain, my lady?" "I am. Now go." "Thank you, my lady." Smiling sweetly, Frances hurried from the room in a flurry of pink striped fabric. Diana bathed herself, then dried thoroughly, before donning the elegant golden gown that Frances had selected for her. By the time she was dressed, Frances had returned to style her hair. Frances wove a golden ribbon through Diana's hair and slid in a sparkling golden rose hairpin. "You look lovely, my lady." "As do you, Frances, truly." Diana handed Frances a pink ribbon for her hair that matched her gown. "Thank you, my lady." The two of them finished readying themselves and walked down to the ballroom together. Guests had already begun to arrive, filling the house with their cheerful conversation and robust laughter. The Marquess had been cleaned and dressed and was conversing with some of the men over drinks in the library. The Dowager Marchioness, in spite of her protestations, was serving her duty as hostess, the Earl at her side as an honoured houseguest. Stephen, the footman, stepped forward and took Frances' hand to lead her away. Diana watched them walk away smiling. Searching the gathering crowd, Diana did not see Gabriel anywhere. She had not seen him since their shared kiss behind the stables. She had thought that he would come and look in on the Marquis once he discovered that he had awakened, but to Diana's knowledge he had not. Equally curious to her was the fact that the Marquis had not summoned him to thank him for saving his life. Coming to stand beside the Earl, Diana asked him about the matter while the Dowager was busy greeting one of the tenant farmers' wives. "The Dowager Marchioness has forbid him the house," the Earl explained, shaking his head in disapproval of the action. "Why would she do such a thing?" "I do not know, but the Marquis has done nothing to lift the banishment, which is most unlike him." Diana shook her head in confusion. "Has anyone spoken with Gabriel since the incident?" The Earl shook his head. "No, I was unable to find him after I spoke with the surgeon. Perhaps one of the other servants has spoken to him." Nodding, Diana decided to go out to the stables and take Gabriel a plate of food. Filling a plate from the kitchens with venison, root vegetables, and a large portion of cake, she left the house and made her way through the darkness between the back servants' entrance and the stables. The dogs and horses greeted her with barks and nickers as she walked through the stables to the tack room in the back. She smiled as she watched the young foals frolic about between their mothers' legs attempting to suckle. She laughed at their adorable antics as she moved through the stalls, searching each one for Gabriel. Finding no one in the stables, Diana considered whether to leave the plate in the room, take it to the Rowans' cottage, or leave it for the hounds to lick clean. Seeing the dogs' expectant faces, she decided on the latter and tossed the food to the hunting hounds, then retreated back toward the kitchens. About 3/4 of the way across the grassy silver and black dew-strewn lawn, the music from inside the ballroom changed from a Scottish reel to a slower-paced waltz. Diana smiled in surprise that the tenant musicians had learned such an enthralling elegant piece of music. Pausing in her step, she began to sway and turn with the ebb and flow, humming to herself the familiar melody. She could almost hear her sister's voice rising in song with hers and wished with all her heart that she could be with her now. She suddenly felt guilty for not having thought to invite Georgette to the dance. Lost in the music, her eyes closed in appreciation as she allowed it to flow over her and wash away the tension of the past days. She did not hear anyone approaching her from behind. "Diana." Gabriel's voice pulled her from her dreamy state of mind. "Gabriel." Whirling about, Diana found herself being swept up into a pair of strong, masculine arms as she tripped over her own feet. "My lady." Gabriel's voice was just above her head, deep and husky, laden with meaning well beyond the utterance of a mere greeting. "I was looking for you," she admitted, grateful to have been saved from further injury. She hoped that she had not torn her gown in the fall. Unable to resist asking him about the Dowager Marchioness forbidding him the house, she turned her face up to his. "Why did the Dowager Marchioness forbid you the house?" Her voice quivered in spite of her resolve to be strong. The feel of his arms around her was intoxicating, pulling her back to the moment that they had shared the day before. "I know not," Gabriel answered, tightening his hold on her waist as she began to noticeably shake with her efforts to resist his lips being so near. "She has disliked me for as long as I can remember." Diana was all too familiar with being disliked by the older noblewoman and shared with him what the maid had said in warning her about the Dowager Marchioness. The maid's words had made Diana's heart stutter with fear and uncertainty, causing an unease within her chest that had robbed her of proper sleep that night. "I do not know what she is capable of or what I am to do, if anything." I would never allow anything ill to befall you while here at West Wallow, nor would the Marquess." Diana looked up at him, her eyes locking with his in the darkening shadows of the night. As they stood there in each other's arms, time ceased to exist, and the rest of the world faded away as she stood on her toes and claimed Gabriel's lips with her own. Chapter 19. Gabriel sat on the banks of the pond behind the stables where he had last kissed Diana when he heard the animals making a great deal of noise in the stables behind him. Having been denied the house, he had needed a moment to himself to breathe through his anger. The entire dance had been put together to aid him in finding a bride, and yet when the time had come, the Dowager Marchioness had prohibited his attendance. It had been his emotions about the entire situation and the thought of Diana that had led him to the pond's edge. The surrounding county was full of young women that matched his station in the social order, who would make perfectly acceptable wives, but Gabriel had never been drawn to any of them the way that he felt about Diana. He had also never been a man who chased after women, nor had he paid court to any of them before, but when he had laid eyes upon Diana for the first time, he had never wanted anything more than he wanted her. His mother had taught him to respect women and to expect more from them than coy flirtatious looks and flattering remarks meant to draw him in by their charms, but Diana was nothing like any of the household servant girls in that way. Rising from the grassy bank, he moved to see who or what was disturbing the animals. Secretly, he hoped that it was Diana, but given the number of people to have arrived at West Wallow, he could not risk that it was not a thief. Creeping around the side of the stables, he stopped when the dogs suddenly went silent. A few moments later, he heard the most beautiful voice that he had ever been blessed to hear, singing along with the music that flowed from the open doors and windows of the house. Coming around the corner of the stables, he saw the figure of a woman dancing in the grass beside the house. Light from a nearby window fell over a golden gown of the highest quality and illuminated the exquisitely beautiful face of Lady Diana. Her features were relaxed into an expression of pure peace and contentment as she moved along with the flow of the music. Her eyes were closed with the faintest evidence of tears glistening in her lashes. The tears were in contrast with the peaceful look on her face, and he wondered where she might be in her mind. As she turned around, the light from the window caught in the golden ribbon that had been woven through her brown hair. "She is beautiful beyond compare. I do not deserve her, and yet I want only her." He had managed to avoid her since their shared kiss, attempting to heed the Marquess' warning to stay away from her, but she had haunted his thoughts by day and his dreams by night, robbing him of all sense of reason and self-preservation. Now here she was, dancing and singing alone in the darkness with only him and the stars to witness her beauty. Gabriel tried to turn away, to save them both from further pain, but he could not. Like a moth to a flame, he could not have left her there any more than he could have ceased to breathe. Silently, he moved forward, calling out her name when he came to stand beside her. "Diana." "Gabriel?" Surprised, she spun around and tripped over her own feet. He thought he heard the fabric of her gown tear, and he reached out to stop her from hitting the ground, sweeping her up into his arms. The feel of her waist in his hands brought the fire within him roaring to life, and he pulled her tightly against him. She then told him about a maid within the household warning her against the Dowager Marchioness. It was clear that she was afraid of the possibility of future harm, whether to her person or her reputation, he knew not. "I do not know what she is capable of or what I am to do, if anything." Gabriel pulled her tighter into his arms, protectively. "I would never allow anything ill to befall you while here at West Wallow, nor would the Marquess." Diana looked up at him and held his eyes with hers as she stood on her toes and pressed her lips to his. In that moment, he did not care who he was or how wrong for her he was. All that he cared about was having her in his arms. Caught up in the intimacy of the moment as the music flowed around them, the stars twinkling above, with the dew below, masked by the enchantment of darkness, Gabriel succumbed to his heart's true longing and kissed her back with a passion that defied all sense of time and reason. A searing heat flooded his body as a sense of inexplicable emotion filled his entire being. His heart raced from the ecstasy of her touch, and he felt as if it might leap from his chest, it beat so fiercely. He had never felt anything like it before meeting her, and now, no matter his prior resolve, he could not withhold himself from her. Pulling his head towards her, Diana deepened the kiss to maddening heights of passion that had Gabriel lifting her up off of the ground. "Diana?" The Earl of Apley's voice called from the house. Hearing footsteps approaching, Gabriel reluctantly released her and watched as she melted away into the night, back toward the house. "I am here," Diana called out, and then she was gone, the moment between them going with her. It had once again been all too fleeting, and he would have gladly lived in it forever, and yet it should once again never have happened. He felt a strange mixture of sorrow at her departure and guilt at his lack of resolve to keep his distance. "Gabriel." His father interrupted his thoughts, stepping up to stand beside him. He placed a hand on Gabriel's shoulder. "Father," Gabriel replied, turning to face the stablemaster. "Your absence has been noted among the other servants and your mother is concerned, son. The stables will be fine without you for a time." "My apologies, father," Gabriel answered, his heart still racing in his chest. "I have been forbidden the house by the Dowager Marchioness." His father frowned deeply. "She may have denied you the dance, but she cannot bar you from the kitchens. Perhaps it would be best if you went and aided your mother there." "I believe that it would be best if I remained outside, but if mother needs me, then I will gladly go," Gabriel answered, falling into step with his father's steady long-legged stride. The look on his face stated all too clearly that he was greatly displeased at the Dowager Marchioness' choice to refuse him entry. The thought occurred to him that his father might also have seen him with Lady Diana. "Father, he began, but was not certain how to continue. "I know, son. I saw you with her." "I cannot resist her, father," Gabriel admitted with a deep sense of guilt and wonder. "No matter how hard that I try, I cannot resist her." "I know, my son, and sorry I am for you both," his father replied, once more placing a hand on his shoulder. The sympathy that he felt for his son was clear in his tone and the comforting weight of his hand. "What am I going to do, father? I have no notion as to what to do. The Marquess wishes for me to find a bride among those in attendance tonight, and yet I find myself unable to do so." Opening the door to the servants' entrance, Gabriel reluctantly stepped inside. Upon entering, he surveyed the brightly colored, delicious-smelling ensemble of foods before him and smiled as his mother shouted orders to the kitchen staff. Everyone appeared to be giving the dance their full attention. A formal ball would have lasted well into the night, but a servants' dance was a much shorter affair. They all knew that they needed to work fast so that they might join everyone else upstairs before it was all over. Some in attendance would choose to serve the others as a kindness, while others would dance the night away in one glorious evening of abandon. Gabriel knew that the kitchen servants would be kept busy the whole evening through, and if he did not step in to help, his own mother would not get to enjoy anything of the event. Leaving his conversation with his father temporarily unfinished, he decided that he would take his mother's place so that she might go and dance with his father above stairs. Stepping forward, he took the knife from his mother's hand and gently shoved her forward into his father's arms. His father smiled and lifted his hand in a gesture of gratitude, then swept Gabriel's mother up into his arms, kissing her soundly. Gabriel shooed them both away up the stairs and turned to cutting slices of cake. "Gabriel." Robert's voice interrupted his work and he turned to see what the butler needed of him. "The Marquess has asked for you to join him in the library above stairs. The Dowager Marchioness has denied me access to the house. His lordship commands it, and his word supersedes the Dowager Marchioness." Gabriel nodded, set the knife down, and left Roberts to direct the kitchen staff. Gabriel climbed the stairs and slipped unnoticed through the crowd into the library. "Gabriel." The Marquess greeted him from his reclining position on the chaise lounge. He was with a small number of people scattered about the room admiring the library's collection. "Allow me to introduce to you, Miss Rebecca Burbank, daughter of the village blacksmith, Mr. William Burbank. Miss Burbank, may I present Mr. Gabriel Rowan, son of Mr. James Rowan, the stable master of West Wallow." "Miss Burbank." Gabriel bowed slightly in greeting. "I thought that perhaps the two of you could become better acquainted." The Marquess informed them with a smile, his eyes telling Gabriel that Miss Burbank was exactly the woman that he needed. Rebecca Burbank was a petite young woman. She was so small in form that her head only came to his chest. Her eyes were so blue as to appear a deep lavender, and her hair was so black as to seem blue in places as the dark dresses flickered in the candlelight. Her ebony mane was done up neatly in the current London style, with dark ringlets framing her face, much as a lady of breeding would have done. She had an air of intelligence about her demeanor and a wise smile that was warm and sincere in appearance, telling all those who looked upon her that she bore a secret meant only for the bravest among them. Her skin was pale and flawless but for the smallest scar peeking out from the top of her left brow. "Mr.
Rowan,"
she replied, while Gabriel bowed over her extended hand. She was exactly the ideal woman that someone in Gabriel's position would have been fortunate to wed, but as beautiful as Rebecca Burbank was, she was not Diana. "May I have the honor of the next dance, Miss Burbank?" Gabriel inquired, knowing full well what was expected of him by the Marquess. He knew that he might get kicked out of the house if the Dowager Marchioness saw him, but as he was under instructions from the Marquess, he had very little choice in the matter. "It would be a pleasure, Mr.
Rowan,"
she replied, allowing him to lead her out of the library and into the ballroom. As they entered the ballroom, another waltz began to play, causing Gabriel to feel even more uncomfortable than he already did. He led the blacksmith's daughter out onto the dance floor and did his best to be companionable. When the waltz ended, they joined in a reel which was much less intimate than the waltz had been, much to Gabriel's relief. Miss Burbank was a kind woman, with a good amount of knowledge about horses and blacksmithing, as well as the usual domestic knowledge that would be expected of a future wife. "How is it that we have never met before now?" he asked. "I thought I was acquainted with the village blacksmith's family. My elder sister and I have been away as ladies' companions to the Dowager Duchess of Vanda. We were in Italy for the season." "I see," Gabriel answered. "What an interesting season you must have had. Did you enjoy Italy?"
"Indeed," she agreed enthusiastically.
"I love Italy. It is a beautiful land of lemon and orange orchards, olive groves, sun-ripened tomatoes, sparkling blue waters, delicious food and wine, hospitable people, and an ancient history that rises up out of the landscape. Will you and your sister be remaining in England for the year, or will you be returning to Italy?" Gabriel asked, not wishing to waste his time on someone who would not be available to aid him in staying away from Diana. "No, we will be staying in England for the remainder of the year. The Dowager Duchess only travels during certain months and refuses to do so outside of that time. I am certain that your family is more than happy to have you back home. My father is the most grateful of the family to have us home to aid our mother. She has not been feeling well of late. Now that we are home, we will be able to take over her duties so that she may rest." "I am sorry to hear of your family's difficulties," Gabriel replied, his heart going out to them. He had liked the blacksmith and his wife very much when he had met them earlier in the year. They had been kind people who had appeared to love each other very much. There is nothing to be done for it but to endure. When the second dance finally ended, he escorted her off of the floor. "Shall I get some spirits or spiced punch for us both? Or would you prefer something to eat?"
"Yes, please."
"Thank you, Mr.
Rowan,"
she answered, smiling sweetly up at him with such trust that he felt another pang of guilt stab through his chest. "I would very much like to try some of your mother's cider. I have heard many good things about it from my parents." "Mother will be most pleased to hear it," he answered, smiling, then went in search of the cider jug. Gabriel found the cider jug in the kitchen pantry and poured both he and Miss Burbank a cup. The cider turned his thoughts once more to Diana and the kiss that they had shared. He could still feel the passion of her lips upon his own. The mere thought of their touch caused his heart to race and his breath to catch in his throat. Miss Burbank was a charming companion, and had he met her before he had first laid eyes upon the irreplaceable Lady Diana, he would have paid her court without hesitation, but he had met Diana and it was too late to change his heart now. He knew that the Marquess and the rest of English society would have preferred that he turn his attentions toward the lovely lavender eyes of Miss Burbank, but Gabriel could only bring Diana's golden amber gaze to mind. How could he, in good conscience, court and wed Miss Burbank while he would eternally be bound to Diana's heart? He remembered his promise to the Marquess that he would try to find a girl better suited to his station in life. It was the entire reason for hosting the dance, but when he had seen Diana alone in the dark of the night, twirling in all her radiant golden splendor, he had been unable to resist her. She had kissed him, and he had been lost. Returning to the ballroom, cider in hand, he did his best to wipe the memory of Diana's kiss from his mind. He had to try to keep his promise to the Marquess and to protect Diana by keeping his distance from her. A wife is the only certain way. No matter how badly it hurts, I must see this through. Chapter 20. Diana watched from where she stood against the ballroom wall as Gabriel swung the beautiful village girl around in his arms. He had been barred from the house and had not risked reproach to see Diana but had risked the Dowager Marchioness' ire to dance with the dark-haired fairy-like girl. Diana had never seen eyes of such a stunning hue. They pulled a person in immediately, threatening to never let them go, they were so intoxicating in their ethereal beauty. The Earl had called for Diana to dance, as instructed by the Dowager Marchioness. It had been a jarring change, to be passionately kissed within Gabriel's work-hardened, muscled arms, then immediately swept up into a dance within the Earl's strong but elegant arms. It was as if someone had dumped a cold bucket of water on her while she was in the midst of a raging fever. The feeling had left her unwilling to dance the next song and she had retreated to the edge of the ballroom under the guise of fatigue. She had seen Gabriel and the dark-haired, fairy-like beauty sweep across the floor in front of her in a waltz. She had known what the dance was truly for and had been under no illusions what that would mean for her, but that did not keep it from hurting. Unable to bear the sight of the couple gazing at each other, Diana slipped out of the ballroom to go and look in on the Marquess. She found him fatigued and in desperate need of rest. Asking the remaining visitors to leave the room, Diana closed the library doors. "Would you like for me to call for your valet so that you might change into your nightshirt and be more comfortable?" "No." He shook his head. "I cannot have anyone coming upon me in a less than fully dressed state. I will simply sleep as I am until the guests have gone, then I will change." "As you wish. We must keep up the appearance of civility even if we are not truly feeling very civil ourselves. I can see from the look on your face that you are feeling less than ideally yourself. Is there anything that you wish to speak with me about?" "No." Diana lied, but it was not his responsibility to make her feel better about the situation that she now found herself in. It had been her own foolishness that had gotten her heart broken. "Why do I feel that you are being less than truthful with me right now?" Diana smiled at his observational skills. "Because I am," she admitted, but it was all that she was willing to admit. "You saw Gabriel with Miss Burbank?" "I did." She nodded slowly in trepidation, once again surprised by his insight. "I am sorry for your pain, but as our society now stands—" He did not finish the sentence, as there was no need. They both knew the answer. "I know," she murmured, ashamed of her lack of willpower where Gabriel was concerned. "Come and sit with me for a moment," the Marquess invited, motioning to the chair beside him. Diana obeyed and as she did so she felt his forehead to make certain that he had not developed a fever. "You feel a bit warm," she mused in concern. She wet a clean cloth in the bowl of cool water and laid it over his brow. "Shall I call for some tea?" "No." He shook his head. "Let the servants enjoy themselves. I will be well in time." "May it be so," Diana murmured, as a prayer. "It pleases me that you care so very much about my demise. You have quickly become as family to me, aside from your grandmother having been my godmother. I have come to view you as a younger sister and it is for this reason that I greatly wish for you to be happy, but I also wish to preserve your reputation. These feelings that you and Gabriel share will only bring you pain. It already has. And for that I am greatly sorrowed. Is there no hope that you and Tobias might come to an arrangement? Have you felt nothing for him over these past few days? The Earl is a wonderful man, kind and compassionate, but I do not love him. I know how important that love is to you, just as it is to me, but if one's heart leads them down an impossible path, then one must find a safer alternative. And as a woman it is unthinkable to society that I be allowed to do as I please," she remarked bitterly. "Unfortunately, that is the way of things, but I know that your parents have your best interest at heart in this matter. Your father will not live forever, and when he passes you will need the protection of a husband and the security that comes with bearing sons, as you do not have a brother to care for you. I am aware of the way that you feel about such strictures, but even romantic hearts such as ours must bow to the inevitable. I would wed you myself, but I have no wish to compete for your affections within my own household. I believe that you deserve to find the love that you seek, and we both know that I am not that man. So, I am allowed to pursue love, but to do so quickly and with all social expedients." The Marquess chuckled. "Just so. If it is not to be Tobias, then tell me who and I will invite them to West Wallow with all haste." "And how could I possibly know such a thing? You have never met anyone during the London season that interested you, even a little?" Diana shook her head. "No, I have not. I had always hoped to, but I have never met the right person. My heart has never once felt the stirrings of love for a nobleman, or any man for that matter." "Until Gabriel?" "Until Gabriel," she confirmed as her heart constricted at the words. "Perhaps it would be best if you were sent away from West Wallow for a time." "Back to Kilgrave?" The Marquess frowned in thought. "I do not wish to shame you in the eyes of your parents. If I were to send you home without my mother's approval of your lessons being properly completed, it would cast a pall upon your character." "Then what?" "Perhaps, once I have properly healed, we could travel to our family estate in Wales. I am overdue for a visit to see to my affairs there, and it would be a perfect opportunity for you to put some distance between you and Gabriel." "Does he not usually travel with you?" "He does, as my preferred horseman, but I can make other arrangements and he will understand the reason for it." The Marquess' eyes drooped, and his face looked both pale and flushed in a less than healthy fashion. "I believe your fever is worse than you have led me to believe, Ernest. I am growing quite concerned. I know that your mother forbade the village surgeon to attend you, but I believe that you are quickly growing to need him more by the moment. May I please have your permission to send for him? At least until one of the other surgeons that your mother sent for has had time to arrive." The Marquess sighed. "She will be greatly displeased, but I will grant it." Sighing in relief, Diana arose and went to the library door to summon Roberts. "The Marquess is in need of a physician and has requested that one be sent for." "The nearest is the village surgeon, which the Dowager Marchioness has expressly forbidden, my lady. The Marquess is aware and has asked that he be sent for immediately, in spite of this." "As you wish." The butler bowed and walked away to inform one of the stable hands that their services would be needed after all. The Earl, upon hearing this as he passed, met Diana at the library door. "I am glad to hear that he has decided to go against his mother's wishes. I am concerned for his well-being. Does he look feverish to you?" "He does." Diana nodded, equally concerned. "Was the surgeon amenable to returning if needed when you spoke to him before?" After explaining the Dowager Marchioness' words were born of a mother's fear and not a genuine threat, he agreed to return if the Marquess summoned him. "Thank you for speaking with him. I was quite concerned when he left under such a cloud of anger. The Marquess cannot suffer because of it." "And he shall not. I will see to it. I will have Roberts await the surgeon's arrival and show him straight to the library." "Thank you, my lord. Ernest is my friend. I will not see anything befall him if I can keep him from it, even if that means angering the Dowager Marchioness." "You are a good man, Tobias." Diana smiled, using his given name as a gesture of goodwill. A grin spread across the Earl's face at her calling him Tobias. "It is my pleasure to be of assistance, my lady." Bowing over her hand, he kissed the back of it and turned to speak with the butler. Diana turned to re-enter the library and found Gabriel standing but a few steps away. The expression on his face said that he had seen the friendly exchange between Diana and the Earl. After seeing him dancing so closely with the maiden from the village, Diana was too upset to care about his concerns for her own friendships. She knew they could not be together, and now was as good a time as any to use her anger and pain to fuel their separation from each other's affections. Turning away, she re-entered the library to await the arrival of the surgeon. "I pray that he arrives swiftly. Ernest is diminishing in health before my very eyes."
If you like our channel, Please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 21. Diana sat in the library bathing the Marquess' face and neck over and over again with cool water in an attempt to keep his rapidly advancing fever at bay. She had called for white willow bark tea to be brought and had attempted to get it down his throat before he fell asleep, but his fatigue had overcome him, and he had drank very little before succumbing to the oblivion of a bone-weary slumber. The dance had been too much for him to bear in his condition. I do not care to admit it for one moment given her attitudes about her household staff, but perhaps the Dowager Marchioness was right in her belief that the dance should have been cancelled for the benefit of the Marquess' health. He was so adamant that it continued as planned, and I know his reasons, but if he loses his life to a fever in the process, we will all bear the burden of the grief and guilt, and West Wallow, like Kilgrave, will be left without an heir. She was not certain how long she sat by the Marquess' side before the surgeon returned. Roberts and the Earl somehow managed to slip the surgeon through the library door without the Dowager Marchioness seeing him. Diana was grateful for his arrival and rushed to move out of his way so that he might properly see to his patient. Moving to the door, she stood guard to ensure that they would not be interrupted. "His lordship has significantly worsened since I was here last. No matter how well that they are tended, these wounds always seem to become septic if they do not kill you outright." The surgeon shook his head in concern. "I have been following your instructions to the letter. I have been monitoring the wound, bathing his lordship's neck and face, as well as administering the white willow bark tea, but it does not appear to be helping as much as we had hoped." "You did well, my lady. I am only sorry that I was not here to aid you in his care." The surgeon shook his head again in concerned appraisal of the Marquess' deteriorating condition as he murmured to himself under his breath, something Diana could not quite make out. He immediately set to work cleansing the wound once more and rebandaging it. He did everything that Diana had been doing for him, and she began to wonder if the surgeon was truly able to help the Marquess after all. "Is there nothing more that you can do for him?" The surgeon nodded, dug around in his bag and pulled out a paper folded around a small amount of fine powder. "Give this to him in a tea and it should help to bring his fever down." Diana had no notion as to what the powder consisted of, but if it would help the Marquess to feel better, she would do as instructed without hesitation. "I will," she promised. The surgeon did a few more things, writing down a few notes of instruction, then arose to leave. "If the fever continues to rise, send for me again." Diana nodded in agreement, then peeked out of the door to make certain that the Dowager Marchioness was not standing nearby to see the surgeon leave the manor house. As she poked her head out of the door, she found Gabriel standing just outside of it. "How is he?" he asked. The moment that he saw her face, his own lined with concern. "He has a fever." Diana avoided Gabriel's eyes and searched the hall for the Dowager Marchioness. Gabriel knew what she was doing. "Her ladyship has been called away. If the surgeon wishes to take his leave unnoticed, now would be the time." Diana nodded and motioned for the surgeon to go. The surgeon saw himself to the door and Gabriel slipped inside of the library to look in on the Marquess. Diana followed, shutting the door behind them to avoid prying eyes. As upset as she was with Gabriel, she did not wish to see him lose his place at West Wallow if the Dowager Marchioness caught him disobeying her orders to remain outside of the house. Gabriel reached out and touched the Marquess' skin and frowned. "Did the surgeon order a cooling bath? Did he coat the wound in honey?" Diana shook her head. "No, he instructed for me to give him these powders." She lifted her hand carrying the folded papers of medicine and handed them to him. Gabriel nodded. "If his fever worsens, will you come and get me?" Diana nodded in agreement. "I will." "Very well." Gabriel bowed, handed her back the packets, and slipped out into the hall. Diana watched with relief as he managed to exit the house unnoticed. Turning back to her sleeping patient, she continued to bathe his face, neck, and chest, over and over again. When more tea was brought up from the kitchens, Diana blended the surgeon's powders into the liquid and attempted to wake him so that he would drink it down. The Marquess mumbled incoherently in protest, but he did manage to swallow some of it. Once the dance had ended, The Dowager Marchioness entered the library with the Earl in tow to look in on her son. She took in the state of him and frowned deeply. I told him that we should not have held such a frivolous event, and now with this. She gestured with her hand along the length of his still form. It was foolishness from the beginning. Diana said nothing but stood in silence as the Dowager fussed and complained over her son's fevered sleeping face. Nothing was said of the surgeon's return visit, and Diana took that as a sign that their efforts had been successful in evading the Dowager's attention. Once again, the Dowager Marchioness did not stay by her son's side for very long before claiming fatigue and retiring to her rooms for the night. Diana knew that the Dowager Marchioness loved her son, but one would never have known it by looking at her face. Once the Dowager had gotten over the initial shock of her son's accident, her face had returned to its usual disapproving set of hardened lines, concealing any concern that she might have felt on the inside. It was beyond Diana's understanding how a mother could look upon her son with such seemingly cold indifference. Had she a son, Diana would not have left his side for one moment. "Escort me to my rooms, if you would, Lord Apley," the Dowager Marchioness requested of the Earl. It was clear that she was truly tired from the day's events, and she leaned heavily on the Earl's arm as she walked out of the room. Diana felt a momentary pang of guilt for thinking so poorly of the older woman when she was clearly so exhausted, physically if not emotionally. "Shall I return?" the Earl offered before exiting the library. "No, rest." Diana shook her head. "I will remain at his side and send for you if I need you." "Very well. I will look in on you in time." The Earl nodded, gave her a reassuring smile, then escorted the Dowager Marchioness up the stairs. Roberts entered to inform her that he would be right outside if she needed anything at all. A maid came to clear away the room's clutter, and then all was still once more. Almost by default, Diana had been left in sole charge of the Marquess' care, but she did not mind. He had been kind to her since her arrival at West Wallow, brotherly even, and she wished for him to recover as quickly as possible for his own sake, as well as for the people under his care. With the guests all gone and the majority of the servants turned into bed for the night, the house took on an almost eerie quiet, as if even the structure itself awaited with bated breath to know the fate of its master. Diana dipped a clean cloth in the fresh water that the maid had brought and squeezed it back out into the bowl. A cold chill passed up and down her spine as the cool water ran down her fingers to drip in a rhythmic splashing sound upon the wooden floor at her feet. She laid the cloth over the Marquess' forehead and let it remain there for a time, before repeating the process over again. She was not certain of how long she sat there repeating the process, when she was startled by the feel of a hand on her shoulder. She had not heard anyone enter and jumped at the unexpected human contact. "It is I," Gabriel murmured softly to soothe her. "I came to see how you and his lordship are faring." He reached over her shoulder to feel the Marquess' fevered skin, and his sleeve brushed past Diana's cheek, causing her to close her eyes as a shiver passed over her at the contact. "His fever has increased." "It has." Diana nodded, unable to move away from his warmth even though she knew that she should. She leaned toward him subconsciously, uncontrollably drawn to it by the mere closeness of his presence. The feel of him was a soothing balm to her tattered heart, even if he was a large part of why it was tattered to begin with. "And you gave him the surgeon's powders?" "I did." Gabriel frowned in concern. "I will return momentarily," he promised, then left the room. Diana sat in silent confusion for several moments. When Gabriel returned, he was carrying a large bathing tub followed by Roberts carrying 2 buckets of water. A footman entered behind them with 2 more buckets and a sheet hanging from his arm. Gabriel set the tub down near the Marquess and took the sheet from the footman. He laid it over the tub's surface, then poured the water into the tub. Gabriel and the footman Stephen each took an end of the Marquess, with Gabriel grasping him under the arms and Stephen at his feet. They lifted him up off of the chaise lounge and sat him down into the water, bedclothes and all. Gabriel took the cloth from Diana and began to drip water over the Marquess' head. "Roberts, would you be so kind as to bring some fresh bandages and honey?" Roberts looked to Diana and she nodded. "Yes, of course." The butler answered and hurried from the room to do as requested. Gabriel continued to bathe the Marquess' fevered form while Stephen went to fetch more water. Gooseflesh rose up along the Marquess' arms and he groaned in discomfort from the cool water against his hot skin. He called out his deceased wife and child's names, as if attempting to summon them from the darkness beyond. Diana's heart broke at the anguished sound. To have loved and lost the way that he had was beyond any form of understanding for anyone who had not suffered so themselves. The look of compassion on Gabriel's face was palpable and Diana loved him all the more for it. It took everything within her power not to reach out and caress the worried creases from his furrowed brow. It was clear that he truly cared for his master, and Diana had seen that the caring was mutual. To turn her mind away from the temptation of touching him, Diana asked a question that she otherwise would have left unspoken. "How was your dance with the blacksmith's daughter?" She regretted the question the moment that it fell from her lips and she blushed profusely, averting her eyes to avoid feeling further shame at her jealous thoughts. Gabriel looked up in surprise. "It was a dance." He shrugged his shoulders as if it were of little to no consequence. "I know that the Marquess has plans for the both of you," she continued on in spite of her better judgment. "Why can I not simply hold my tongue?" "He does," Gabriel admitted, nodding, but before he could say anything more Stephen returned with the water and poured it into the tub. Roberts followed shortly thereafter with the needed supplies. "I took the liberty of having a new nightshirt brought down for his lordship." "Thank you, Roberts. Your efforts are much appreciated." Diana took the shirt from him and laid it down upon the chaise lounge. Diana was uncertain how long Gabriel kept the Marquess in the cooling water before he finally nodded to Stephen to aid him in lifting the Marquess up out of the tub. Diana turned around to give them privacy as they changed the Marquess' shirt and laid him back down on the chaise lounge. Diana turned back around as Gabriel unwound the bandage, patted the skin dry, smeared honey over it, then rebound the wound. "Did you learn all of this from your grandfather and by caring for horses?" Diana asked, in awe of his unusual skills. "Some of it." He nodded. "I have learned many things from many people, family or otherwise, and I have had full access to the West Wallow Library from the time that I was quite small, thanks to the generosity of the former and current Marquess." "You know far more than is usual for a stable hand," Diana observed, hoping that he did not find her words offensive. Gabriel had shown levels of intelligence that rivaled any man of her acquaintance. It was one of his more attractive qualities, among the many that he possessed. Once he was finished, Gabriel stood and turned to clean up the mess that had been left behind from his efforts. Stephen and Roberts aided in the effort and in no time at all it was as if the entire ordeal had not even taken place. When Gabriel returned, he took one look at Diana's disheveled form and stepped back out of the library for a moment. A few moments later, Stephen re-entered with him. "Stephen will sit with his lordship while you go and get some rest, my lady." He gave her a look that said she should not argue, a brave thing to do in front of other people given their difference in station, but Diana nodded in gratitude, accepting the offer. "Thank you," she murmured softly on a sigh. The fatigue that she had been pushing away washed over her in one fell swoop and her knees nearly buckled beneath her. "Are you well, my lady?" Gabriel was at her side in a moment, his hand beneath her elbow to steady her. "Yes, just tired." Diana found herself needing to lean on his arm for support. She had not realized just how taxing the last few days had been until the immediate crisis had passed. Now as she stood leaning against the solid length of his warmth, all that she could think about doing was folding herself into his arms and becoming lost in the fantasy of what was almost but could never be. "Good night, Gabriel," she whispered into the brief span of air between them. "Good night, my lady," he whispered back, his voice and eyes reflecting every painful beat of her own heart. Chapter 22. The Marquess' recovery was slow and uncertain, but through the tireless efforts of Gabriel and Diana working together, along with the rest of the household staff, the Master of West Wallow regained consciousness and began to heal. The Earl of Apley, feeling it was his duty to fill in for his downed comrade, remained at West Wallow to attend to matters of the estate in his stead until he was healthy enough to do so for himself once again. Working so close to one another had made it extraordinarily difficult to keep their hands and hearts to themselves, but Diana and Gabriel had somehow managed, being certain to never be alone together for any length of time. One deterrent was that the blacksmith's daughter had begun to pay regular calls to West Wallow under the guise of bringing gifts of food from her mother to the ailing Marquess and his caregivers. It was sweet-hearted of the girl to visit, and it fit in with the Marquess' plan to have Gabriel wed as soon as possible, but with every smile exchanged between the girl and Gabriel, Diana's heart shattered. The Earl had taken little note of the tension between the two star-crossed lovers, considering the blacksmith's daughter a more than suitable partner for a stable hand, and had continued his pursuit of Diana undaunted. Diana had done everything in her power to be polite and yet avoid him as much as was humanly possible. The Marquess, having nothing to do but lie still and watch the world go by without him, had picked up on the tension between everyone and had begun to plan a trip to the family's Welsh estate for when he was healed enough to travel. Initially, the Earl had intended to join them on their excursion westward, but was called home at the last moment due to a family issue back at Apley Manor. As kind as the Earl was, Diana breathed a sigh of relief as she watched him ride away. As per the Marquess' instructions, Gabriel was to remain behind at West Wallow to put some distance between he and Diana. Per Diana's request, her sister Georgette had been invited to travel along with them. It went against what her parents had wanted in getting Diana away from the influences of her older sister, but Diana had written to them explaining her intentions to introduce the Marquess and Georgette in hopes of a friendship being formed that might soften her sister's heart to the matter of love and marriage. Her parents were swayed by her argument and gave their permission. When the day arrived to leave, Diana was packed and ready. She had mixed feelings about leaving Gabriel, but her heart needed the time to recover and accustom itself to the knowledge that he would never be hers. She thought she could do it without leaving, but had found out the hard way that she could not do so with him so near, day in and day out. Every time she laid eyes on him her heart leapt in her chest, and all thought of keeping her distance from him threatened to flee with every breath. God in heaven help me, her heart cried out every time that his hand brushed hers and their eyes met. Now as she climbed up into the carriage with the Dowager Marchioness and the Marquess, Gabriel handed her up into the conveyance. The pressure of his hand on hers was enough to cause her breath to catch in her throat and her heart to stutter in its rhythm. Diana fought the urge to gasp at the exquisite agony of the moment. "Safe travels, my lady," he murmured softly, for her ears only. "Goodbye, Gabriel," Diana whispered back, clung to his hand for one brief moment, then disappeared into the dark interior of the carriage, the feel of his fingertips still pressed into the palm of her hand. "Goodbye, my lady." Diana watched as Gabriel, and then West Wallow Manor itself, disappeared from sight. The driver turned the horses southwest toward Kilgrave so that they might retrieve Georgette before heading on to the Welsh country estate. Leaving the West Wallow estate lands and pulling out onto the main road, the horses began to pick up speed. They bumped along in the carriage, moving further and further away from her heart's truest desire, the excitement of seeing her sister again, dimmed by the absence of Gabriel's presence. Diana could hardly believe that her life had come to such a pass. Her proposed engagement to the Earl of Apley was the culmination of all of her father's hopes and dreams, but try as she might, she could not bring herself to follow through with it. She had been given ample time with the Earl at West Wallow Manor to have accepted his proposal, but every time she looked at him all that she could think about was that he was not Gabriel. An image of Gabriel's tall, dark-haired, blue-eyed form flashed through her mind, and she felt a twinge of bittersweet emotion mixed with desire pluck at her chest. Attempting to get her emotions under control, she turned her attention to the world outside. She watched the familiar English landscape seemingly flitter by the carriage window in silence. How can I possibly become the Lady of Apley when all I wish to be is Gabriel's? The responsibility of what she was expected to do for her father's legacy warred with the passionate independent nature of her spirit and the calling of her heart. In days past a noble-born father could dictate for his daughter to wed a nobleman, and she would have had little to no say in the matter. Diana was grateful that in the present day a lady of her station was allowed some say in whom she would wed, but even she would not be able to avoid the inevitable forever. She would never be able to wed Gabriel unless they ran away together to Gretna Green and eloped, but if she did such a thing her family would be lost to her forever. Diana let out a sigh of discontent and wished that Francis was in the carriage with her instead of up on top of the carriage with the driver. She would much rather have travelled with her trusted friend than be sitting next to the Dowager Marchioness, attempting to hide the roiling tidal wave of emotions that were coursing through her being, but she had not been given the option of taking her own separate carriage. It was going to get rather crowded once Georgette joined their motley crew, but she would be grateful to have her sister by her side once more. Perhaps I should insist upon a second carriage once we arrive at Kilgrave. The Dowager Marchioness cannot argue with the need for space due to the Marquess' still healing leg. Perhaps I could sway her with the argument that it is my Christian duty? Diana held back a smile of amusement at that. It was something that the Dowager Marchioness had used often in their lessons on proper decorum. It would be nice to have a private moment for Georgette and I to talk and share everything that has transpired since our last parting. Diana had not felt that it was safe to send her word of Gabriel via letter for fear that her parents might read it. "What are you thinking about? You have the oddest expression on your face." The Dowager Marchioness demanded to know, her mood sour with the discomfort of the journey. "Nothing at all." Diana shook her head in denial. "It is most unladylike to lie," the Dowager Marchioness reprimanded. "Especially to lie so unconvincingly." Diana sighed and squared her shoulders to face her accuser. She turned to the Dowager Marchioness and met her eyes directly in spite of the knowledge that to do so was ill-advised. She smoothed her face out into a pleasant expression so as not to reveal her annoyance and apologized. She had become quite the expert at masking her true emotions since coming to West Wallow. It had been essential in order to survive her time with the Dowager Marchioness. "My apologies, my lady. I was thinking of reuniting with my sister, Georgette. She is part of the reason that you were sent to me, was she not?" "She was, according to my father." Diana attempted not to let her anger show, but it was not easy. Her face, on the other hand, must have showed every thought and emotion that she was feeling because the Dowager Marchioness gave her a sharp warning look. "It is true that Georgette's refusal to wed has caused a great deal of strife betwixt she and our father, but that is precisely where it should remain, between them." The Dowager Marchioness gaped like a fish in indignation. "Lest you forget, it was by my permission that your sister will be joining us so that I might have a positive influence upon her as well. I can easily withdraw that permission." "My apologies, my lady. Please do not deprive my sister of your instruction because of my own shortcomings." Diana used the words that she knew the Dowager Marchioness would want to hear, though she did not mean any of it. The Dowager sat studying Diana's face for a moment, then nodded. "You are correct in that depriving her of my instruction would be a true shame." She sat for a moment longer then nodded. "I will allow it, but I will expect better behavior from you in the future." "Yes, my lady," Diana agreed, nodding to placate her. Contented, the Dowager leaned back against the cushions and smiled at her son's raised brow across from her. As the carriage bumped along, the Dowager Marchioness' eyes grew droopy, then closed, and she began to doze, snoring sonorously in time with the jostling of the carriage. The journey to Kilgrave was a long one, especially for those who had to listen to the Dowager Marchioness snoring for a large portion of the time, but not being under the Dowager's scrutiny was a pleasant reprieve. The Marquess, sensing her need for silence, said nothing but stared out of the window at the passing landscape, lost in his own thoughts. "I sincerely hope that Georgette and Ernest are able to be of comfort to one another in their shared grief. I would very much like to see both of their hearts' burdens eased." When they arrived at Kilgrave, Diana launched herself out of the carriage and into her sister's waiting arms. "Georgette." "Diana." The sisters were overjoyed to be reunited and had no mind to any sense of decorum, embracing each other exuberantly. "I have missed you so." "As have I." Their parents came to stand behind them, their father clearing his throat to get his daughter's attention. "Now remember, I'm only agreeing to the both of you going on this trip to Wales so that you might learn from my godmother, the Dowager Marchioness, about your duty and place within society. Do not make me regret sending the two of you together." He chastened sternly, but there was a glint of love and fatherly concern in his eyes that took the edge from his words. "Yes, father," Diana answered, not wishing to argue with him and make him change his mind about Georgette going with her to Wales. "Good." He nodded his head, pleased that she agreed so quickly. "Now go and make your mother and I proud." "Goodbye, mother." The sisters kissed their mother's cheeks. Perhaps a second carriage would be advisable given the Marquess' wound. Diana attempted to sound nonchalant yet filled with compassion.
Nonsense, Diana.
Her father frowned and shook his head. If a second carriage were needed, the Marquess would have said so. Now go along.
Diana sighed, having been cut short before she had barely begun, and they both climbed up into the carriage.
I will return them both home safely to your arms, my lady. The Marquess promised their mother.
I have no doubts, my lord.
Their mother answered with a smile, blew a kiss to her daughters, and then the carriage was on its way again, bumping along toward Wales. Chapter 23. Ernest sat in surprised silence as he watched Diana launch herself from the carriage into the arms of one of the most enchanting creatures that he had ever seen. Lady Georgette Bexley was every bit as beautiful as his own dearly departed wife had been, and the thought caused him no small amount of guilt. He would have averted his eyes if he could have, but he could not. Ernest turned his attention to the sisters, now huddled on the seat together across from him, crowded against his mother, who looked quite displeased by the imposition, but oddly enough for her said nothing. "Would you be more comfortable with me, mother?" Ernest offered, taking as much pity upon the sisters as he was his mother.
"Yes,
I think that would be best." His mother nodded in acceptance. Ernest reached out his hand to her and aided her in making the adjustment. Perhaps Diana's idea of a second carriage should have been given more credence.
"Nonsense, we are perfectly well as we are."
The dowager shook her head, unwilling to admit that she was in the wrong, even over something so small. Once he had his mother settled in next to him, Ernest turned his attention back to Lady Georgette. Diana and Georgette were both quite similar in every respect, from their slender build and medium height for women, to the silky, light brown hair that reflected different colors of brown, blonde, and hints of red in the light. Their most similar and exquisite feature were their amber eyes, the color of good brandy, that were dancing as they laughed one with another. The Bexley sisters were nearly identical in appearance, but for one aspect. While Lady Diana was still blossoming as a youthful rosebud, her sister was a fully bloomed rose in the height of its glory. In her eyes she held the secrets of the universe, from the deepest of sorrows to the greatest of joys. It was the secret of having loved and lost, a secret that he shared. Lady Georgette looked up and met his eyes, holding them for a moment. "Sister, I do not believe that proper introductions have taken place." Lady Georgette reminded her gently. "Ah, yes, forgive me." Diana smiled fondly. "Please allow me to introduce you." Diana made a gesture with her hand toward the Dowager Marchioness. "My lady, may I present my elder sister, Lady Georgette Bexley of Kilgrave. Georgette, this is the much-lauded Theodora, Dowager Marchioness of West Wallow and our father's godmother." The two ladies inclined their heads in greeting to one another like two regal swans, each measuring the other with their eyes. "My lady," Lady Georgette murmured in respect for the other woman's elder position. Diana continued with her introductions, turning her attention to Ernest. "And this is her son, Ernest, Marquess of West Wallow." "A pleasure, my lady." Ernest smiled and inclined his head in greeting. "My lord." Lady Georgette blushed and smiled back at him, inclining her head in turn. Had they not been bumping along in a carriage to the point that he would most certainly have made a fool of himself, Ernest would have leaned forward and kissed her hand. He could not help but wonder what her skin felt like. Shaking the thought from his head, he attempted to ignore his body's response to her beauty, but the soulful look in her eyes was impossible to forget. Even when he was not looking directly at her, he could still see it in his mind, clear, beautiful, all-consuming. In an effort to hide his discomfort, he sparked a conversation with her. "Have you ever been to Wales before, Lady Georgette?" "No." She shook her head. "I have not." "Then this should be quite the adventure for you." "Do you visit Wales often, my lord?" "We attempt to go annually whenever possible. It is not mother's favorite place to visit, but it is a family tradition that my father started when I was but a babe." "I look forward to seeing your family estate." "What is it called?" "I love place names. I must admit that the first time that I heard the name of your English estate of West Wallow that I thought it was in Hampshire." Ernest chuckled. "Ah, that is understandable, given the village of West Wallow being located there.
You are not the first to have similar confusion. Our estate in Wales is called Nyfoed. It means heaven, as in, to describe a state of bliss, in Welsh. Nyfoetha. She attempted to pronounce the word as he had. Welsh was not an easy language and he was impressed by her acumen. Yes, precisely. It is spelled Nefoedd, but the two-letter Ds are pronounced as a TH sound. What a beautiful name. Yes, quite. They held each other's eyes for a moment until the Dowager Marchioness stirred uncomfortably in her seat, breaking the trance. Ernest looked to Diana in apology, expecting to see a disapproving look on her face after everything that she had shared with him about her sister's grief, but instead he found a face that was alight with joy at the prospect of a possible match between them. She nodded her head to him in silent approval and he felt the tension in his muscles ease somewhat. He still felt guilty for the feelings that he was having, not wishing to diminish his departed wife's memory, but he could not have stopped his emotional and physical response to the Lady Georgette even if he had been forced to under duress. This trip may prove to be far more than I could ever have imagined. Here I am attempting to remove Diana from a difficult, possibly scandalous, situation with Gabriel and I find myself being compromised in a similar fashion, though it would be perceived as an appropriate match by society at large, something that Diana and Gabriel cannot presently enjoy. Ernest felt a pang of guilt at the thought. His life has never been a fair one and if I were a braver man, I would do something about it. Ernest looked at his mother and met the steely coldness of her eyes. If I were a braver man. Chapter 24. Diana smiled knowingly as she watched Ernest and Georgette make eye contact with one another. It was clear that they found each other interesting and attractive in nearly equal measure. She had not seen such a response in either of them before and she found it to be encouraging. If she could somehow manage to bring a little bit of joy back into their lives, then her time at West Wallow would not have been wasted and her heartbreak would not have been all for naught. Perhaps one of the Bexley sisters can come away from this experience with a fuller heart than when we left. The sisters sat holding hands and chatting about a wide variety of things, from Diana's lessons to the affairs of Kilgrave Manor. Diana held back, not revealing the entire truth about her time at West Wallow Manor, as she did not wish to upset the Dowager Marchioness or make her aware of Diana and Gabriel's feelings for one another. There would be time enough for such discussions once they had arrived at Nyfoed. I wonder what sort of place it is, to be named heaven. It must be very beautiful. Diana thought about the Dowager Marchioness' unconcealed dislike for the place and wondered what could possibly have been the cause of her negative feelings. Perhaps the estate is named heaven as a matter of jest. Perhaps it is terrible, and the name is a play of irony. Diana shook her head at this, as she could not imagine the Marquess having a fondness for any terrible place. Time will reveal its secrets, I suppose. They rode until they could ride no more and stopped for the night at a traveller's inn along the roadway. Diana and Georgette had never stayed there before, but the Marquess and his mother had, so were known to the innkeeper and treated with great care and respect. They were given the best rooms in the house, and food and ale were swiftly brought up to them so that they might eat and rest in the peace and privacy of their rooms. Georgette and Diana were to share a room with one bed, while Frances slept on the floor in front of the hearth to act as a lady's maid for both girls. The Dowager Marchioness had her own room and disappeared into it rather quickly, pleading a headache. The Marquess had his own room as well, while the driver slept in the stables with the horses to ensure that all was well. After seeing the ladies to their rooms, Ernest went down to the tavern to drink and speak with the local clientele as men were wont to do, while the ladies were left to rest, away from prying eyes. Diana was grateful for the private time to speak with Georgette more freely. Curling up on the bed, they set the food and drink tray between them and ate and talked. "So, what has truly happened since we last spoke?" Georgette asked before Diana had even had time to formulate where to begin. "I can see it written upon your face. Something has happened during your time at West Wallow Manor that has changed you, and I do not believe it to be her ladyship's lessons in etiquette and form." "I have fallen in love," Diana admitted, feeling that honesty was the best way to move forward. They had told each other everything from the time that they were quite small, and she saw no reason to change that fact now, when she needed her sister more than ever before.
With the Marquess? Georgette asked, her face falling at the thought that Diana might be in love with the man that she herself was so drawn to.
No.
Diana answered, trying to hold back the smile of triumph she felt at her sister's reaction to the idea. I knew that they would help each other.
Then with who? Is it the Earl of Aptley?
It would be most convenient for father if it were.
No, it is not the Earl,
either.
Taking a deep breath,
Diana steeled herself to tell the truth. I am in love with a stable hand at West Wallow named Gabriel Rowan.
A stable hand?
Georgette asked indignantly. Diana, what are you thinking? Have you taken leave of your senses? It is possible, yes. Diana nodded in agreement, feeling quite miserable about it. Father and mother will never allow it. I know.
And where is this Gabriel now?
He remains at West Wallow. I take it that the Marquess and the Dowager Marchioness do not know of this, or he would have been dismissed from their service by now.
Diana shook her head.
The Marquess knows that we have feelings for one another, but the Dowager Marchioness does not. It is the reason that we are taking this trip to Wales, to put some distance between Gabriel and I. The Marquess planned a dance for Gabriel to find a suitable bride and has hopes that the blacksmith's daughter will find favor if I am away, out of sight. The Earl of Aptley was supposed to join us on this trip so that he might continue to pursue his courtship of me, but was called away at the last moment. Will he be rejoining you later on? I do not believe so, as it sounded quite urgent. So, you are left with no suitor and a heart filled with pain and regret. That is the sum of it, yes. I see. Well, it is a good thing that I am here now, for I will keep you on the straight path. I am all for love, as you know, but not a love that will bring about the ruin of our family. I know. It is why I have not gone away with him to Gretna Green. Did he ask you to do such a thing? Georgette asked, in horror at the notion. No. Diana shook her head. He would never ask such a thing of me. The idea was mine and mine alone. He is an honorable man, but not honorable enough to keep his feelings to himself, or had the good sense not to feel anything at all. One cannot help who one loves. You know that better than anyone. You were simply blessed to fall in love with a man of standing. The moment that Diana mentioned her sister's deceased fiancé, she instantly regretted it, but cursed with a lack of time. Georgette's tone had suddenly lost all color and life, her face paling once more at the thought of her lost love. I am sorry, Georgette. I should not have been so foolish as to speak without guarding my tongue. I am so very sorry. You speak the truth, no matter how painful the memory of it might be. I am grateful for the time that I did have with him, but that time is gone, and we must now look to the future. I am glad to hear that you feel that you have one to look to. I owe you my life, Georgette admitted, taking Diana's hands in her own. Had you not stopped me from jumping off of that cliff, I would have made the worst mistake of my entire life. Thanks to you, I still have a life to make mistakes with. She smiled gently in gratitude, though the sorrow was still there in the depths of her eyes. And to keep you from making a terrible mistake of your own. I believe in love, Georgette. I believe in marrying for love and nothing less. You taught me that. Am I now to surrender such an ideal and settle for someone that I do not love, all for the sake of social standing? I am afraid so, my darling sister. I know how rare and precious such a thing as love is, but you cannot under any circumstances wed a stable hand. There is nothing for it but to find you a more suitable mate, if not the Earl of Aptley, then someone else. The Earl of Aptley is a good man, better than most in many regards, but he is not Gabriel. No one will be, my dear. You must move past this, and I cannot believe that I am saying this, but father is right. The sooner that we have you wed, the better for everyone involved. I had hoped that you would understand, Diana murmured, crestfallen. I do understand. That is why I know just how dangerous such a love can be. Had my own love not been a nobleman and had only been a soldier, I know without a doubt that I would have surrendered all good sense and run away to be with him. When he died, I would have been left without family or friend to aid me in my time of need. I will not have the same for you.
You would not have been alone.
You would have had me. Mother and father would have come around eventually.
No, they would not have, and you would not have been allowed to associate with me.
I am blessed beyond belief that such a
Fate was not mine to be had, but if you continue in your current course of pursuing love with this pauper of a man, then it will most assuredly be your fate.
He has a family.
I would not be alone.
Do you believe for one moment that if you run away with this man, this stable hand, that the Dowager Marchioness or the Marquess will allow the Rowan family to stay on at West Wallow? They would be forced to dismiss them all because of your own selfish actions. The rules of propriety would dictate it. Not only would our family become societal lepers, but so would the people of West Wallow for being connected with the entire sordid matter. The Marquess would never be so cruel.
He would not have a choice.
Diana rose from the bed in anger and walked over to the fireplace to gaze into the flames.
This is wrong,
she murmured into the heated air. I would agree, but it is the realities of life, and as such we must make allowances.
How can you, of all people, say such a thing? How can you, of all people, believe such a thing?
You have fought for the argument of love more fiercely than anyone I have ever known, even to the point that it was quite Shakespearean.
And where did such passion lead me? Where did it lead you?
It led us both to the most excruciatingly exquisite pain known to mankind. It led to heartbreak. That is all that it will ever lead to for either of us if you continue on this course. When it comes to love, neither of us have any fortune at all.
Diana turned around at this and met her sister's eyes with a more compassionate light. And what of the Marquess?
I saw the way that you were both looking at each other.
That is another story entirely.
The Marquess is an appropriate match. Gabriel Rowan is not.
I am aware that is the belief of our society, but it is not mine.
Whether it is yours or not is insignificant. Father will never allow it, and if you love our family at all, you will not be so foolish as to elope. You know that I love our family.
Then it is settled.
You will never see this man again. When we are finished in Wales, you will return home with me and never visit West Wallow again until you yourself or the stable hand are wed. Are we in agreement?
Diana wished to shout out that she did not agree, that she did not agree at all,
but she knew logically that her sister was right whether her heart wished to admit it or not. The arrangement was what was necessary to protect them both and their families.
I do not know if I can keep such a promise.
You have no choice. Chapter 25. When they arrived at Nymphoed, Diana and Georgette went their separate ways to their own respective bedchambers. Frances would serve as lady's maid to them both during the duration of their stay. Georgette, as the eldest, would be waited upon first, then Diana as the youngest. Diana entered her room alone without her trusted friend and companion for the first time since leaving Kilgrave for West Wallow. It was a lonely feeling after the argument Diana and Georgette had at the inn the night before. They had not spoken of anything of worth since. A maid entered behind her, pulling her out of her melancholic reverie. I have come to light the fire for you, my lady. The young woman informed her, curtsying with her eyes modestly averted toward the floor. Thank you. She had no notion of the woman's name. Sarah, my lady. Sarah Perkins is the name. She curtsied again in answer. Thank you, Sarah. Diana nodded her consent for the maid to proceed. The girl sounded English and not Welsh, as so many of the other staff had upon their arrival, but Diana did not recognize her from West Wallow. She must have been hired then brought here. I wonder if she knows Gabriel. Diana had once been anxious to learn more about the place of Gabriel's birth. Now, after her argument with her sister, she knew that she had to leave such fanciful notions behind her. Still, her curiosity got the better of her and she found herself asking more about the girl. Where are you from, Sarah? The girl looked up startled, then smiled. England, my lady. West Wallow, to be exact. I used to travel with the family back and forth, but now I stay here with my brother, David. You met him when you arrived as he was the one holding the horses. Diana nodded. Do you like it here? Oh, yes, my lady. I far prefer it to West Wallow. The girl ducked her head quickly as if she had unintentionally said too much. Your secret is safe with me. Diana smiled kindly. Do you mind if I ask why you prefer it here? The girl began to look quite frightened and started hopping from one foot to the other much like a child who needed to use a chamber pot. Begging your pardon, my lady, but I would rather not say. As you wish. Diana released her from the conversation so that she might return to her work, but she could not help wondering why the girl was so frightened of a simple question. She decided that she would have Francis make some inquiries on her behalf. No one should be that frightened without good reason, and it was rather disconcerting to see it in someone so young. Thus far, the Welsh manor house had seemed much as any other found on a country estate, and the girl had said that she was happy there, so it was most likely not anything that was on the estate. She had grown frightened when being asked why she had left West Wallow, so it had to be something pertaining to the English estate and its people. Was it something that she herself has done, or something that was done to her, or neither? Diana shook her head. She was focusing too much attention on the matter of the maid in an effort to not think about what was truly bothering her. Her sister's words had been harsher than expected. She knew to anticipate far worse from her parents and society at large, but from her own sister, she had expected a bit more understanding. Sighing, Diana inspected her room and found a place for her belongings until Francis had time to deal with them appropriately. She would have done it herself, but Francis would have been greatly displeased if she were to try. Diana walked over to the window and peered out at the gardens below. They were a bit less formal here than they were at West Wallow. Diana liked the wilder feel of it and looked forward to spending time exploring its secrets. The sight of it soothed her somewhat, but not completely. Her heart still felt as if a piece of it had been ripped off and thrown to the winds. She was beginning to fear that it would always be so. Gabriel. Her heart whispered his name as if it were a prayer. Gabriel was mucking out the horse stalls in the stables when a shadow fell across him, blocking the light from the open doorway. He looked up to find his father standing over him, watching his progress with a thoughtful expression upon his face. Is something amiss, father? Gabriel paused in his work to give the older man his full attention. No. The elder Rowan shook his head. Not on my account, but I will admit that I have been concerned for you, my son. You have not been yourself since the arrival of Lady Diana, and even less so since her departure. Is there anything that you wish to tell me, son? Gabriel sighed and he felt his shoulders sag a bit at the thought. My apologies, father. I did not intend for my melancholy to be seen by others. I care not for appearances, Gabriel. I care for your well-being. You are in love with the girl. I can see it in your eyes. I am. Gabriel admitted resignedly, but that matters not. She is of noble birth and I am not. There is nothing else that can be done. His father's frown deepened, and a genuine sadness passed over his features. I am sorry, son. Gabriel shook his head. It is the life that we were born to. There is nothing for it. Gabriel's father stood holding his eyes for a moment longer before breaking the contact and moving on to his true purpose for being there. I have received a missive from the Earl of Ivory requesting that you act as his guide to the family's Welsh estate. I thought that the Earl had returned home. He had, but apparently whatever it was that had called him back has been resolved and he wishes to continue his quest for Lady Diana's hand. His father frowned. I am sorry to ask this of you. I would do it myself, but you were requested. Apparently, you have impressed him with your skills. The Marquess will not be pleased. He left me here for the very reason that you pity me. His lordship will understand, and you need not remain in Wales, but may return home immediately upon the Earl's deliverance, unless ordered otherwise. You are a man of honor, a truly good man to the very core of your being, and I have faith that you will choose what is right regardless of what that might be. I am not entirely certain that honor is enough. Perhaps not, when it comes to love. We all falter when it comes to matters of the heart, but please proceed with caution, my son. The world is oft not how we would wish it to be, but it can always show itself to be worse. Gabriel studied his father's face for a moment in silence, knowing that he spoke the truth, but unable to leave their conversation on such a dire note. Perhaps that is because we do not give it a true opportunity to be better. He was not at all certain that he actually meant what he said, but part of him felt that there was indeed a truth to it that went beyond the known, a deeper calling of the heart and mind that transcended the familiar state in which they lived. But as you say, I am an honorable man and will do nothing to cause you or our family any shame or difficulty. You could never bring shame upon anyone, especially not your mother and I. Let us pray that I have the strength not to disappoint you both. Diana waited in her room for Francis to come from helping Georgette. When Francis arrived, Diana told her of the way the maid had acted about West Wallow. You do not think that it has anything to do with what the other maid said about not trusting the Dowager Marchioness, do you, my lady? Many of the household staff at West Wallow are also frightened of her, but none of them would say why. Francis asked, her brow furrowing in concern. Do you think that you could make inquiries without getting yourself into trouble? Francis nodded. I can try. I think that would be for the best. There is something clearly amiss at West Wallow and this might be our best opportunity to discover what it is. It is possible that the staff here will be as uncooperative in answering our questions as those at West Wallow have been. It is likely, but you did not see the fear in that girl's eyes. She was truly terrified. Francis nodded. I will do my best. That is all that I ask. My parents have placed their trust in the Dowager Marchioness, and I have tried to respect that, but... She shrugged her shoulders as if to say that certain things were difficult to ignore. Perhaps it is the product of disgruntled servants or a frailness of spirit, but I cannot help be suspicious that it is something more and I need a distraction from my own worries. Perhaps we can offer these frightened maids something to make their lives better, or at the very least reassure them that their fears are misplaced. I am not certain that they are, my lady. Nor am I. Chapter 26. She murdered someone. Francis burst through the door, her face pale and drawn. What? Who? Diana looked up from her book, startled. The Dowager Marchioness murdered a baby? Francis repeated with earnest fervor. She was breathless from running up the stairs. Nonsense. Diana shook her head in disbelief. Who told you this? The maid Sarah told me the story. That is what she was so frightened of? She believes that the Dowager Marchioness murdered a helpless babe? She does, my lady. Tell me everything. There was a maid who used to work at West Wallow that would travel with the family, just as Sarah used to do. It is said that this maid caught the eye of the former Marquess and sometime later the maid became with child. With the Marquess' child? Indeed. Francis nodded her head solemnly. That is what she said. I presume that the Dowager Marchioness discovered the truth then? She did. Francis nodded again, looking uneasy. Sarah claims that when the babe was born, the Dowager Marchioness took it and killed it. I find all of this terribly difficult to believe. I did as well, but Sarah was quite convinced. Right, then. Diana adjusted her position in her seat and gestured for Francis to take the seat opposite her. Tell me everything that she told you, exactly how she said it. Francis obeyed and told Diana the maid's story word for word as it was told to her. She spoke about how the late Marquess of West Wallow's marriage to the Dowager Marchioness had been arranged and that neither party had any say in the matter whatsoever. In all the years that they were wed they had never once loved each other. Apparently, it had been an open arrangement, well known to everyone involved, that the marriage was one of convenience, a business endeavor, to expand both families' fortunes. No one had expected wedded bliss, but an heir was required, and they immediately set to seeing the task done. The moment that the Dowager Marchioness was with child, she shut the Marquess out of her bed under the guise of the unborn babe's health and safety. Once Ernest was born, the Marchioness had made the separation of she and her husband's bodies permanent. The Marquess had his heir and that was all that mattered. A few years after Ernest was born, a long-time maid to the family died and a new maid was hired to take her place. The maid was named Caroline and was rumoured to have been a beauty beyond compare. According to tales whispered among the staff, the late Marquess fell madly in love with this new maid, besotted by her beauty, along with her kind and gentle nature. From all reports, she could not have been more opposite of the Marchioness if she had tried. Starved for love and affection, the late Marquess was helpless to resist. The Marquess and the maid had a passionate affair that lasted several months, until Caroline became with child. The moment that she began to show, their secret affair was brought into question. The Marchioness, discovering her husband's infidelity, commanded that Caroline be fired and sent away immediately, but the late Marquess would have none of it. Unable to keep her at West Wallow on the strength of his undying love for her alone, he justified his refusal to dismiss the maid on the grounds that he could not leave a woman, any woman, laden with child to fend for herself. Per the Marquess' instruction, the maid stayed at West Wallow and in order to protect them both never disclosed the true identity of her child's father. Though the Marchioness and most of the servants believed the baby to have been the late Marquess' child, they could never prove it for a certainty. The Marchioness, certain of her husband's guilt, never allowed the maid's presence or her name to be uttered within the walls of West Wallow Manor ever again. Sorrowfully for the Marquess and all those who loved her, Caroline died shortly after giving birth from complications. She was kept in a separate cottage of the estate during the last few weeks of her confinement, away from the prying eyes of the staff and the fury of the Marchioness. No one knows for certain among the staff what happened to the baby, or even whether it was a boy or a girl, my lady. I asked among them cautiously and did not receive any affirmation to it, but Sarah is convinced, as her mother was before her, that the Dowager Marchioness had the babe killed. And why was Sarah's mother so certain? She was the midwife. Gabriel met the Earl of Apley at Kilgrave Manor where he had been instructed to do so in the letter to his father. Apley had returned from the Isle of Wight and ridden straight to speak with the Earl of Kilgrave. Not having ever been to the Marquess of West Wallow's Welsh estate, Apley had preferred to have a guide. Little does his lordship know. Gabriel thought to himself as he eyed the man by his side. The entire purpose of Lady Diana being taken from West Wallow to Wales was to put some distance between she and Gabriel. Now here Gabriel was, riding straight to her door, with the nobleman who sought her hand at his side. The irony was not lost on Gabriel in the slightest. He longed to see Diana. Just being away from her for the brief days since she had departed was difficult for him, as his heart ached for her presence. He knew that it was an unrealistic emotion to have, but he could not keep her from his thoughts no matter how hard he tried. It was clear that the Earl was suffering from a similar condition as he had barely set foot upon the Isle of Wight before turning around and coming right back. I cannot compete with a nobleman, nor should I. She is not meant for the likes of me. Shaking his head, he tried to turn his thoughts to something else, anything else. Had he been traveling with a companion of equal station he would have turned to conversation to distract himself. As it was, he was trapped inside of his own thoughts, thoughts that betrayed his better, more honorable intentions. You looked displeased. The Earl's voice broke through Gabriel's thoughts. Startled and mortified that his thoughts had been so easily read, Gabriel quickly adjusted his face back into an emotionless blank. Forgive me, my lord. Is aught amiss? No, my lord. Gabriel shook his head, lying as convincingly as he could manage, given the situation. I see. Well, I will not force you to share your thoughts, but if something troubles you, I would be happy to be of aid, as you have taken the time to grant me this favor. It is my duty, my lord. Even so. The Earl let his words hang in the air as an open offer. Gabriel nodded in acknowledgement and they returned to riding along together in silence. I have need to be of care around this one. He is far shrewder and more observant than one would have given him credit for upon first meeting. I cannot risk Lady Diana's reputation or future prospects due to my own reckless heart. He studied the Earl's face from the corner of his eye. There is no possible way that he could ever know the true cause of my distress as long as I stay away from her. It will not be an easy task, but it is one that must be done. I suppose that I myself have been rather distressed of late. Perhaps I am seeing my own concerns reflected upon your face. My lord? It is nothing. The Earl shook his head in afterthought. I should not be discussing such matters with a servant. As you wish, my lord.
It is just that. The Earl paused again, clearly uncertain as to whether he wished to continue but clearly needing to speak with someone on the matter. It is Lady Diana, you see. She and I are meant to be betrothed, but every time that we are together, I am left with the distinct feeling that she wants nothing to do with me outside of simple courtesy. The Earl's face wore a pained expression at the admittance. Gabriel had no notion as to what to say to him. He knew all too well the reason for Lady Diana's indifference toward her noble suitor, and he alone held the guilt for it. He felt a pang of guilt for his part in the Earl's conundrum and for his part in causing Lady Diana such unrest. My apologies, my lord. The Earl raised his hand in protest. There is no need for words of apology. I should not have said anything. Our hearts seldom love those that we have been commanded to love, or even those that we know that we should love, but often chooses its own path no matter how inconvenient or troublesome. The Earl's brows arched in surprise. You are wise beyond your years and position. Gabriel smiled. Wisdom has no respect for birth but comes with time and experience alone, often accompanied by heartache. As you say. The Earl chuckled, shaking his head. I believe that I have underestimated you once again, stable hand. It is often so. Gabriel admitted honestly. What you did for your own master was quite impressive. You would not consider coming to work for me at Apley, would you? Gabriel's brows arched in surprise. No, my lord. I am loyal to his lordship and would never leave his service without the command from his very own lips. Good man. The Earl nodded in approval. Your master is blessed to have you in his service. Their conversation was cut short by a sudden flurry of horses, men shouting, and pistols being pointed at the Earl and Gabriel's heads. Stand and deliver. A deep masculine voice commanded from behind a cloth scarf. I will not. The Earl growled angrily in refusal. Then you, sir, will be the first to die. Chapter 27. Diana lay in bed staring up at the ceiling. She had not been able to get Francis' words out of her head. It had been a chilling tale. Surely the Dowager Marchioness could not be so evil as to kill a newborn babe. Surely no mother could ever do that to another mother. I cannot believe it. I will not believe it of the woman my grandmother called friend. I had expected the girl to be afraid because she had been struck by the Dowager Marchioness or some such incident. I never would have imagined murder. When morning came, Diana arose and descended the stairs to break the fast without having slept a single moment. The Marquess and Dowager Marchioness were already at the table. Diana found that she could not meet the Dowager's eyes. Did you sleep well, Diana? You do not look at all well. The Dowager observed, more judgment than concern in her voice. I am afraid that I did not sleep very well last night. She admitted, not wishing to give anything away, but knowing that if she did not speak, she would alert them that something was truly wrong. A new bed and all that. She brushed the concern away with a swipe of her hand through the air as if waving away an insect. The Dowager Marchioness accepted Diana's explanation and returned to eating her eggs without another thought to her beleaguered pupil. A servant placed a plate of food in front of her, but Diana could not eat a bite of it. The thought of everything that had been said before plagued her mind and heart and would not let her go. Having been told such a tale, she could not stand back and pretend as if she had never heard it. With the knowledge came the responsibility of ascertaining the truth. If she had murdered an infant, no matter how long ago it might have been, surely, she would not be able to sit there as calmly as she does, let alone to chastise others for their breaches in decorum. Unable to bear the thought of it, Diana swore that she would get to the bottom of it no matter what it cost her to do so. As if the ghost of the infant itself urged her forward, Diana arose and left the room without a word. You will do no such thing. Do you have any idea who I am? The Earl of Apley answered the highwayman's threat to kill them where they stood if they did not surrender their belongings, without any evidence of fear marring his features. Gabriel was impressed by the nobleman's bravery but did not approve of his reckless behavior in refusing to do as instructed.
Possessions can be replaced, my lord. Your life cannot.
It is a matter of principle, Gabriel. I do not expect you to understand, but I cannot simply surrender. I am honor-bound to resist.
It will be difficult to resist anything from the cold hard ground once I have sent you to your grave. The highwayman growled threateningly, thrusting his pistol into the Earl's ribs with a most menacing snarl. Do what you must. The Earl growled back, holding the robber's eyes with a steely stare. I am not certain if the man is truly courageous or simply mad, perhaps a bit of both. Gabriel, unwilling to allow the Earl to be murdered before his very eyes, handed over what few meager possessions he owned and encouraged the Earl to do the same. The Earl again refused. I am attempting to save your life. Gabriel murmured under his breath. My life is not of your concern. I will act with honor or not at all. Gabriel saw the patience leave the highwayman's eyes and saw his finger twitch on the trigger. Before he could truly think of what he was doing, Gabriel launched himself at the Earl, knocking him from his horse. The pistol went off and Gabriel landed on top of the Earl, sheltering the nobleman's body with his own. The lead ball pierced his shoulder, sending searing pain through his arm and torso. The Earl lay beneath him, gasping for air like a fish out of water, as all of the air had been forced out of his lungs as he had hit the ground. The highwayman bent down and ripped the pocket watch from the Earl's side where it had fallen loose from its pocket. This did not have to happen this way. He grumbled, removed the ring from the Earl's finger, then mounted his horse and rode away with his gang. Gabriel. The Earl gasped when he finally caught his breath. Gabriel was unable to answer as the pain was so bad that he had begun to fade in and out of consciousness. Gabriel. The Earl pushed on Gabriel's body to get him off of him but was unsuccessful. Gabriel. The Earl shouted again, and Gabriel attempted to move himself, but a shooting pain caused the world around him to go black. He tried again as the Earl pushed and the combined effort caused Gabriel to roll to the ground. The last thing that Gabriel remembered was seeing the Earl's face looming above him before he surrendered to the beckoning arms of oblivion. Diana moved through the house uncertain where to go to begin her search for the truth. After aimlessly wandering down the halls for several minutes, she eventually found herself standing in the library, staring up at a portrait of the former Marquess. Is it true? She murmured up at him, seeing similarities in the face with that of his son. Thoughts of Ernest made her wonder if he had any notion of what was being said about his mother. I cannot believe that he would be greatly pleased to discover that his mother was a murderer of infants. What son would be? Diana could not blame the late Marquess for falling prey to the temptations of love. It was difficult to resist such things at the best of times, let alone when one is lonely and sad beyond measure. Diana moved over to the desk and sat down behind it, keeping an eye on the door to ensure that she would not be caught nosing about in the Marquess things. She doubted that she would find a clue as to what had happened, but she did not know where else to start her search. There may not be any evidence of her crimes as she might not have left anything behind, or she might not have committed the heinous deed to begin with. Diana felt rather foolish at this last thought, as she felt that it was most likely the truth and that the young maid's imagination had run wild with the notion of intrigue. The one thing that gave Sarah's story credence was the fact that her mother had been the midwife. Diana began opening drawers and rummaging through the contents. She found paper and various other supplies for letter writing, several letters addressed to the Marquess pertaining to estate business, and several more ledgers pertaining to the same. There was nothing at all to suggest that anything untoward had transpired. Sighing, Diana stood and surveyed the room. Perhaps the library is the wrong place to start. A person tends to hide their most personal secrets closest to them. Their bedchamber, perhaps? Diana left the library and climbed the stairs toward the end of the hallway that held the Marquess' bedchamber. The Dowager Marchioness chambers were next to his, joined by a dressing-room door. Husband and wife had lived separate lives for many years, but for the sake of appearance they had kept up the charade of nearness. Diana slipped inside of the Dowager Marchioness room, praying that she would not be discovered by the Dowager's lady's maid. The last thing that she needed was to be forced to explain her presence there. She entered the bedchamber and looked around to find it empty of anyone. Breathing a sigh of relief, Diana looked about the room for a place that one might hide their secrets. She doubted that the Dowager Marchioness would have been so foolish as to leave anything behind to incriminate herself, if she was even guilty at all. Not for the first time since starting her search, Diana felt foolish for invading her host and hostess' privacy as she was. Guilt washed over her again at the thought, and she faltered in her resolve.
I do not even know what I am looking for, if there is anything to be found at all. I am on a fool's errand. But the fear in Sarah's eyes was very real, as it was for the maid who warned me not to trust the Dowager Marchioness at West Wallow. The thought occurred to her belatedly that if the murder had taken place at West Wallow, she was unlikely to find evidence of it in Wales, but she had not been quite herself since coming to stay with the family, and it had gotten worse the longer that she had remained with them. Shaking her head in frustration with herself, Diana turned to go, determined to leave her foolishness behind, when the doorknob turned to the bedchamber door leading out to the hallway. Diana hurriedly slipped into the dressing room to escape detection as the Dowager Marchioness lady's maid entered the room. The maid moved across the floor toward the dressing room, and Diana's heart raced in her chest, causing her head to pound in trepidation. Looking around frantically for a place to hide, Diana was left with no choice but to risk entering the Marquess' room without looking to see if anyone was there first. Taking a deep breath and sending a prayer skyward, Diana stepped into the next room. The maid entered the dressing room just as Diana shut the door between the two rooms. Diana turned and searched the room to ascertain that she was alone. Sighing in relief to discover that it was so, she moved silently through the room toward the other door that led out into the hallway. She pressed her ear against the door to ensure that no one would see her leaving, but heard voices heading in her direction and stopped. How can this be happening? She looked all around her for a place to hide and found the only place available under the bed. Scurrying across the room, she slid under the bed frame with just enough room to breathe, but not much else. The door opened and more than one person entered the room, speaking in low voices. Lady Diana's maid, Frances, has been asking questions among the household staff about Caroline. The voices were so low that she had a hard time making them out, but it was clear that one of the whispers belonged to a woman due to its higher pitch. The second voice said something that she could not hear, but it had a low rumble to it, denoting it as male. As she was in the Marquess' room, she assumed that it must be him, but she could not see anything from where she lay beneath the bed to identify them for certain. The woman spoke again. She must be stopped. The man rumbled another indiscernible reply, then the two of them left the room together. Diana lay beneath the bed for a few moments more to make certain that they would not return, before wiggling back out and dusting herself off. As she crawled out from beneath the bed, her eyes fell upon a painting of the late Marquess. Unlike the perfection of the portrait in the library, the composition of this one seemed quite off. She would not normally have given it a second thought, but she would have sworn that the Marquess was looking down at a baby-shaped blob in his arms. Standing, Diana stepped forward to examine the painting. She reached out and ran her finger along the line of paint that did not fit with the rest. It was as if two separate people had laid the paint upon the canvas. One was clearly an experienced artist who had painted the Marquess' strong masculine features with clean, clear strokes. The other appeared to have been less than even a novice, overlaying the first in angry strokes. It was as if the second artist had been possessed with fury while covering up something on the original. Diana took her fingernail and scratched the rough second coating off on a section where it was raised the most from the canvas. Praying that she would not find what she feared, she scratched at the paint until it peeled away to reveal a pair of startling blue eyes. Her heart racing, Diana peeled away more paint, exposing the entire face of a newborn infant. Diana took a step back. It could be a painting of the late Marquess holding Ernest, but if that were so, why would it have been painted over? The sound of approaching feet from the hallway caused her to abandon her task. There was no way to hide what she had done to the painting, but she had no intention of being caught in the room with the evidence of her actions piled upon the floor and those brilliant young blue eyes staring back at her as if in accusation. "Who are you?" The sudden turning of the doorknob left Diana little choice but to re-enter the dressing room and risk that the maid was still there. Without even bothering to look around, Diana raced across the dressing room, through the bedchamber, and out into the hallway. She ran until she reached her room and shut the door behind her.
As she stood there leaning against the solid wood of the panel, breathing heavily, she felt as if the blue eyes had followed her, haunting her with every step she took.
Who are you?
Chapter 28.
I think that we should tell Lady Georgette what we have discovered and return to
Kilgrave Manor, my lady. If your parents knew what was going on here, they would never have sent you to be educated by the Dowager Marchioness, nor allowed Lady Georgette to accompany them to Wales. Frances pointed out in an uncharacteristic effort to give advice. Normally she kept her thoughts and feelings on such matters to herself, but she had been truly shaken by what Diana had told her and by what she had learned from the maid, Sarah.
We do not know anything for certain, and if it is true,
then how can we leave when there may be an infant who remains unavenged?
I cannot leave until I know the truth.
It is too dangerous, my lady. At the very least, should Lady Georgette not be informed, for her own safety's sake?
Diana nodded slowly.
Perhaps, but not until we know more.
Frances frowned in concern, but she said nothing more on the matter, in spite of her disagreeing with the decision.
What shall we do?
I do not know,
but I think that it would be best if I spoke with the Marquess on the matter.
That will not be an
Easy thing to do, my lady. Quite difficult, in fact. I cannot imagine that he will be pleased that such a thing is being spoken about among his own staff. Sarah will lose her position within the household, my lady. I will leave her name out of it for now. I would not wish to be responsible for such a thing coming to pass. Frances nodded. That would indeed be best, my lady, but his lordship may demand to know from whom you have heard such rumors. He may indeed, but I will protect Sarah as long as I can. If there was any other way to learn the truth of the matter, I would do it.
When will you speak with him?
Soon. A commotion in the drive, shouting, and a pounding on the door brought their conversation to an abrupt halt. Georgette's face appeared in the doorway, pale and drawn.
There has been an incident?
Diana, it is Gabriel and the Earl of Apley. Diana's heart seized in her chest as she arose and raced out of the door, all thoughts of her prior worry temporarily forgotten. Gabriel's head swam as the darkness inside of his skull threatened to swallow him whole. Gabriel, we have arrived. The Earl of Apley's voice cut through the pain, filtering through the dim curtain that lay between himself and consciousness. When Gabriel had been shot, the Earl had arisen to his knees after crawling out from beneath Gabriel's body and had ripped Gabriel's shirt open to stem the flow of blood, placing his own jacket over the wound. The Marquess appeared above him, hovering with a concerned frown upon his face. Send for the physician immediately. The Marquess bellowed to the stable hand holding the reins of the waiting horses. My lord. The groom nodded and jumped into the saddle of the Earl's horse. Apley, you and I will carefully lift him up and carry him into the manor house. How did you manage to get him up on his horse? It was not an easy task, but he regained consciousness and helped me in the endeavor. We were so close to the estate when it happened that it was closer to come here than to find another place. The Marquess, having just healed from his own wounds, waved for two of his footmen to help and they leapt forward to do his bidding. In no time at all, Gabriel found himself being carried into the manor house and placed on the settee in the library. Lady Diana and a woman who looked very much like her met them at the door and followed them into the library. My lord, what has happened? Diana asked of the Marquess, her voice high with worry. When she saw the blood on his clothing, all of the color left her face and she reached out a trembling hand. Who did this, Apley? What are you both doing here? The Marquess demanded to know of his friend. Diana reached out and took Gabriel's hand in her own, kneeling beside him. Gabriel, can you hear me? My lady. He gasped out in answer. We were ambushed by highwaymen. The Earl answered, accepting the glass of brandy handed to him by the butler. Where is mother? The Marquess turned to ask the servant. She is in the drawing room with one of the maids. The Marquess nodded. It would be best if she remained away from this. Of course, my lord. The servant nodded and turned to close the library door. Gabriel saved my life. He was on top of me, sheltering me with his own body, before I even heard the shot. I could not leave him there to die after he so gallantly saved me. I am afraid that the brigands got away." The Marquess nodded. "You did the right thing. I will send out men to search for the highway robbers and go with them myself." Gabriel lifted his hand in protest and the motion caused pain to rip through his shoulder with a blinding intensity. "It is not safe, my lord. They were intent upon killing his lordship and would not hesitate to do the same to you." "Did you see who it was?" the Marquess asked, taking Gabriel's extended hand in his own. "Did you recognize the men as locals?" "No, I did not, my lord, but it has been many years since I spent any significant time among them." The effort of speech was wearing on Gabriel's severely taxed form. "Why were you out there to begin with?" the Marquess demanded to know. "I believe I told you to remain at West Wallow." "You did, my lord," Gabriel admitted. "The matter is entirely my fault, Ernest," the Earl of Aptley admitted. "I had returned from my business on the Isle of Wight and had summoned Gabriel to Kilgrave to act as my guide to your Welsh estate. I was also the one who refused to surrender my belongings to the thieves and got Gabriel shot." The Marquess' eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Why would you do something so foolish?" "Honor," the Earl admitted. "I am truly sorry for it now." "As indeed you should be." The Marquess' tone was quite cross with his friend over the matter. "I will go with the men to seek the brigands on your behalf," the Earl offered in an attempt to redeem himself. "I am not at all certain that that is wise. I am the only one who can recognize the men involved in the matter," Aptley reminded him. "Fear not. All will be well in time. I will proceed with caution." The Marquis sighed and nodded his head. "If there are indeed highwaymen afoot nearby, then they must be dealt with. Take what men you will need, arm them from my own armory, and ride out. Be safe." The Earl nodded. "When we find them, we will report them to the nearest constable." "Godspeed, my friend." Diana clung to Gabriel's hand in horror as his entire body went limp. "Gabriel!" she breathed, in terror that he was dying right before her very eyes. She looked up at the Marquess in entreaty. "Help him. He is alive," he reassured her, patting her arm. "God be praised," Frances whispered in relief, standing behind her mistress. Diana looked around and found tears rolling down all of the female servants' cheeks. Reaching up, she found her own skin drenched. "The physician needs to hurry, or he will not be alive for long," Georgette observed to the group at large. "He will not die," the Marquis spit out, the muscles of his neck taut with the strain of his anger at one of his own men being shot down. "I will not allow it." Diana bowed her head and began to pray in diligent earnest. She went through every prayer she could think of concerning healing. She tried to remember the words that she had been taught from birth, but none of them seemed to bring her any comfort. In the end, she simply resorted to repeating the same words, "God save him, please God save him," over and over again silently in her mind. She knew that her behavior in that moment, as she knelt clutching his hand, might give her feelings for him away to the others present, but she did not have the energy to care. "Please God save him," she whispered, as Georgette came to kneel beside her in prayer. Chapter 29. When the physician finally arrived from the village, he ushered everyone out of his way and immediately set to working on Gabriel's wound. He shouted orders to the staff to bring him the supplies that he needed, then ordered all of the strong men in the room to hold Gabriel down while he attempted to remove the lead ball. "Do not let him move. No matter what happens next, do not let him move. I do not wish to slice through his artery," the physician instructed those who held him down. The Marquis and the butler each took a hold of Gabriel's body, along with a few other male servants, and held him down to the settee as the physician removed the lead ball with his surgical equipment. Gabriel awoke from the pain, eyes bulging from their sockets, every muscle in his body tense, his face red, neck muscles corded. Had he not been held down by the Marquis, he would have come right off of the settee and landed on the floor. The physician worked as quickly as he could to care for Gabriel's wound, but it was not an easy task. He removed pieces of cloth and fragments of metal out of the wound as he muttered about possible future putrefaction. The physician staunched the flow of blood, then sewed up the shoulders' torn tissues and flesh. Diana and Georgette never left his side through the entire operation, Diana clutching Gabriel's hand and Georgette offering her sister support. When the physician was done, he stood and moved to wash his hands in a basin of water that one of the maids had brought for him. He will need to be watched for fever and signs of an infection. There was quite a bit of cloth in the wound from his shirt and coat, along with the lead ball. Most wounds of this nature turn putrid if not properly cared for. Taking a decanter of brandy from the side table, he poured it over Gabriel's wound. "I need clean bandages."
"I will go and get them,"
Francis offered, running from the room.
"Someone will need to sit with him and not leave his side." "I will do so,"
Diana answered before anyone else could. "Lady Diana is an excellent caretaker. I can personally attest to her gentle hand." The Marquess smiled in gratitude at Diana. "Very well, my lady." The physician nodded his head. "I applaud you for your compassionate heart and for taking such pity on a servant of your household. Are you a member of the Marquess family, my lady?"
"No, I am but
"A friend of the family?"
Even as she said the words,
Diana knew them to be a lie. Even now, knowing the impossibility of the situation, her heart longed for so much more.
"My desires do not matter.
All that matters is the reality of our situation now, and that reality dictates that we can never be together, but I can care for him and that will have to be enough."
"You are, indeed,
a most generous, compassionate soul." The physician gave them his final instructions on Gabriel's care, then left the manor house to return to his duties in the village. Diana remained by Gabriel's side for the remainder of the day. He did not regain consciousness, as the medicine that the physician had given him kept him fast asleep so as not to have him breaking open the wound. The physician had been adamant that he did not want Gabriel harming himself further by attempting to arise too soon and reopening the wound, so had sedated him before leaving. As Diana sat watching her patient, she listened to the sounds of the household going on around her. The sun was brighter than usual, without a cloud in the sky, and Diana hoped that the weather would hold long enough for the Earl and the others to bring the criminals who had hurt Gabriel to justice. It had been quite a surprise to see them both, as she had not expected to see the Earl until her return to Kilgrave, nor Gabriel possibly ever again. The object of her thoughts murmured something in his sleep that Diana could not quite make out, and she leaned forward over him in an attempt to better hear the words. "What did you say, Diana?" he mumbled, and she looked around her to make certain that no one else could hear him using her given name before answering. Seeing no one, she leaned forward once more and answered him. "I am here, Gabriel." "I love you, Diana," he whispered, his eyes still closed as if he spoke in a dream. "And I always will." "As I love you," she whispered back, tears streaming down her cheeks. There was no further reply. Leaning her head back against the back of her chair, Diana closed her eyes and let the tears fall unrestrained. He loved her, he had said so, she had said it back, and there was absolutely nothing that either of them could do about it. "We are doomed to an eternally unfulfilled love. There is no place for me in his life, nor for he in mine. Our stations in life will forever keep us separate." Her prior thoughts and ideals about only marrying a man that you loved suddenly seemed childish and unrealistic. She had insisted upon finding love for herself and had found it, and in so doing had forever damned them both to a life of eternal misery. Diana shook her head to rid herself of the bitter feelings that accompanied such thoughts. Many women had married without love. She would most certainly not be the first or the last to do so. Her parents had married for convenience and had found love in one another. Diana doubted that she would be so fortunate, but the difficult things that she was learning about married life from the Dowager Marchioness made her hope for the impossible. Her thoughts turned to the Earl, the man whom her family wished for her to wed. She knew that she would never feel anything more than friendship for the nobleman, but maybe friendship would be enough. After all, she had grown to know the man fairly well in the last weeks. "It is time that you surrender your notions of romantic passion and settled into your familial duties," the Dowager Marchioness' words echoed through her mind. At the thought of romantic passion, Diana's eyes turned back to Gabriel's face. They had only shared a kiss, but it had ignited indescribable feelings of longing that transcended any form of logic or reason. Sighing, Diana closed her eyes as the feeling washed over her once more from the memory. It was only a kiss, but oh what a kiss! She had felt something spectacular and rare in that moment that she knew she would never feel again with any man. He loves me, her heart whispered in bittersweet joy. He loves me and I love him, but I was so very wrong in thinking that love would be enough to overcome any obstacle. I should have known better given the pain that I have seen in Georgette and Ernest's eyes over their own lost loves. I was a fool to wish for love, for now I see that to wish for love is to wish for pain. Gabriel murmured something else unintelligible, and Diana reached out to smooth the hair back from his handsome face. Her touch was met with an intense heat that shocked her. Not again, she murmured, fear clutching her breast. She had hoped to avoid the fevered state that they had just endured with the Marquess not that long ago, only this time it was the man who had saved the Marquess' life that was the one who now needed saving. The physician had warned her about the possibility of fever and the dangers that it brought with it. She in turn had told him that she knew what to do. Gabriel had taught her much during their time caring for the Marquess, and Diana sent a prayer of thanksgiving heavenward for the newly acquired knowledge. Ringing for the butler, Diana instructed the older servant that she would need cool water, a clean cloth, new bandages, and a pot of honey brought up to her, as well as a tea made of white willow tree bark. She needed to get the fever under control while there was still a chance to do so, but the physician had been adamant that Gabriel was not to be moved lest they risk rupturing the wound. Diana leaned over him and lifted the cloth bandage on his shoulder to look at the wound. What she saw displeased her greatly, as the wound was already looking red, inflamed, and rather angry. She had not thought such a thing would strike so quickly, but with so much debris in the wound, the physician had warned her that it was possible. When the butler brought back the requested supplies, Diana began bathing Gabriel's face, neck, and torso, after carefully removing the bandage. She attempted to get him to drink the white willow bark tea and was only moderately successful in getting him to do so. He continued to murmur things that she did not understand, and she prayed that he would not say something that would get him dismissed were the butler to report it. Through it all, Diana continued to bathe his body with the cooling water, determined not to allow him to succumb to the fever and die while under her care. It would be better if we could bathe him in a tub of cool water, but the physician gave strict instructions for him not to be moved. Diana explained to the butler, I need to rebandage this wound with honey. If you could continue to bathe him with this cooling cloth as I do so, perhaps we can save him. Of course, my lady. The butler took the cloth from her hand and did as she had instructed. Diana coated the wound in honey just as Gabriel had taught her to do and prayed that it would have the same effect that it had for the Marquess. When she was done, she rebound the wound and took the cloth back from the butler. Diana and the butler worked tirelessly throughout the remainder of the day, and by the time darkness fell across the landscape, Diana was so exhausted that she was barely able to stand on her own 2 feet. Thank you for your help, she murmured to the older servant, realizing in that moment that she did not know the Welshman's name. In her mind she had been calling him Roberts after the butler at West Wallow. She hoped that she had not done so aloud and hurt his feelings. It is my honor, my lady. We are all quite fond of Gabriel here, the butler answered, smiling fondly down at the younger man. He was born here, was he not? He was. The butler nodded in affirmation. Perhaps that plays a part in our fondness for him. He is one of us. Diana smiled at the clear affection the man held for Gabriel. She opened her mouth to ask another question but was cut short by the entrance of the Marquess. I have come to relieve you so that you might go up and prepare for dinner. Diana frowned in uncertainty, not wishing to leave Gabriel's side even for a moment in spite of her fatigue and growling stomach. I do not know. Fear not for him, my dear. I will take good care of him in your absence, the Marquess promised, with an understanding look of compassion upon his features. I will be as diligent in his care as he was of mine. A warning look flashed through the Marquess' eyes, discouraging her from arguing with him further on the matter. A quick glance at the butler confirmed her suspicions that her own emotions pertaining to Gabriel were beginning to show, and the Marquess was attempting to save them both from ruin. Diana attempted a smile in gratitude but was not quite able to pull it off. "Thank you, my lord." She curtsied for the sake of prying eyes and turned to leave the library. "I will return as soon as is possible." "There is no need to do so. I am certain that he will be just as aptly cared for by the household staff as your own gentle hands while we dine." Diana gave Ernest a look of doubt, but he shook his head to discourage further argument. "All will be well," he reassured her, then turned his back on her to care for their patient. "I will remain with him as well, my lady," the butler promised, his eyes telling her that she had, indeed, revealed too much about her feelings for the stable hand, but there was no judgment to be found in their depths, only understanding. "Thank you," Diana murmured softly, before turning from the room to do as she had been bidden. Our secret is out. Chapter 30. When Diana reached her room, she found Frances waiting for her, having already aided Georgette in getting ready for dinner. She told her friend of her suspicions that the butler knew about she and Gabriel. "May heaven help us all, for if he truly knows about the two of you, then we are all surely doomed." "What do you mean by that? You are not to be blamed in this, nor is Georgette," Diana answered, confused by her friend's reply. In her mind, the matter only concerned herself and Gabriel's ruin. Though she knew that it would affect their families' reputations as well, she did not believe that the mere rumblings of servants would bring about such a disastrous end as Frances' face seemed to predict. "The man has no proof, only suspicion." "Suspicion is enough to ruin a reputation. Who do you think your father is going to blame when he gets word of this? He will most assuredly blame me for not keeping you from it, and your sister for putting the notion of marrying for love in your head to begin with." "It will not come to that." "You have no way of knowing that." Frances shook her head. "I have said nothing to anyone but you and Georgette of my feelings. The Marquess knows in spite of my care to keep it from him, and yet he did not tell my parents of the indiscretion. I am too tired to worry about something that might never come to pass. I believe that we have more than enough trouble with recent events to concern ourselves that a servant's suspicions might lead to our ruin." "I disagree." Diana sighed in frustration, regretting having mentioned it at all. "There is no time to be thinking about such matters now, Frances." She waved her hand in the air as if such a gesture could erase the doubt that she had planted in the air between them. "Let us worry only on the things that we might have a chance of controlling in the here and now." "As you say, my lady," Frances answered in submission of her mistress' wishes, but the look in her eyes said that she was not at all convinced. "But I still believe that we are in danger from it." "Let us pray that you are wrong, but either way it is in heaven's hands, and not our own." "I will still keep a weather eye out for anything suspicious." Frances' eyes met hers, and she knew that she meant it as more than simply a reference to their reputations. "Thank you, Frances. If anything presents itself, please notify me immediately and we will do what we can to prevent it from getting any worse," Diana offered in an effort to soothe her friend's obviously frayed nerves. "I will, my lady." Frances aided Diana in bathing and dressing for the evening meal, then left the room to investigate the butler's intentions. In spite of her words, Diana's heart sped up in fear that Frances might be right. If the butler did know about her and Gabriel's feelings for one another, then it would be her fault, and she could not bear the feeling of guilt that such ruin would bring to her family. She had spoken strong words of denial to Frances in spite of her own palpable fears in order to calm her friend's distress, but in truth she shared it. "He can know nothing for certain, and that will have to be enough. I do not have the time or the strength to worry about anything else but Gabriel, not even for the investigation into a noble murderess." Frances fled the kitchen as if her very life depended upon it and barricaded herself away in her mistress' bedchamber. Perhaps it had been nothing but her own imagination, but she could have sworn that someone was following her, watching her every move. "Do not be so silly," she chided herself, attempting to calm her racing heart. She had left Lady Diana's bedchamber and gone down to the kitchens to keep an eye on the butler's intentions and to see if she could discover anything more about the mystery of the disappearing, possibly murdered, infant. She wished that she could speak with the staff at West Wallow once more on the matter, given the information that she had acquired was all about an act that had occurred there and not in Wales, but she could not do so until they returned, if they returned at all. I strongly feel that it would be best for all involved if we returned to Kilgrave at once and never stepped foot upon the Jensen family lands ever again, but, alas, I am not the one who gets to decide these matters.
When she had entered the kitchen, it was as if every eye in the place had turned to stare at her. Frances' heart had plummeted in her chest and she instantly knew that something was amiss. She had gone about her duties, pretending not to notice, but when she had stepped outside to get a breath of fresh air, one of the footmen had stepped outside with her and stood staring down at her until she had grown so uncomfortable that she had returned to the kitchen, only to be met with the same faces staring back at her. Lady Diana, not being a servant, had no notion of how things truly worked below stairs and would probably have told her that she was being overly sensitive due to her own fears, and perhaps she was, but she knew that she had not just imagined everything. Frances had been the one to make the inquiries into the Dowager Marchioness. It would be Frances that would pay the price. Diana had told her of what had transpired in the Marquess' bedchamber and that someone had complained about her, though her ladyship's focus had been on the baby and the painting. A chill of fear passed over Frances' spine and she turned her eyes heavenward. What have I gotten myself into? When Diana returned to her room after dinner to change her clothing into something more comfortable, she found Frances curled up in a ball asleep at the foot of the bed. Not wishing to wake her, she quickly undressed herself and slipped on one of her day gowns that required the least amount of effort. Returning to the library, she found that the Marquess had also returned to sit vigil. The image of Gabriel doing the very same thing for the Marquess flashed through her mind and she smiled. Days had passed as the family and staff had banded together to care for their wounded loved one when the Marquess had been injured in the hunt. Now, the Marquess was returning the favor and it warmed Diana's heart to see it. "You are a good man, Ernest," Diana murmured as she came to sit down beside him. The Marquis shook his head. "No, I am not. I am not even half of the man that Gabriel is in honor or in skill, but he is my responsibility and I will see him cared for properly." Diana did not know what to say to such an impassioned admittance. Her thoughts turned to what she had heard in the Marquis' bedchamber as she had hidden beneath the bed. Could he have been the man in the room? Diana studied his face, attempting to read its hidden depths. She was not certain, but she thought she saw a flicker of guilt and anger in his eyes. "Do you wish to speak of it?" The Marquis looked at her in surprise. "Speak of what?" "The thing that makes you feel thusly about yourself." Ernest shook his head. "You are far more observant than is good for you. It is this quality about you that led to your realizing that Gabriel was a man of worth, in spite of your differences in station. It is a quality that I admire in you, as does Gabriel, but it might very well be your ruin." His words held more of a heartfelt warning than a threat. "Perhaps so, but it is not something that I can cease from being. I have been this way my entire life and I cannot extinguish it as one would a fire. I see that you are haunted by many things, even more than the haunting of the loss of your wife and child. I can see in the depths of your eyes that you are plagued by a matter of conscience. You are drawn to the honor in Gabriel, longing to see the same in yourself, and yet you doubt that you possess it. Why? This is not a matter for your concern. Does it have anything to do with the rumors that your mother murdered an infant, your father's illegitimate child?" All of the color drained from the Marquis' face in an instant. "Where did you hear such a thing?" "I cannot say. I can only say that such a rumor exists and that there is some proof that adds weight to the matter." "Who has you told about this?" The Marquis' eyes bore into Diana's with an intensity that was truly frightening. "No one." Diana shook her head in denial. "I thought that it was best to speak with you on the matter first. There has not been time until this moment to do so." "Rumors are simply that, rumors." "And what of the painting in your room?" The Marquis' eyes widened in surprise, then acknowledgement. "It was you who peeled away the paint."
I honestly thought that a servant had damaged it in passing while cleaning. I am sorry to have invaded your privacy, but I needed answers. My family has placed a great deal of trust in your mother, and I cannot allow their reputations to be tarnished by the actions of a murderess. Nor can I in good conscience ignore something such as this and leave a poor helpless infant unavenged. And yet you give so little thought to your own family's reputation when it comes to your own actions. The Marquis snapped, gesturing toward Gabriel's prone form as if she had done something truly indecent. You know good and well that I have kept my distance for that very reason. I may not be able to alter the feelings of my heart, but I have done nothing that would cause true damage to anyone other than that very heart. The Marquis looked immediately regretful of his words. I am sorry, Diana. I did not mean what I said. I know the price that you have paid in denying your heart for the sake of your family. It is only natural to lash out at someone who is accusing your mother of murder. I would do the same. Diana laid a reassuring hand on Ernest's arm to show that she accepted his apology. She is my mother. For all of her faults and flaws, I love her and would do anything to protect her. The underlying tone in his voice said what his words did not. It spoke of the many things that he had already done to protect her and appeared to still be doing. Diana opened her mouth to speak further on the matter, when a thundering of hooves came roaring up the drive, drawing their attention to the windows. Torches lit the night as the Earl of Eplogue called out for the men to dismount. Mere moments later he was standing before them, dirt-stained and wind-blown from his journey. The search party had returned empty-handed. We were unable to find them before darkness fell, but we will return to the hunt upon the morrow, my friend. Eplogue informed the Marquis. How is the lad? He came to stand over Gabriel's body, his brow furrowed in genuine concern. Diana could not help but wonder if he knew the truth of their love, whether the Earl would be so concerned for his rival. Shaking the uncharitable thought from her head, Diana told him of everything that had transpired since his departure. He burns with fever, but we are doing everything that we can for him. He saved my life. The Earl murmured. May God now save his. Amen. The Marquis murmured in prayerful response. Chapter 31. When Gabriel's fever finally broke come the morning's light, he did not awaken, but simply fell into a deeper and more restful sleep. The entire household gave a collective sigh of relief and rejoiced in the knowledge that one of their favorite people would survive to see another day. It had been a close thing with his fever spiking in the dark, wee hours of the morning, but they had made it through together, Diana, the Marquis, and the Earl together, sitting vigil at Gabriel's side, bathing his heated body without ceasing. The Earl, content that his savior was not going to die, left the library to take a much-needed bath, break the fast, and rest before setting out to hunt down the brigands responsible once more. Diana herself was in desperate need of a bath and food but did not wish to leave Gabriel alone. The Marquis, seeing her hesitancy, instructed a maid to come and sit with him. Go and rest, my dear, before you fall ill yourself from exhaustion. He will be well cared for. Sighing, Diana nodded her acceptance and returned to her room. Disrobing, she waited for Francis to finish filling her bath, then sank down into the soothing embrace of the heated water. She closed her eyes and laid her head back against the side of the tub. She could hear Francis moving about the room tending to this and that, but all she really wanted was some quiet time to herself after being around others for so many hours without a break. Opening her eyes, she sought out her maid and gently asked for Francis to leave things be for a time so that she might have a moment to herself. A look of fear flashed across the maid's face and Diana frowned in confusion. What has happened? Why do you look so frightened? Francis proceeded to tell her about what had transpired in Diana's absence. I cannot say for certain about anything, but I cannot escape the feeling that something was quite wrong about it all. Let us hope that it is a matter of our own anxiety and not a true threat to your person. Diana frowned as she considered all that Francis had told her and compared it to all that she had already discovered. The Marquis had not told her anything more about his mother, but there had been a definite reaction to her inquiry into the accused murder. He had not confirmed it, but he had not convincingly denied it, either. As you say, my lady. Francis answered unconvinced. I will await your instructions just outside of the door. Diana nodded and watched as her friend closed the door behind her. Leaning back against the side of the tub once more, she watched the shadows and light from the fire dance across the ceiling. Something was not right. Was it murder? She did not know, but there was definitely something amiss and the Marquess was privy to whatever it was. How can I get him to tell me about it? It is doubtful that he is going to incriminate his own mother no matter the truth or falsehood of the accusation. His familial fondness for me will not eliminate his need to protect his own mother. Sighing, she stirred restlessly, unable to find a solution to the problem that would not cause a great deal more strife between them than her inquiries had already caused. It would not do anyone any good if she was asked to leave the premises before she had had an opportunity to get to the truth of the matter. Part of her wished to run away and leave all of the heartbreak and intrigue behind, but another part of her, the part that believed in justice for the downtrodden, could not leave it alone. Am I doing the right thing? Francis stood anxiously in the hallway outside of Lady Diana's bedchamber, awaiting her mistress' summons. She nervously looked from side to side, reassuring herself that the man who had stood over her outside the manor house kitchens was not lurking in the shadows. This is intolerable. She grumbled inwardly as she shook her head in frustration with her present situation. Under normal circumstances she would have dismissed such behavior from a man as uncomfortable, but not something worthy of the level of fear that she was feeling. With the accusation of murder having been made against the Dowager Marchioness, it transformed every unusual behavior among the family and their staff as a threat, whether it truly was or not. She knew that she was probably not being reasonable, but she could not help herself. Her entire being quivered with fearful anxiety. The presumed murder did not even happen here, and yet I am more frightened here than I was at West Wallow. Frances found herself wishing that the footman, Stephen, had travelled with them from West Wallow so that she would have someone to speak with on the matter. She had felt quite alone since leaving Kilgrave, but Stephen had helped to make things more tolerable for her from the moment of her arrival. Now, here in Wales, she felt more alone than she ever had in her entire life. At one time in her life she would have turned to Diana to share her thoughts and feelings, but the older that they had grown the less she had felt able to do so. It had not been from anything that Diana had done, but as time had passed, the clearer the difference in their stations had become. The chasm had grown even wider with the introduction of the stable hand Gabriel to Lady Diana's affections, and Frances' disapproval of the events that had transpired. I thought that she had been removed from such temptations, and yet there he lies in the library below her feet. Frances sighed and shook her head once more. Is there something amiss, Miss Frances? The Welsh butler's voice broke into her thoughts, causing her to jump in surprise. Frances whirled around and faced him in a half-fearful, half-accusatory stance. I do not know, Mr. Jones. Is there? She could hardly believe her boldness. I was told that you were looking for me. In her fear, Frances had forgotten her intention to discover exactly what the butler knew about her mistress and Gabriel Rowan and what he intended to do about it. She opened her mouth to speak but found that she did not know what to say. Her mouth went dry and she snapped it shut in frustration. The butler, taking in her agitated state, frowned in concern and waited patiently for her to find the words to speak. I was. Frances admitted, still not certain what to say. She was angry with herself for not thinking the matter over more carefully before going in search of the man. Has something happened to cause you distress? Frances wanted to shout that something had indeed happened, but when she attempted to describe it, to put it into words that would make sense, she could not do it. Frances shook her head. My apologies, Mr. Jones. The butler studied Frances' face with a sympathetic light in his eyes. You may reassure your mistress that my discretion will never falter. He spoke quietly and gently. Frances met his eyes and found that he did, indeed, appear to be sincere. Does your discretion extend to all matters within the household? She held his eyes in an almost accusatory manner. If a maid knew of the possibility of the Dowager Marchioness being a murderess, surely a butler would know the same, if not more. The butler's expression did not alter in the slightest. Miss Frances. He inclined his head in farewell and moved on down the hallway, his non-answer hanging in the air between them with a weight that did not bring the comfort that one would hope. At the very least now we know that he will keep my lady's affections a secret. Turning, Francis re-entered Diana's bedchamber to tell her of the reassuring news. "I want him out of this house." The Dowager Marchioness' shrill voice echoed through the doorway of the library as Diana descended the stairs. Diana had bathed and rested as instructed, leaving Gabriel in the Marquess' care. The Marquess have commanded all of the manor house staff that they were to say nothing to the Dowager Marchioness about Gabriel's presence in the house. As far as the Dowager had been told, it had been one of the Earl of Appley's servants who had been shot and lay in the library so as to keep her disinterested in the entire affair. It was clear now that she had discovered otherwise. "Get him out now." Diana turned the corner to find the Dowager Marchioness standing in the middle of the library breathing furiously, her face a deep purple crimson. The Marquis stood between her and Gabriel's prone form, his stance firm, his face set into hard lines of disapproval. "Mother, please see reason. He is in no condition to be moved." "I do not care what condition he is in. I come to seek you out and find you holding the hand of a mere servant as if he were your equal. How could you do such a thing to me, to your noble name?" The Marquis opened his mouth to answer when he spotted Diana standing in the doorway. The Dowager Marquis noticed the expression change on her son's face and turned to see what he was looking at. "Diana." The Marquis greeted calmly. "If you would give my mother and I a moment to finish our discussion, we will meet you in the dining room for the evening meal. Your sister, Lady Georgette, will be taking her dinner in her room due to the sudden onset of a rather painful headache." Diana opened her mouth to ask about Gabriel, but the Marquis shook his head in warning and so she stopped, thinking better of it. Nodding, she turned and left the room as instructed. Why does she dislike Gabriel so? Surely, she does not know anything about our feelings for one another. Diana considered going up to check on her sister but knew that if she was having one of her headaches, she would rather be left alone to rest. Entering the dining room, she sat down to wait. A brief time passed before the Marquess and Dowager Marchioness entered together in stony silence. The meal was a tense ordeal without a single word being spoken amongst the three of them. The steely undertone of anger that was radiating around the room was palpable and made the food seem tasteless in Diana's mouth. She did not understand why the Dowager was so against her servants receiving any form of special treatment, or why she was so vehemently against Gabriel specifically. The more time that Diana spent with the family, the more that she realized that its matriarch was not what she at first appeared. The Dowager Marchioness was far worse than her initial impression, and that was saying something. As if the Dowager could sense that Diana was thinking about her, the Dowager shot her a disapproving look. "I have learned of what you have been doing with your time since the Earl's arrival here at the manor house. It is unseemly for a lady of your standing to be spending all of her time in the company of a mere servant. I do not want you going anywhere near that stable hand again." Diana opened her mouth to argue. "I have been caring for a wounded man. Is it not our Christian duty to do so?" The Dowager Marchioness' face flushed in anger once more. "You are a noble woman, not a physician or a housemaid. I will not have your foolishness masquerading as charity be the downfall of both of our families. Your parents entrusted your care and reputation to me, and I will not see it ruined. When the Earl returns from his search for the brigands who attacked him upon the road, you will accept his betrothal and then you will return to your father's household to be wed." Diana attempted to argue again but was cut short by a quick, sharp gesture of the Dowager's hand signaling silence. Diana, unwilling to be overstepped in the matter of her own life, ignored her. "I will not be forced into a marriage that I do not desire. You will do as you are told, or I will see that Stable Hand and his entire family removed from West Wallow without a reference." "Why would you do such a thing? How could you do such a thing?" "I will do whatever it takes to maintain my reputation, which is now inexorably linked to yours. I should never have agreed to the favor that your father asked of me. I agreed for your grandmother's sake alone, and I fear now that it was a grave error in judgment on my part. There is no changing your rebellious ways through usual methods, so I have no choice but to resort to unusual ones." "Mother." The Marquis spoke in warning. The Dowager Marchioness turned fury-filled eyes upon her son, silencing him.
You may be the lord of the manor, my son, but I am the lady of the house, and as such the servants are under my purview. I will do with my servants as I wish. Lady Diana has also been placed in my charge, and I will do with her as I wish.
The Marquess turned to meet Diana's eyes. Would you please be so kind as to give my mother and I another moment alone?
Of course.
Diana nodded and arose to leave the room as fast as her legs would carry her. Running to her room, she told Francis everything that had transpired.
What are you going to do?
Diana frowned in thought. I need something to use against the Dowager Marchioness to keep her from forcing me to wed the Earl and to keep Gabriel's family safe. The Marquess is speaking with her now, but there is no guarantee that he will be able to keep her from being difficult toward everyone concerned. Not if what the maid Sarah told us is true. Francis agreed. It is clear that she is accustomed to getting her own way, regardless of whom she might harm, as is the privilege of her station.
Diana paced the floor. I need to do something, but what?
Did you find anything else in the Marquess' room with the painting of the baby? Diana's head snapped up and her eyes focused on Francis' face. The painting, perhaps there is more that it can reveal to us than I had an opportunity to discover. Do you think that it is still there?
You said that the Marquess knew that you had seen it.
Surely he would have moved it by now if he was attempting to conceal anything to protect his mother. There is only one way to find out. How are you going to enter the Marquess' bedchamber to search for it without him knowing?
I do not know, but I must find a way. If I do not,
then I will have nothing to keep her at bay.
Francis nodded.
Then we must find a way. We? I am not going to leave you to face such dangers alone. If the Marquess is protecting his mother as you fear, then he is not the ally that I had hoped he was for you. I truly believed him to be a good and honorable man, but there is nothing that can be done about that now. Diana walked over to the door and laid her hand on the handle. Now is as good a time as any other, while he and his mother are otherwise engaged with their arguments about proper servant etiquette. I will stand guard outside of the room while you search for the painting. Are you certain, Francis? I do not wish to put you in any more of a difficult position than I already have. I am certain. Then let us pray that we are not discovered. Chapter 32. The two girls left the room together and walked quietly down the hallway so as not to be noticed. Diana slipped into the Marquess' room while Francis remained out in the hallway to sound the alarm if someone approached. Diana stood in the doorway for a brief moment, scanning the walls of the room for the painting. Not finding it, she stepped further into the room and began to search more thoroughly through the drawers and cabinets of the various pieces of furniture. Bending over, she looked under the bed and it was there that she found it. Careful not to make any scraping noises against the floor, she crawled under the bed and pulled the portrait out from the dusty shadows. As she grasped the frame, her finger went through the thin paper on the back, making a tearing sound that caused her to pause and listen before she continued on. Standing up, she turned the frame over in her hand to appraise the damage and realized that there was an extra layer of rough paper that was not traditional for such portraits. She pulled her fingers free from the hole that she had created and saw something shift beneath the paper. Taking a breath to steady her nerves, she carefully tore a small portion of the paper away to reveal what lay beneath. To her surprise, she found a small stack of folded papers in the space between the painting's canvas and the extra layer of backing paper. Hiding the papers in the bodice of her gown, Diana put the portrait back under the bed and slipped silently back out into the hallway. "My lady?" Francis inquired, her brows raised in concern. "I found something," Diana whispered in confirmation and motioned for Francis to follow her back to the safety of her bedchamber. Upon entering her room, Diana immediately spread the folded papers out on the bed and selected the one nearest her to study. Francis stood beside her and peered over her shoulder. She moved from page to page until she was done with the stack. By the time that she was done, she sat on the bed, gaping in shock. Among the papers was a small handful of letters and an official-looking document with the former Marquess' own seal in a brilliant red wax. The first letter, a love letter, confirmed that the late Marquess did indeed have an affair with a maid named Caroline and that the two of them had been very much in love. The same letter also confirmed that Caroline had fallen with child and that the late Marquess was truly the father of her baby. The second letter was written as more of a tearful, soul-wrenching farewell, and Diana could only assume that it had been composed after the maid Caroline's death as a way for the late Marquess to cope with his grief over losing her forever. In it, the former Lord Westwallow made a promise to his precious lost love to do everything in his power to protect their newborn son. He wrote that his wife had known about the nobleman's affair with the maid and that the Marchioness had attempted to murder the babe in cold blood soon after its birth, but that he had managed to stop her just in time. The Marchioness had demanded that the babe be sent away from Westwallow, had even gone so far as to demand that the poor infant be sent out of England to France. The late Marquess was unable to do as his wife demanded, as there would be no way to properly protect the lad once he was out of the Marquess' care. He was equally unable to keep the babe at Westwallow Manor with the Marchioness bent on murder. Departing for the family estate in Wales, he took only a small number of trusted servants with him from Westwallow, who were already aware of the situation, to aid in caring for the child, leaving the Marchioness behind. The third missive was written by the late Marquess as a farewell letter to his newborn son, with instructions on a separate piece of paper that it was to be delivered only upon the event of the Marquess' death. This one Diana read aloud to Francis, as its contents held the most clues as to what had befallen the infant. "Francis, listen to this," she murmured in sympathy of the nobleman's predicament. "To my dearest son, if you are reading this, then I am no longer among the living. By now, your elder brother Ernest, whom as my heir I am entrusting with this secret, will have told you about the circumstances surrounding your birth and your mother's death. He will also have told you that due to your life being in danger, I took you away to Wales to keep you safe. It was never my intention to abandon you, but circumstances beyond my control have forced my hand and I must return to Westwallow Manor without you. I am leaving you in the capable hands of my most trusted servants, who will raise you as one of their own until the day comes when you will be old enough to act upon the gift that I am leaving you with now. With this letter, you should be given a document with my official seal. Within this document lies the truth of who you are, wherein I claim you as my rightful son. There will be many people, my legal wife included, who will shun you as illegitimate, but know that in my heart you could never be such a thing. My body may have been wed to another, but my soul has always been wed to your mother. From the moment of your creation, I have claimed you as my own, and this document will legally make it so, entitling you to the noble title of Lord and everything else that comes with your noble blood, benefits and responsibilities alike. Though you are but a babe at the time of my writing this, I know that you will grow to be an honorable and strong man of worth. I can only hope that you will never need to read this letter, and that I am there to see it come to pass, so that I might tell you of all of these things myself. If I am not, and you are indeed reading this, please know that I have loved you always, and that everything I have done has been to protect you until the day would come that you would be old enough to protect yourself. May God bless you, my son, keeping you always in his benevolent care. Until we meet again at heaven's gates, my darling boy, please take care. In eternal love, your father, Charles Augustus Jensen, Marquess of Westwallow. Diana and Francis met each other's eyes. The Dowager Marchioness did not kill the babe. Francis breathed in relief, sagging down to sit on the edge of the bed as if exhausted. Thanks be to God. We do not know that for certain. The letters were clearly never delivered, Diana pointed out, frowning in thought. Francis' face blanched white once more, the relief leaving her features. And it does not give the baby's name so that we might verify the truth of the matter. No, it does not. Diana shook her head. So, the babe could be anyone among the servants, he could have long left the estate, or he could be dead. There is no way of knowing. Diana reread the letter silently to herself this time to make certain that she had not missed anything. It says that the Marquess knows about his brother's existence. From the sound of it, he would have been quite a bit older than the babe. It is doubtful that the late Marquess would have burdened a young child with such a secret and expected him to keep it. Perhaps he did not tell his elder son about it until closer to his death. Perhaps the letter was written with the intent of telling him at a later date. Mayhap he died before he felt it was right to tell him. Francis' words of reason gave Diana quite a bit more possibilities to think upon. It is clear from the maid Sarah's accusations of murder that if the babe did survive to adulthood that he was not informed of his birthright, otherwise it would be known to everyone. Do you recall seeing anyone among the male staff who resembles the late or current Marquess?
No.
Francis shook her head. I have not seen anyone that I can recall.
Nor have I,
Diana answered, her frown deepening. Do you think that the Dowager Marchioness discovered what the late Marquess was doing and had the babe killed in spite of his efforts to protect his son? It is quite possible. Such a secret would be a hard one to keep. People would have noticed if a babe suddenly appeared among them.
Francis shook her head.
Not if there was a believable story attached to the baby's appearance. My mother took in her sister's children when she died, and no one thought anything of it. Such things happen more frequently than one would think. So, we are looking for someone who supposedly came to live among the servants from another family member? Diana thought that over for a moment, then nodded. It is possible, but how would we discover who it might be without causing further alarm? I can inquire discreetly among the staff, but after what happened earlier, I am not certain that it is the best way. Francis offered, with some trepidation in her voice. I can attempt to speak with the Marquess about it, but I do not know that he will tell me anything. The one opportunity that I had to speak with him about it, he was not receptive to my inquiries. His reaction to my having found the painting leads me to believe that he does, indeed, know more than he is willing to admit about all of this. It remains to be seen whether it is his mother or his brother that he is protecting. Perhaps he is attempting to do both? Diana nodded. It is possible, but at this moment that is all that we can truly say about the matter, that anything is possible. It is unlikely that we will have found the answers we seek in time to save us all from the Dowager Marchioness machinations, but we must try. What are you going to do? Francis asked, her eyes filled with concern for Diana's well-being. The Dowager Marchioness is a formidable foe to reckon with. Nothing short of proof of her wrongdoing would stop her from blackmailing me into marriage by holding the lives of Gabriel and his family hostage. These letters are a form of proof, and from them we know that this document— she raised up the red wax-sealed document that she had found with the letters— is the legal acceptance of the infant as his son, but if we break the seal without the proper witnesses we could cause even more problems. It may be the only way to know what the babe's name is. Francis pointed out. If the late Marquess' son survived to be cared for by the trusted servants mentioned in these letters, they would have no doubt changed his name to something unrecognizable to the Dowager Marchioness. They would have done everything they could to keep him safe. Including leaving the estate? No. Diana shook her head. From what these letters suggest, the Marquess had every intention of the babe being raised where he could see to his needs without anyone ever knowing the boy's true identity. All of the clues lead to someone here on the Welsh estate. If he is alive at all, then he is here. I will see what I can discover, Francis promised, rising to leave. The sound of approaching hoofbeats sounded on the drive outside. Diana arose to look out of the window to find that the Earl and his search party had returned. And it appears that I am out of time. You cannot be forced to accept the Earl's betrothal if you are asleep, Francis answered, moving to get Diana's nightclothes from the armoire. Let us get you changed and into bed. I will make inquiries among the staff and hopefully have something to tell you come the morn. Until then, it would be best to hide the papers. Diana nodded and allowed Francis to help ready her for bed. As she slipped beneath the covers, she hid the papers underneath the mattress. In spite of her cooperation with Francis' plan, she knew that she was not going to be able to sleep. It took every last bit of her willpower not to tear open the wax-sealed document and read its contents, but she could not be responsible for undoing the late Marquess' legacy. He had gone to great lengths to see that his son survived to one day be welcomed into the upper echelons of society, and if she was able to keep that intact, she would do so. Chapter 33. Francis left Lady Diana's bedchamber and slipped down the back stairs to the kitchen. She thought that the best way to get the information that she needed was to offer her assistance in the kitchens with cleaning up the remains of the evening meal and make her inquisitions sound like casual conversation instead of an interrogation. The cook and kitchen maids, overworked, gratefully accepted her assistance. While they worked, Frances plied them with leading questions, sharing about her own family in order to get them to do the same about their own and the other people that they worked with. Frances felt guilty for using them thusly, but she would have done anything to protect Lady Diana. Frances personally liked the Earl and cared very little for the stable hand, Gabriel, but she was not going to stand by and allow a terrible woman such as the Dowager Marchioness to blackmail her into marriage. Frances told them about her mother taking in her sister's children and how they had grown up together more as siblings than cousins. She hoped that it would cause the maids to think of other instances when such a thing had happened for them or others attached to the estate. Unfortunately, none of them mentioned a baby boy who had something similar happen. By the time that the evening meal was cleaned away and the kitchen set to rights for the night, Frances had learned many things about the families of the Welsh estate, but nothing that would be of help. According to the cook and the maids, there was no one fitting the late Marquess's son's description inasmuch as she was able to inquire without giving away her true reasoning or the story outlined in the letters. Diana will have no choice but to confront the Marquess now. Come morning, Diana awoke to find Frances asleep in the chair beside her bed. It had been a restless night and she was surprised to find that her friend had been able to enter the room without her knowing. She is such a quiet little thing and yet she possesses such strength and loyalty. Crawling out of bed, Diana laid a blanket over Frances' sleeping form and went to stand in front of the window. She looked out over the expanse of the grounds below as the sun began to dapple its rays across the dew-strewn gardens. Such beauty among such treachery. It is a metaphor for the world at large, I suppose. Sighing, Diana turned away to ready herself for the day. It felt more like donning armor for battle than it did slipping on a light frock. Why did you not wake me? Frances murmured sleepily from behind her, sitting up in the chair as she brushed the hair back out of her face. You were sleeping so soundly I did not have the heart to awaken you. That was thoughtful of you, my lady, but surely you would not have left to face the Dowager Marchioness without discovering whether I learned anything last eve. No, I would have awakened you before going down. Did you, indeed, discover anything? Frances shook her head. No, unfortunately I did not. I spoke with the cook and all of the kitchen maids, but none of them knew of a boy being brought here from elsewhere. Then we have nothing but the letters to face the Marquess and Dowager Marchioness with. That and a sealed document that may or may not tell us all who the boy is or was. Frances' face showed the doubt that she felt about the plan. If only there had been more information, another letter at the very least. Diana sighed, pulling the papers out from beneath the mattress. I think that you should send a letter to your parents. Frances stood up from the chair to meet Diana's eyes with earnestness. And what should I say to them that they would believe? Tell them that you are going to accept the Earl's proposal and that you would like for them to be present when you do. It would also allow you an acceptable excuse to delay the Dowager Marchioness if she believes that you are sincere. When your parents arrive, show them what you have found and tell them about everything that has happened and that you have learned. The Dowager Marchioness will not be able to hide what she has done when placed under the scrutiny of your parents. Diana's eyes widened in surprise at Frances' cunning. At the very least, the fact that the Dowager Marchioness attempted to blackmail me into doing her bidding should give them cause enough to doubt her credibility. Indeed. Frances nodded, the smallest light of hope entering her eyes for the first time since they had arrived in Wales. I will write the letter if you will see to having it delivered. The groom, David, should be able to deliver it if he is not riding out with the Earl in search of the brigands who shot Gabriel. The thought of Gabriel made Diana's heart patter strangely in her chest. She had been forbidden to see him by the Dowager Marchioness and there was nothing that she could do about it. She prayed that he was healing and had not taken a turn for the worse. She knew that the Marquess would have had a maid to care for him, but that did not keep her from worrying about him. She did not even know whether he was still in the library or if he had been removed to the stables. Do you have any word of Gabriel? She asked Frances hopefully. The Marquess had him removed from the library,
but I do not know where he was moved. I can only assume the stables or one of the male servants' rooms. Can you discover his whereabouts for me? I can try, but you are forbidden to see him. Is it wise to anger the Dowager Marchioness further before your parents arrive? Perhaps not, but I need to at least know that he is alive and well. I will see what I can discover after I deliver your letter, for David to take to your parents. Thank you, Francis. I will always do my duty by you, my lady, even when I disagree with you. I know that you do not approve of Gabriel, but I love him. I may not ever be able to be with him, but if I can do this one last thing to protect him and his family from being dismissed and sent out into the world with nothing, then I can leave here knowing that I did my very best for him. A single tear slipped down Diana's cheek. Have faith, my lady, that one day you will find a more appropriate love, a love that you choose. Diana shook her head. I may not have chosen to love Gabriel, but it is all the more sincere for its accidental nature. Contrary to what we are taught, Francis, love cannot be planned. Perhaps not, my lady, but it does not change the way that things are. Diana swiped another tear from her cheek and sat down at the little desk by the window to write a missive to her parents. And perhaps the way things are, is wrong. Gabriel lay incapacitated in the bed in David the groom's room above the stables. The groom had temporarily moved to sleep in the hayloft so that Gabriel could be as comfortable as was possible, given his change in surroundings. The Dowager Marchioness had appeared in the manor house library as if out of nowhere and had begun shrieking at him to get out of her house. He knew that the Dowager Marchioness was not happy when her servants received special treatment of any kind. She believed that the classes should remain completely separate, and he had seen her angry at many of them over the years, but he had felt her reaction to be extreme, even for her. It had been humiliating to be helpless to arise and leave the house of his own accord. He had been forced to lie there through the entire ordeal until the butler had arranged for the footman to carry him out. As he lay there staring at the ceiling, he heard footsteps climbing the stairs. The footsteps were light, not the heavy bootfalls of a groom. A glimmer of hope that it might be Lady Diana sparked in his heart. He had not seen her even once since being moved. A knock sounded at the door and Gabriel called out for whomever it was to enter. To his surprise, it was the diminutive maid Frances, instead of her mistress. Frances? He greeted her, more as a question than an actual welcome. He knew that she did not like him in the slightest for what she perceived to be a compromising of her mistress' reputation and future prospects. Gabriel? Frances stopped in surprise. I was looking for David. Oh? My mistress needs him to deliver a missive to Lord and Lady Kilgrave. Something flashed in Frances' eyes as if she were contemplating whether to say more. What he saw in her eyes made his heart leap with concern. Is she well? Has something happened? Frances squared her shoulders and lifted her chin in a gesture of defiant strength. She is well. Why do I have my doubts as to the truthfulness of your words? I cannot control what you think, Gabriel Rowan, but I will not stand here and allow you to question my honor by suggesting that I would lie. For your information, the missive is to announce the impending engagement of my mistress and the Earl of Aptley. Lady Diana wishes for her parents to be here for the happy occasion. Gabriel's muscles stiffened in hurt surprise. Logically, he knew that surprise was unwarranted as Diana had been destined to wed the Earl of Aptley from the beginning, but his heart spat on logic. Engagement? Indeed. Frances confirmed, nodding her head in a sharp defiant jerk. Now, I must find David. Do you happen to know where he is? Gabriel shook his head. I cannot be certain, but he has been sleeping in the loft so that I might recover here in peace. A most generous thing for him to do. He is a good man. Frances turned to go, then paused. She turned back around and studied his face for a moment as if debating whether to say something or not. How old is David? I am not certain, but he is close in age to myself. He was not born here but was sent here from West Wallow when he was quite young. I was too young when he came here to know exactly when. Why do you ask? Have you grown tired of Stephen and seek another suitor? Frances frowned at him in displeasure.
I have no need of another suitor. Then why the interest?
That is none of your concern.
Francis turned and left the room in a huff. In spite of himself, Gabriel chuckled. He knew that there was nothing that he could do to change Francis' mind about him, but honestly, it was of little consequence. It pleased him to see that Diana had someone so loyal and protective seeing to her needs. If anything, he envied Francis' daily interactions with her. I wonder what her sudden interest in David is. Chapter 34. Francis climbed up into the loft in search of David. Her thoughts were churning rapidly about what she had learned from Gabriel. It was the closest that she had come to discovering anything close to what was described in the letters that Lady Diana had found in the mysterious portrait. Reaching the top rung of the ladder, Francis found the young man in question throwing hay down to the horses below. Francis stood studying him in silence for a moment. He was tall like the Marquess, broad-shouldered, and handsome. She studied the planes of his face to see if she saw anything of the man's paternity there but could not be certain in the dim light. Stepping forward, she called out his name. David? The groom looked up in surprise and smiled.
Miss Francis, how may I be of service?
My lady has asked that you deliver this letter to her parents at Kilgrave Manor.
Yes, of course. I will leave immediately.
Thank you, David.
Francis turned to go but paused.
You were born in England,
were you not?
I was. He nodded, smiling. I was born near West Wallow. How long has it been since you have been home?
Not since I was a lad.
Do you miss it? David shook his head. I was too young to remember anything about it. My mother sent me here to train with my uncle when I was barely weaned. My sister Sarah lived in England much longer than I and came to join me here when our mother died. Is it usual in your family to be sent away so young?
No.
He shook his head, but mother was not my true mother. She was the midwife at my birth when my true mother died. She was unwed, a widow, and did not feel that she could properly care for a lad, but she came to visit me often with my sister when the Marquess and Marchioness came to stay. It was a good life and she did the best that she could by me. Francis' heart leapt up into her throat at this and she had to physically stop herself from curtsying. She was so convinced by his story that he was the noble babe that they sought. Turning away to hide her facial expression, Francis bid him a safe and speedy journey, then hurried down the ladder. She raced to the manor house in time to hear the Dowager Marchioness congratulate Lady Diana for finally seeing reason. I will allow you to await a response from your parents, but not a moment more. You will accept the Earl of Apley's betrothal, or I will follow through with my threats. Why do you dislike Gabriel so? What has he done to deserve your ire? Do you honestly believe that I do not know about your affection for the stable hand? Do you think that I do not know about the compromising situation that you have put yourself in by riding about with him unchaperoned? Did you think that I would not discover your midnight trysts in the stables? In this matter, you have no one else but yourself to blame. Francis froze in the hallway. If the Dowager Marchioness knew about all of those things that Diana had only told to her, then that meant that the Dowager had been having Diana watched, which also meant that it was possible that she already knew about their discovery of the papers. Terrified that their proof of the noblewoman's wrongdoing might have already been taken, Francis raced up the stairs to Lady Diana's bedchamber and looked under the mattress. The papers were gone. No. Diana stood, teeth clenched, hands fisted in her skirts. She could not deny the Dowager Marchioness accusations because she had done all of those things, but not in the way that the Dowager was insinuating. The way that the Dowager was speaking, it was as if Diana's honor was already lost and that the forced marriage to the Earl was the gesture of a savior instead of a blackmailer. Diana might have fallen for it were it not for the papers pressed against her skin beneath the fabric of her gown stating exactly what the Dowager was capable of. You were wrong in your thinking that anything untoward has transpired between us. You call kissing stable hands appropriate. Your parents will not agree. How do you? The question hung on her lips unfinished as her mind grasped for answers. You have been watching me. I have people to do such trivial things for me. The Dowager Marchioness waved away her accusations as if they were nothing. Diana did not know what to say to that. She was confounded by the lengths to which the Dowager Marchioness was willing to go in seemingly all aspects of her life. Unable to say anything that would not make the situation worse, Diana was grateful when the Earl and Marquess entered the room. "Shall we break the fast?" the Marquess asked politely, as his eyes took in the tense situation between them.
"Of course,"
the Dowager Marchioness answered, sweeping past them as if nothing at all had happened. Diana, not quite ready to sit across from the Marchioness and pretend that everything was well between them, pardoned herself on the excuse of going to look in on her sister. She climbed the stairs and turned to see how Georgette was recovering from her headache of the night before, when Frances emerged from Diana's bedchamber. Her face was white, her lips clamped in fear.
"What has happened?"
Diana asked, rushing toward her in concern. "The papers are gone," Frances breathed shakily. "I have them." Diana pressed her hand against the fabric of her gown where she had hidden the papers. Frances breathed a sigh of relief, but the frown did not leave her face. "The Dowager Marchioness has been watching you." "I know." She just admitted it. "Do you think that she knows about the papers?"
"I do not know.
There is no way to be certain, but I have a feeling that if she did, she would have destroyed them already." "Then there is still hope for the both of you." "The both of us? To whom are you referring?" "I believe that I have found the missing boy from the letters." Diana's brows arched in surprise. "I thought you said that no one within the manor house staff fit the description."
"They did not."
"But he is not of the household staff."
"Who?"
"Sarah's brother, David." "The groom?" Frances nodded her head excitedly. "Yes." "What causes you to believe this?" "I went to take your letter for David to deliver to your parents at Kilgrave, and instead I found Gabriel recovering in David's room." "You saw Gabriel? How did he look?" Frances gave Diana a look that said she disapproved of the interruption. "He is improving. It was from Gabriel that I learned that David was brought to Wales from West Wallow when he was quite young to live with his uncle." "That alone does not determine his paternity." "No, it does not, but I then went and spoke with David. He said that the midwife was not his natural mother, but he had been placed in her charge after his true mother died." Diana frowned. "But if David is the late Marquess' son, then why would the midwife say that the Dowager Marchioness had murdered the babe? Surely, Sarah would know the truth of her own brother's birth." Frances' excitement dimmed a bit at this. "I do not know. Perhaps she lied to protect him." "That is a terribly bold lie, to accuse a noblewoman of murdering a baby." "The letters say that the Dowager Marchioness did try to murder the babe. It would not have been a leap of imagination to claim that she had succeeded." "Perhaps not, but the Dowager Marchioness would know the truth of the matter, and if it was a lie, such a lie would not protect the boy from her wrath. I am not saying that you are wrong, but I am also not convinced that he is the one we seek. There is only one way to know for certain." Diana nodded. "When my father arrives, he and the Earl of Apley can act as the proper noble witnesses to the unsealing of the legitimization documentation. They can then confront the Dowager Marchioness and the Marquess, together if necessary. I greatly dislike thinking that the Marquess would be a part in something such as this, but I suppose that his father gave him little choice. He was so young to be placed with the charge of a secret such as this. I do not envy him the position of carrying such a burden." "Nor do I." "Should we not give him the opportunity to explain himself before publicly humiliating him?" "I would gladly do so, as I have grown quite fond of Ernest, but we cannot risk that he will put his mother above the truth. It could be days before your parents are able to arrive. Then we must continue to guard the secret until then, not letting on to anyone that we know anything." "That is not going to be a simple matter with what we have learned." "No, but we must do it." "Will you be telling Lady Georgette?" "No." Diana shook her head. "She does not need to bear any more disappointment than what she has already endured. We will wait until we know the full truth of the Marquess' involvement before we declaim his honor." "So, we are alone. What if something should happen to either of us?" Should there not be someone else who knows what we know? Someone who will be able to tell the truth in our stead? The Dowager Marchioness is not going to murder us in our beds, Francis. She had every intention of murdering a newborn babe still warm from its mother's breast. It is quite clear that she is not beyond committing such a sin. The look on Francis' face told Diana that she truly believed the Dowager Marchioness was fully capable of killing them both if she thought that they knew the truth. Is there anyone that you can trust to tell, to help keep us safe? The Earl of Apley, perhaps? No. Diana shook her head. He is friends with the Marquess and would feel honor-bound to inform him of the accusation. Then there is no one? Francis looked truly terrified and Diana's heart went out to her. I will understand if you wish to return to Kilgrave Manor without me. I can ask Georgette to return with you under the guise of her health. No, my lady. I could never leave you. Remove the thought from your mind. Diana smiled. I could not ask for a better or more loyal friend. Always, my lady. There is one person that we can trust. Who? Gabriel. Chapter 35. Gabriel? Are you certain, my lady? Francis looked at her doubtfully. I am. Then you should go now while no one else is with him and the Dowager Marchioness is occupied in the dining room. I will stand guard and make certain that no one follows you. Then let us go quickly before we are discovered. Francis nodded and the two girls slipped back down the stairs and out of the door as quietly as they could manage. She showed Diana the way to David's room where Gabriel was recovering, then went to stand at the door to keep watch as Diana climbed the stairs to the small hallway above. When she reached the top, she paused in front of the designated door and knocked. Enter. Gabriel's voice beckoned from beyond. Opening the door, she stepped inside of the dimly lit room and took a moment to allow her eyes to adjust. She could just make out his features through the gloom and her heart went out to him for being relegated to such an undesirable state. The room smelled of horses and hay and the dust of it hung in the air, musty and stale. You should not be forced to recover in such a place as this. It could be much worse, my lady. He chuckled, then grunted from the pain of the motion. This is my fault. Diana moved forward to kneel beside his bed and took his hand in her own. I was shot by brigands. How is that your fault? Not the shooting. She shook her head. Your being relegated to the stables is my fault. The Dowager Marchioness had me followed at West Wallow. She knows about us. Gabriel frowned. Are you well? Has she done anything to punish you because of me? His eyes traveled over her features as if reassuring himself that she was indeed unharmed. I have not been physically harmed, but I am being forced to wed the Earl of Apley or you and your entire family will be displaced. Do not do it for us. We will find another way to survive. Return home to Kilgrave where your family can protect you. It is not just that. My maid Frances and I have discovered something terrible about the Dowager Marchioness and I cannot in good conscience leave here without the truth being revealed. Gabriel's frown of concern deepened. What it is? What have you discovered that could be so terrible that you would risk your future happiness to see it brought into the light? It is quite possible that she murdered someone. Diana thought that it would be best to start with the worst of it and explain the rest from there. What? Who? Gabriel demanded to know, attempting to sit up in his bed in spite of the pain that Diana knew he was in. It has been said that the Dowager Marchioness murdered a baby, but I do not know if she succeeded. Nonsense. Gabriel shook his head in disbelief. She can be difficult, but she would never harm an innocent babe. Why would she? Who told you such a lie? The maid Sarah told my maid Frances the story. It is below-stairs gossip for easily frightened maidservants to scare each other with. It is not. Diana shook her head. There are letters from the late Marquess that prove that the Dowager Marchioness did, indeed, attempt to murder a newborn babe. Gabriel's eyes grew sharp and piercing. He had great respect for the late Marquess and could not so easily dismiss his words as he could idle chatter. Tell me everything. Are you familiar with the maid-servant Sarah of whom I speak? Yes, David's sister. He nodded in confirmation. There was a maid who used to work at West Wallow Manor that would travel with the family when they came to Wales, just as Sarah used to do before coming to live with her brother. Sarah said that it was this maid who caught the eye of the former Marquess and that sometime later the maid became with child.
With the Marquess' child?
Gabriel asked in disbelief.
I thought him a more honorable man than that.
Are you certain? The letters that I found confirm Sarah's story.
Go on.
Gabriel nodded his head solemnly for her to continue. The letters say that the Dowager Marchioness discovered the truth, and when the babe was born, a son, that the Dowager Marchioness took it with the intention of killing it with her own 2 hands. I find all of this terribly difficult to believe. Are you certain that the letters were truly from the Marquess?
I am certain,
and I know that Sarah was quite convinced about her story as well. And where are these letters now? Diana blushed, but lifted the fabric of her gown and pulled out the letters. She handed them to Gabriel, and he squinted at them in the dim light.
I cannot make out the words in this light,
but that is indeed the late Marquess' handwriting. He handed the letters back to her and laid back against the pillow, closing his eyes against the pain of his shoulder.
First tell me what Sarah said, then tell me what the letters say.
If we are going to keep you safe, we must know what the servants believe, as well as the truth itself. Diana nodded, took a deep breath, and began to tell Gabriel the maid's story word for word as it was told to her by Francis. She told him about how the late Marquess of West Wallow's marriage to the Dowager Marchioness had been arranged and that neither party had had any say in the matter whatsoever. She told him that in all the years that the noble couple were wed that they had never once loved each other, her heart breaking for them as she said the words. And that is the same fate that she would curse you with? Gabriel growled in disapproval. It appears to have been an open arrangement wherein the rules were well known to everyone involved. The marriage was one of convenience, a business endeavor between their families, to expand their respective fortunes. All brides hope for love no matter the marriage arrangement, do they not? Diana shrugged her shoulders. According to Sarah, neither the Marquess nor the Marchioness expected wedded bliss. The Marchioness was expected to produce an heir as quickly as possible, and she did. The moment that the Dowager Marchioness was with child, it is said that she refused the Marquess her bed. Diana blushed deeper at this, and Gabriel smiled, reaching up to caress her cheek. Under the guise of the unborn babe's health and safety, no doubt? Diana nodded. That is what she said. Once Ernest was born, the Marchioness had no more use for the Marquess, and she made the separation permanent. It is believed that they never shared another single loving moment between them from that day forward. The Marquess had his heir, and that was all that mattered to society. To people such as they, love is of little importance. Diana nodded. I am familiar with the mindset. Gabriel winced at the reminder. I am sorry. I forget that you are of their people. It is of no concern. She shook her head, her heart breaking at the reminder of the social rift between them. Go on with your story. He urged gently, his thumb caressing her cheek in soothing repetition. A few years after Ernest was born, a long-time maid to the family died, I do not know her name, and a new maid was hired to take her place. The new maid's name was Caroline and was rumored to have been a beauty beyond compare. According to tales whispered among the staff here and at West Wallow, the late Marquess fell madly in love with this new maid, besotted by her beauty, along with her kind and gentle nature. An intoxicating combination for any man. He smiled up at her lovingly. Diana blushed and smiled. Indeed. These were qualities sorely lacking in the Marchioness, I would be willing to wager. Diana nodded. From what I have witnessed of the Dowager and of what I have been told of this Caroline, she could not have been more opposite of the Marchioness if she had tried. And starved for love and affection, the late Marquess was helpless to resist her. Gabriel sighed, his eyes telling Diana that he understood the feeling all too well. Diana nodded again. Love is difficult to resist. It is impossible. Gabriel agreed. The Marquess and the maid had a passionate affair that lasted several months, until Caroline became with child. The moment that she began to show, their secret affair was brought into question. The Marchioness, discovering her husband's infidelity, commanded that Caroline be sent away from West Wallow immediately, but the late Marquess would have none of it and he kept her hidden away in a cottage somewhere on the estate. How did he manage to do that without the Dowager killing him in his sleep, if she was of as murderous a mind as you say? He justified his refusal to dismiss the maid on the grounds that he could not leave a woman, any woman, laden with child to fend for herself. Per the Marquess' instruction the maid stayed at West Wallow and was tended by a midwife. What happened then? How have I never heard this story? Diana shrugged her shoulders, again uncertain. In order to protect them both, Caroline swore that she would never disclose the true identity of her child's father. Though the Marchioness and most of the servants believed the baby to have been the late Marquess' child, they could never prove it for a certainty and so the maid was allowed to live on at West Wallow. She was kept in a separate cottage on the estate during the last few weeks of her confinement, away from the prying eyes of the staff and the fury of the Marchioness. A brave woman, but if the Dowager Marchioness has been accused of murder, then the story does not end there, I assume. Unfortunately for everyone involved it does not. The Marchioness, certain of her husband's guilt, never allowed the maid's presence or her name to be uttered within the walls of West Wallow Manor ever again. Sorrowfully for the Marquess and all those who loved her, Caroline died shortly after giving birth, from complications. No one knows for certain among the staff what happened to the baby, or even whether it was a boy or a girl, but the Marquess' letters state that it was indeed a son. And why does Sarah believe that this son was murdered by the Marchioness? Her mother told her so. And why was Sarah's mother so certain of it? She was Caroline's midwife. Gabriel stared up at Diana in surprise. "But you are certain of this?" "I am certain that Sarah's mother was indeed the midwife, and that the Marchioness did attempt to murder the boy, but as to whether he is now dead or alive, I am not certain. The letters seem to point to his having survived the Marchioness' attempts on his life." "Tell me more about the letters." Diana told him about the painting that she had found in the late Marquess' room with the nobleman holding his infant son. She told him about how she had found the papers concealed in the frame. Among the papers were a small handful of letters and an official-looking document with the former Marquess' own seal in a bright deep red wax. "Do you have this document?" "I do." Diana withdrew the document from her skirts and handed it to him. "It is unopened." "It should be opened in front of the proper witnesses. I will not be responsible for creating more difficulties than already exist for the boy." "You are wise beyond your years." Gabriel smiled at her with pride and handed her back the document. "It is, indeed, the late Marquess' seal." Diana nodded, then continued her explanation. The first letter was a love letter that confirmed that the late Marquess did indeed have an affair with a maid named Caroline and that the two of them had been very much in love with one another. The same letter also confirms that Caroline had fallen with child and that the late Marquess was truly the father of her baby. One cannot argue with the man's own words. If he says it is so, then it must be so. Diana knew that what she was revealing had to alter the memory of the man that he had held with such high regard and she was sorry for it but continued on. It was too far to turn back now. The second letter was written as more of a tearful farewell. I assume that it was composed after the maid Caroline's death as a way for the late Marquess to cope with his grief over losing his love. In this letter, the Marquess makes a promise to Caroline to do everything in his power to protect their newborn son. As he should. Gabriel nodded. He wrote that his wife had known about the affair with the maid and that the Marchioness had attempted to murder the babe in cold blood soon after its birth, but that he had managed to stop her from harming the little one just in time. "I would not believe it were it not for the Marquess saying it," Gabriel murmured, a pained expression in his eyes. "I know. I felt much the same." "What did she do when her plans were thwarted?" The Dowager Marchioness demanded that the babe be sent away from West Wallow and had even gone so far as to demand that the poor lad be sent out of England away to France. The Marquess would surely never agree to such a thing. No, he did not. The late Marquess was unable to do as his wife demanded as there would be no way to properly protect the lad once he was out of the Marquess' care. He was equally unable to keep the babe at West Wallow Manor with the Dowager Marchioness bent on murder.
I should say not.
Instead, the Marquess left for the family's country estate in Wales.
He brought the babe here?
He did. Diana nodded. The letter says that he took only a small number of trusted servants with him from West Wallow, who were already aware of the situation, to aid in caring for the child, leaving the Dowager Marchioness behind in England. It is unclear how long that he intended to stay, from this letter, but it is the third letter that I find the most intriguing and perhaps even the most worrisome.
How so?
The third letter was written by the late Marquess as a farewell to his newborn son with instructions on a separate piece of paper that it was to be delivered only upon the event of the Marquess' death.
Which, clearly,
it was not if you found it hidden in a framed portrait.
Precisely. What all did this third letter say?
I would much rather read it to you word for word if I can get enough light to do so. I fear that I will miss something important if I do not. Perhaps you will recognize the story and be able to shed further light on the matter.
I can try.
Gabriel agreed.
Perhaps you will be able to read it
Over by the window if you open the shutters a bit more.
I can certainly try, but I do not want anyone to hear what we are talking about.
It is doubtful as long as you speak softly. Diana arose and walked to the small window on the far side of the little room and opened it as wide as it would go. Then she began to read the letter aloud. To my dearest son, if you are reading this, then I am no longer among the living. By now, your elder brother Ernest, whom as my heir I am entrusting with this secret, will have told you about the circumstances surrounding your birth and your mother's death. He will also have told you that due to your life being in danger, I took you away to Wales to keep you safe. It was never my intention to abandon you, but circumstances beyond my control have forced my hand and I must return to West Wallow Manor without you. I am leaving you in the capable hands of my most trusted servants who will raise you as one of their own until the day comes when you will be old enough to act upon the gift that I am leaving you with now. With this letter, you should be given a document with my official seal. Within this document lies the truth of who you are wherein I claim you as my rightful son. There will be many people, my legal wife included, who will shun you as illegitimate but know that in my heart you could never be such a thing. My body may have been wed to another, but my soul has always been wed to your mother. From the moment of your creation, I have claimed you as my own and this document will legally make it so, entitling you to the noble title of Lord and everything else that comes with your noble blood benefits and responsibilities alike. Though you are naught but a babe at the time of my writing this, I know that you will grow to be an honorable and strong man of worth. I can only hope that you will never need to read this letter and that I am there to see it come to pass so that I might tell you of all of these things myself. If I am not and you are indeed reading this, please know that I have loved you always and that everything I have done has been to protect you until the day would come that you would be old enough to protect yourself. May God bless you, my son, keeping you always in his benevolent care. Until we meet again at heaven's gates, my darling boy, please take care. In eternal love, your father, Charles Augustus Jensen, Marquess of West Wallow. A silent hush fell across the room and Diana turned to find Gabriel's eyes shining with tears, the words eternal love hanging between them as an unspoken promise. If only. Chapter 36. Diana and Gabriel's eyes met as she crossed back to his side. The Dowager Marchioness did not kill the babe. Gabriel answered with certainty in his eyes. We do not know that for certain. The letters were clearly never delivered. Diana pointed out, just as she had with Francis when she had come to the same conclusion. It does not give the baby's name so that we might verify the truth of the matter one way or another. The babe could be anyone among the servants, he could have long left the estate, or he could be dead. There is no way of knowing. It says that the current Marquess knows about his brother's existence. Surely he would have done something about it by now. It does, but as I told Francis, he would have been quite a bit older than the babe, but he still would have been a child himself. It is doubtful that the late Marquess would have burdened a young child with such a secret and expected him to keep it. I think that it is more likely that he did not tell his elder son about it until closer to his death, that perhaps the letter was written with the intent of telling him at a later date. It is even possible that he died before he felt it was right to tell him. And yet, from your tone I sense doubt. It is just a feeling that I have. It is clear to me that Ernest is hiding something about this, but I am not certain what it is. It is also clear to me from the maid Sarah's accusations of murder against the Dowager Marchioness that if the babe did survive to adulthood, that he was not informed of his birthright, otherwise it would be known to everyone, including yourself. Do you recall as you were growing up here on the Welsh estate seeing anyone among the male staff who resembled the late or current Marquess?
No.
Gabriel shook his head. I have not seen anyone that I can recall.
Nor have I,
nor has Francis. Diana answered, not quite certain whether to tell him about Francis' theory about David. Do you think that the Dowager Marchioness discovered what the late Marquess was doing and had the babe killed in spite of his efforts to protect his son? We had the same question. It is quite possible. Such a secret would be a hard one to keep, but people would have noticed if a babe suddenly appeared among them, being lorded over by the Marquess. Francis argues that it is possible if there was a believable story attached to the baby's appearance. Her own mother took in her sister's children when she died, and Francis said that no one thought anything of it. She says that such things happen more frequently than one would think and that no one ever doubts the veracity of such tales. So, you began looking for someone who supposedly came to live among the servants from another family member? Diana smiled at how well he already knew her and nodded.
We did, but it was not an easy thing to do without causing others to grow suspicious.
I had Francis inquire discreetly among the staff, but she came away with nothing.
Have you attempted to speak with the Marquess about it? He is an honorable man.
Diana shrugged her shoulders.
The one opportunity that I had to speak with him about the portrait, he was not receptive to my inquiries. His reaction to my having found the painting led me to believe that he does, indeed, know more than he is willing to admit about all of this. It is clear to me that he is protecting someone, but it remains to be seen whether it is his mother or his brother that he is protecting. Until I know the answer to his intentions, I do not feel that I can trust him with what lies within these letters.
Surely he knows what is in them already if he hid the portrait under the bed as you say. Diana nodded.
It is possible, but it did not look like the letters had been accessed in a very long time.
What are you going to do with them now? The Dowager Marchioness is a formidable foe to be forced to reckon with. Nothing short of proof of her wrongdoing would stop her from blackmailing me into marriage by holding the lives of you and your family hostage. These letters are a form of proof, and from them we know that this document— she raised up the red wax-sealed document that she had found with the letters— is the legal acceptance of the child as his son, but if we break the seal without the proper witnesses we could cause even more problems. So, I have sent for my parents and upon their arrival I will reveal all. If the late Marquess' son survived to be cared for by the trusted servants mentioned in these letters, which honestly could have been anyone, they would have no doubt changed his name to something unrecognizable to the Dowager Marchioness. They would have done everything they could to keep him safe, including leaving the estate and never returning. How can you be certain that that document will hold the answers that you seek? I cannot be certain, but from what these letters suggest, the Marquess had every intention of the babe being raised where he could see to his needs without anyone ever knowing the boy's true identity. All of the clues lead to someone here on the Welsh estate. If he is alive at all, then he is here. Francis even believes that she has found the babe grown into a man.
Truly?
Whom does she believe it be?
David.
The groom?
The very same.
Diana nodded.
What makes her believe such a thing?
I have known David nearly my entire life and I have never once noticed anything that would lead me to believe such a tale. It was partly you that led her to such a conclusion.
Me?
He looked up at her in confusion. You told her of David's coming to Wales from West Wallow when he was but a boy, and David told her that his known mother was not his true mother. She was the midwife at his birth when his true mother died. She was unwed, a widow, and did not feel that she could properly care for a lad, so she sent him here to Wales to be trained by his uncle.
Gabriel nodded. He was the former stable master here before he died. A good man and a dear friend to my own father.
He sat in silence for a time contemplating everything that she had told him. You cannot let the Dowager Marchioness know that you are aware of any of this before your parents arrive. I will do all in my power to be strong enough to be present for the confrontation, but until then you will need to protect yourself by feigning ignorance. I know. And you cannot be caught here with me or your hand could be forced. I know that, too, but I loathe the idea of leaving you here this way. I will be well. It is you my heart aches for. Diana leaned down and brushed her lips against his in a bittersweet kiss. I love you, she whispered against his skin. As I love you, he whispered back, deepening the kiss. When Diana finally pulled away, she arose to go. I will send Francis to look in on you every day, but it will not be the same as coming myself. I will not be responsible for placing you in a difficult position. My heart has already done enough of that. Once I have seen this through, then I have a plan of how we can be together. Diana, you know that such a thing is impossible. Not if we run away together. You would do that to your family? For you, I would. Diana. Gabriel shook his head. You know how much I wish I could marry you and make a life with you, but it is impossible without bringing you to absolute ruin, and I will not be responsible for your misery. You said yourself that you and your family could find other work elsewhere. If that is true and I would not be the ruin of your family, then... Gabriel did not let her finish the sentence. Then you would still bring ruin to yours. Diana, we cannot do it, and you know that better than I, for it is your world, your people, you have made it so. Then let your people be my people. Diana's heart felt as if it was shattering beyond any hope of repair at his refusal of her offer. She had not made it lightly, but with the realization that life was brief and true happiness was rare. I will not be a noblewoman such as the Dowager Marchioness, who married for her family and not her own heart. Look where it led her. You could never be as she is. Such a thing is an impossibility. I am certain that she believed the same thing of herself at one point in her life before a loveless marriage robbed her of all hope. She was never you, my love. She could never have been you and done the things that she has done. Diana turned her face into the palm of his hand at his words, tears streaming down her cheeks. You will heal in time, my darling, and find someone far better suited than I, but you will live in my heart forever. I will never love another as I love you, she sobbed, shaking her head in denial. You will and you must. Now go, before you are discovered. Diana tore herself away from his touch, and the pain of it was as if one of her very own limbs was being cast asunder. She ran from the room, tears streaming down her cheeks, until she reached Francis' comforting embrace at the bottom of the stairs. I knew that this was ill-advised, my lady. I am so very sorry. No, it needed to be done. When my parents arrive, we will not stand alone. If anything should happen to us, he will carry on in our stead to make certain that the truth is made known. I may not care for his impertinent ways with you, but he is a brave man, I will give him that. Well, you need not fear for me on his account, as he has refused my offer to run away with him, not once but twice now. Then he has more honor than I credited to him. I am pleased that he is not so foolish, but I am truly sorry for your pain, my lady. It breaks my heart to see you so distressed. No matter what anyone says, I will never love again. Never is a very long time, my lady, a very long time indeed. Never. Diana swore, then turned and walked away into the woods to weep in private. Chapter 37. Days passed before David returned with Diana's parents. Diana felt as if her mind was fraying at the edges, much as an old blanket, by the time the butler announced their arrival and showed them into the drawing room. Diana was pretending to listen to the Dowager Marchioness teach her about the proper etiquette of engagements. Unable to bear the strain a moment longer, Diana raced from her chair and into her parents' waiting arms. Georgette, being older and more dignified, arose more slowly and greeted their parents with less ardor. Father, mother. She bowed her head in acknowledgement. It was clear that there was still a strain between them in spite of not having been under the same roof for a time. Georgette, Diana. Their father replied as he attempted to extricate himself from Diana's exuberant embrace. Diana. The Dowager Marchioness spoke sharply in reprimand of her unladylike behavior. Reluctantly, Diana pulled away and went to sit back down. They were soon joined by the Marquess and the Earl of Apley, who had been forced to abandon his search for the brigands who had attacked him and Gabriel. It was as if they had simply disappeared, leaving no trace of where they had gone, and he had eventually grown tired of chasing shadows. "Did you run into any trouble along the way?" Apley asked, telling Lord and Lady Kilgrave of his near brush with death.
"No, we did not,
But we did encounter two of West Wallow's servants making a pilgrimage to see their son,
who had been wounded in just such an attack,"
the Earl of Kilgrave answered, taking a seat beside his wife.
"The lad saved my life."
Apley nodded in gratitude at the memory. "Yes, I sent word to Gabriel's parents that he had been wounded and was ill with fever."
"Did they arrive with you?"
"They did." Kilgrave nodded.
"They went directly to the stables with your groom to see the boy?"
"That is good." The Marquess nodded. "He has much improved in the days since I sent that missive. The last I saw, he was attempting to walk about." Diana's heart jumped at such news and she wished that she could run out to the stables to see him. Francis had told her that he was trying and that he had every intention of keeping his word to be present when she confronted the Dowager Marchioness family. They had made a plan for Gabriel to bring David and Sarah along with him when Francis came running to tell him it was time. Diana gave Francis the nod and the maid slipped out of the room unnoticed. Diana could just make out the sound of her footsteps on the wooden hallway floor as she raced away. Gabriel stood panting at the bottom of the stairs, exhausted and in pain from his efforts, when his mother and father came bursting through the stable doors, along with David.
"Gabriel!"
his mother cried out, running to embrace him.
"You look terrible, my darling."
"Thank you, Mother." Gabriel chuckled in amusement at her fussing.
"Oh, you know what I meant."
She clucked her tongue at him, but did not release her embrace.
"I do."
Gabriel gave her an affectionate squeeze with his good arm and looked up to greet his father with a smile. "Gabriel." His father laid a gentle hand on Gabriel's unwounded shoulder.
"How are you, son?"
"Healing."
He gave his father a reassuring smile.
"It was brave, what you did for the Earl." "It was what any other man would have done."
"No,
my son,
it is not.
It takes a truly noble man to put another man's life before his own." "Thank you, Father." "He is a good man, your son." David agreed, coming to stand next them. "I have enjoyed spending time with him again. It is always the highlight of my year when you all come to Wales with the family. I was surprised when you all did not come this time. There were extenuating circumstances that kept us at West Wallow." Gabriel answered as nonchalantly as he could manage, given the circumstances. "I would not have been here now had the Earl of Apley not needed my services." "I am sorry for your misfortune in being wounded, but I am glad to have you all here once more," David admitted, smiling warmly at his friend. "Do you ever miss it here?"
"I do,"
Gabriel admitted, nodding, "but one goes where one is duty-bound." He studied the planes of David's face, looking for any sign of the late Marquess, but he found no resemblance. He was not certain that Diana and Francis' theories about David were correct, but the truth would be revealed soon enough.
"That we do,"
David agreed, nodding. "Shall we go to the kitchen and see what the cook has prepared for tea?" Just as Gabriel opened his mouth to answer, Francis came flying through the stable doors. "It is time," she gasped, breathing heavily from her exertions. Gabriel took a deep breath and let it out slowly to calm his racing heart, then nodded. "So be it. Go and get Sarah." Francis nodded and was off again, racing back toward the manor house. "Drawing room," she called over her shoulder as she went.
"What was that all about?"
James Rowan frowned after the girl as if she had lost her mind. "Father, I am about to put our family in a very difficult situation, and I pray that you can find it in your heart to forgive me for it." "What is it, son? What is this pertaining to?" "It is pertaining to the late Marquis' son." "The current Marquis?" David asked, befuddled by Francis' behavior and what his sister would have to do with it.
"No."
Gabriel shook his head. His second son. Lily Rowan gasped and clung to the front of Gabriel's shirt more fiercely.
How do you know about that? How does he know about what?
The late Marquess only had but the one son.
David reminded them all,
as if they had gone daft and should know better. No, he had a second son with a maid named Caroline. David stared at him in disbelief. Surely not.
Who is it?
It is quite possible, David, that it is you. With another small gasp, Lily fainted into her husband's arms. Diana waited until Francis entered with all of the servants who were needed to make their confrontation work. What is the meaning of this? The Dowager Marchioness demanded to know as they entered the room.
You belong in the stables.
How dare you come here unsummoned? They have come at my request. Diana cut the Dowager's accusatory rant short.
To what end?
The Dowager demanded to know. To this end. Diana answered and pulled the letters and wax-sealed document from beneath her skirts. The Marquis tensed and his face drained of color at the sight of them in her hands. He does know. Diana? Her mother inquired softly, her face uncertain. My apologies, mother, but I have called you here under false pretenses. Diana. Her father barked warningly. He had come expecting an engagement and was displeased to learn that it would not be so. I promise, father, that you will understand once I have explained everything to you.
I, for one, would like to hear this explanation.
The Earl of Apley eyed her questioningly. Clearly, he had also been expecting an engagement. I am sorry, Tobias, but contrary to what the Dowager Marchioness has told you, I cannot wed you. I cannot wed anyone that I do not love, for any reason, regardless of blackmail. I hold great affection for you as a friend but nothing more. Blackmail? What is blackmail to do with this? Apley was truly confused. The Dowager Marchioness said that if I did not wed you, she would ruin the lives of Gabriel and his family. Preposterous. Why would she do such a thing? The Earl of Kilgrave blustered at his daughter's accusation. Because I am in love with him. A collective gasp went around the room from those who did not already know the truth of her affections for him. The Gabriel that lies wounded in the stables? Her father asked in disbelief. Diana turned her gaze toward Gabriel, giving him the chance to walk away, but he only nodded his head in acceptance. Yes, father. The Earl of Kilgrave followed Diana's gaze and flushed a deep crimson color that did not look at all healthy. My daughter in love with a stable hand? The Earl of Apley met Gabriel's eyes, then Diana's. The disapproval that he had once felt for the man's inferior social status was gone. A stable hand he may be, Kilgrave, but a nobler man I have yet to meet. I cannot fault your daughter her choice, for I owe him my very life. A doomed love it may be, but it is not an unwarranted one. Quite Shakespearean, if you think about it. What? The Earl of Kilgrave roared, barely holding on to his rage at such a revelation. That is not all. Diana forged on, unwilling to let her confession distract from her true purpose. Is it not enough? Her father was utterly at a loss as to what to do with his daughter's behavior. He looked to the Dowager Marchioness, who was sitting as still and pale as the dead, the shock of such a scene having clearly rendered her speechless. Unfortunately, it is not. Diana held up the letters once more. She then began to tell them the story of the Marquis' doomed love for the maid Caroline and the child that their love produced. She spared no detail, causing her own mother to need smelling salts at one point during the ordeal. Her sister Georgette sat in silence beside her, listening thoughtfully to every word. She had already known about Gabriel being Diana's love, but everything else was new to her. The Marquis stood in silence, having removed himself to the far wall to stare out of the bank of windows at something well beyond the actual scenery. Diana's heart went out to the servants who stood huddled together uncertainly by the door, but Gabriel gave her a reassuring nod and she continued on, her heart racing until she came to the very end, having read all 3 letters as proof of her words. And this is the document that reveals the name of the child. Diana lifted the wax-sealed paper. And do you know who it is? Georgette asked, her curiosity quite piqued by this point. Their mother nearly dissolved from a fit of the vapors at the scandalous nature of it all and the fact that she had exposed her daughters to such a thing by sending them away.
I believe that I do,
Diana answered her, but I cannot be certain.
Who do you think it is?
Diana proceeded to tell them all the story of how David the groom had come to be in Wales. But the only way to know for certain is to unseal the document, and for that we needed enough witnesses for it to hold up in a court of law should it be challenged. What do you know of this, Ernest? The Earl of Kilgrave demanded to know, but the Marquess refused to turn around and answer them. Theodora? He demanded of the Dowager Marchioness, but she too ignored him, unable or unwilling to speak. Father, Tobias, would you both please act as noble witnesses to what lies within this document and its authenticity, as you are both familiar with the late Marquess' seal and hand? The Earl of Aptley nodded and stood, taking the document from her hand. It is indeed from the late Marquess. He always did have a unique hand. It was from a childhood injury. The Earl of Kilgrave murmured in memory of his long-dead friend. Charles fell out of a tree when we were children and broke his finger. It never healed properly. The Earl of Aptley handed the document to Diana's father for inspection. This is indeed his hand and seal. Taking a deep breath, Diana nodded for her father to proceed. He met her eyes, grief in his eyes for all that he had learned, then broke the wax seal. The room fell suddenly silent, the crisp sound of the break echoing off of the drawing-room walls as if it were a death knell. The room held its breath, then Lily Rowan broke down into gasping sobs as the Earl of Kilgrave's eyes fell not upon David as expected, but upon Gabriel. Chapter 38. I, Charles Augustus Jensen, Marquess of West Wallow, acknowledge that Charles Gabriel Rowan Jensen is my son and as such is to be afforded the same rights of inheritance and title as a legitimate second son. The Earl of Kilgrave looked up from reading the document aloud and stared in stunned silence at Gabriel. That cannot be, Gabriel protested, shaking his head. I was born here in Wales to James and Lily Rowan. Tell them, mother. He turned his eyes to her tear-stained face. Tell them. I cannot. She shook her head, unable to keep from sobbing. Father? I am sorry, son, but it is true. You are the second son of the late Marquess of West Wallow. You were entrusted to our care when you were but a babe and we were sworn to silence until the Marquess himself determined that it was safe for you to be known, but then he died and the current Marquess took on the responsibility of protecting your father's secret. Gabriel looked to the Marquess. His back was ramrod straight as he stared out of the window. My lord? The Marquess turned and met his eyes with a solid steady gaze that surprised him, the way the nobleman had been acting, so distant and removed since the entire ordeal had begun. Ernest. He corrected, his eyes kind but firm. Brothers call each other by their Christian names, do they not, my lord? He bowed his head in a gesture of familial respect. You knew? All of this time, you knew and you did not tell me? I had to protect you. If my mother was capable of murdering a wee babe, then she was more than capable of having you killed at any age. Did you ever plan to tell me? Did any of you ever plan to tell me the truth? I had every intention of telling you once my mother died and there was no longer any threat to you. That could have been many years from now. Diana pointed out in disbelief. What if something had happened to him and he had died without ever knowing the truth? Could you have honestly forgiven yourself such a cowardly act? I find it difficult to believe that you were not just as concerned about protecting your own mother from the consequences of her own actions. Hearing Diana's voice jarred Gabriel out of the haze that he was in and he suddenly realized what the truth of his birth meant for them. It does not matter, he murmured, shaking his head and moving further into the room. What do you mean that it does not matter? They have lied to you your entire life. The Marchioness attempted to kill you when you were but a helpless babe. Of course, it matters. Diana's eyes were flashing with fury on his behalf and it made her look all the more beautiful to him for how much she cared. It does not matter. None of it matters. The only thing that matters is that now we can be together. What? Diana asked, confused. If I am of noble blood, then there can be nothing to hinder us from marrying one another. Diana took a breath, then froze as realization dawned. We can be together? Gabriel smiled and moved to take Diana's hands in his own, blocking everyone else in the room out of his mind. Lady Diana Bexley, will you do me the great honor of becoming my wife? Before Diana could answer him, a horrendous scream rent the air as the Dowager Marchioness suddenly sprang from her shocked silence and attacked Gabriel with the letter opener from her side table. You should never have been born, and I will not let you ruin everything that I have sacrificed to build. The knife bit at Gabriel's flesh, scraping down his arm as he turned to shelter Diana with his body from the Dowager's wild blows. The motion caused a sharp pain in his wounded shoulder, and it felt as if the skin ripped open from the stitches. Blood gushed forth in a crimson stain that leaked through his shirt and dripped onto Diana's gown. The Dowager attempted to stab him again but was stopped by the Marquess. It is over, mother. It is done. Give me the blade. The Marquess took the letter opener out of the Dowager's grasp and handed it to the Earl of Kilgrave to dispose of. The Marquess led her back over to the chair and gestured for someone to pour her a sherry to calm her. You have known all of this time, she hissed to her son, the rage of accusation clear in every panting breath. You not only knew but you protected him. Your father's illegitimate spawn was right under my nose this entire time. She turned her eyes back to Gabriel. I would have killed you in your sleep had I known who you were. Then it would appear that my elder brother was right in his decision not to reveal my identity. Gabriel answered, giving the Marquess a nod of understanding and forgiveness. I will see to it that she never attempts to harm you again. The Marquess promised. How? Diana demanded to know, eyeing the Marchioness warily. Do you intend to lock her away somewhere? My mother will spend the rest of her days at West Wallow, away from all of you. And what of Gabriel and his family? Diana pressed for answers. To my younger brother Gabriel, I give the entirety of the family's Welsh estate and all of its resources. If the Rowan family wishes to join him here, I will not protest. Truly? Gabriel asked in disbelief. You would grant me all of this? He gestured around him with his good arm. You are my brother. You deserve nothing less. To you, I also grant my blessing for a marriage with Lady Diana Bexley of Kilgrave and will begin down negotiations on your behalf. If you are willing, of course, Kilgrave? I am, if it is what my daughter truly desires. Diana's father nodded his consent. Gabriel looked down into Diana's eyes in question. Marry me? He whispered, his lips just above hers. I will. Diana whispered back, then their lips met in a passionate celebration of their love and the promise of the many tomorrows to come. Epilogue. 3 months later. Dearly beloved, we have come together in the presence of God to witness and bless the joining together of this man and this woman in holy matrimony. The bond and covenant of marriage was established by God in creation, and our Lord Jesus Christ adorned this manner of life by his presence and fire-st miracle at a wedding in Cana of Galilee. It signifies to us the mystery of the union between Christ and his church, and Holy Scripture commends it to be honored among all people. The union of husband and wife in heart, body, and mind is intended by God for their mutual joy, for the help and comfort given one another in prosperity and adversity, and, when it is God's will, for the procreation of children and their nurture in the knowledge and love of the Lord. Therefore, marriage is not to be entered into unadvisedly or lightly, but reverently, deliberately, and in accordance with the purposes for which it was instituted by God. The Welsh minister peered at the happy couple before him and smiled at their obvious joy. Into this holy union Charles Gabriel and Diana now come to be joined. The minister paused to peer out over the attendees, daring any one of them to speak out against the couple, the look on his face making Diana giggle ever so slightly. If any of you can show just cause why they may not lawfully be married, speak now, or else forever hold your peace. No one spoke a word to the great relief of the couple, so the minister went on as they stared lovingly into one another's eyes. I require and charge you both, here in the presence of God, that if either of you know any reason why you may not be united in marriage lawfully, and in accordance with God's word, you do now confess it. They both shook their heads, grinning from ear to ear. They had beaten fate and the society and were elated beyond any earthly measure. There is nothing," Gabriel answered for them both, reaching out to caress Diana's cheek. The minister smiled kindly at them both, then turned his eyes to Diana. "Diana, will you have this man to be your husband, to live together in the covenant of marriage? Will you love him, comfort him, honor and keep him, in sickness and in health, and, forsaking all others, be faithful to him as long as you both shall live?" "I will," Diana answered, strong, brave, and proud. "Charles Gabriel, will you have this woman to be your wife, to live together in the covenant of marriage? Will you love her, comfort her, honor and keep her, in sickness and in health, and, forsaking all others, be faithful to her as long as you both shall live?" "I will." Gabriel took the slightest step closer to her, unable to keep the proper distance in his joy. Then, chuckling, the minister turned to the witnesses at either side of the couple. "Will all of you witnessing these promises do all in your power to uphold these two persons in their marriage?" "We will," Lady Georgette and the Marquess of West Wallow answered in unison, smiling affectionately at one another. The officiate nodded his approval at this and laid his hands upon Gabriel and Diana's joined hands. "The Lord be with you." "And also, with you," all those in attendance answered back in unison. "Let us pray." As everyone else in the room bowed their heads in reverence, Gabriel and Diana held each other's gaze in a steady promise of their blessed future. "O gracious and ever-living God, you have created us male and female in your image. Look mercifully upon this man and this woman who come to you seeking your blessing, and assist them with your grace, that with true fidelity and steadfast love they may honor and keep the promises and vows they make, through Jesus Christ our Savior, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen." "Amen." The occupants of the crowded ballroom murmured in unison. Gabriel squeezed Diana's hand in their own private amen. "Now repeat after me," the minister instructed, meeting Gabriel's eye for a moment to let him know that he would go first. Gabriel nodded. The minister recited the traditional vows for Gabriel to repeat to Diana. Gabriel smiled at hearing the words and he locked eyes with Diana's tear-filled amber depths as he echoed them. "In the name of God, I, Charles Gabriel, take you, Diana, to be my wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better for worse, for richer for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, until we are parted by death. This is my solemn vow." The minister turned to Diana. "Repeat after me, my lady." Diana nodded in understanding, tears of love, longing, and joy slipping quietly down her cheeks. Diana met Gabriel's eyes and repeated the words as instructed, her voice catching with the depth of her emotion. "In the name of God, I, Diana, take you, Charles Gabriel, to be my husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better for worse, for richer for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, until we are parted by death. This is my solemn vow." "Do you have a ring for your bride, my lord?" "I do." Gabriel nodded and turned to take the most beautiful emerald-encrusted gold band from his brother. "This ring was once purchased as a gift from my father to the woman that he loved more than life itself upon the birth of their child, but he was never able to give it to her as she died before he ever had the opportunity," he murmured, meeting her eyes with a mixture of love and sorrow that told her just how much the discovery of the ring had meant to him. "It is beautiful, Gabriel. Your mother would have greatly cherished it, I have no doubt." Nodding, he handed the ring to the minister for it to be blessed. "Bless, O Lord, this ring to be a sign of the vows by which this man and this woman have bound themselves to each other, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen." "Amen." Everyone in the room answered, followed by a quiet sense of awe that passed over the couple at the thought of the love that had brought them to where they now stood. "Now, my lord, take the ring and place it on her ladyship's finger and repeat after me." The minister said the necessary words and Gabriel, taking the ring from the book, lovingly placed it upon Diana's finger, repeating the necessary pledge. "Diana, I give you this ring as a symbol of my vow, and with all that I am, and all that I have, I honor you, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit." The minister smiled and took their joined hands in his once more. Now that Charles Gabriel and Diana have given themselves to each other by solemn vows, with the joining of hands and the giving and receiving of a ring, I pronounce that they are husband and wife, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Those whom God has joined together let no one put asunder. Amen. Amen. The minster looked up at both of them, still holding their hands between his own, then turned his eyes up toward the sky. Most gracious God, we give you thanks for your tender love in sending Jesus Christ to come among us, to be born of a human mother, and to make the way of the cross to be the way of life. We thank you, also, for consecrating the union of man and woman in his name. By the power of your Holy Spirit, pour out the abundance of your blessing upon this man and this woman. Defend them from every enemy. Lead them into all peace. Let their love for each other be a seal upon their hearts, a mantle about their shoulders, and a crown upon their foreheads. Bless them in their work and in their companionship, in their sleeping and in their waking, in their joys and in their sorrows, in their life and in their death. Finally, in your mercy, bring them to that table where your saints feast forever in your heavenly home, through Jesus Christ our Lord, who with you and the Holy Spirit lives and reigns, one God, forever and ever. Amen. Amen. I now declare you, husband and wife. What God has joined together let no man put asunder. You, my Lord, make his your bride. Cheers erupted across the room as Gabriel took Diana into his arms and kissed her passionately. Congratulatory hands pounded Gabriel on the back, while Georgette pulled her sister into an embrace. You did it, Diana. You wed for love. Diana smiled, tears in her eyes as she returned her sister's embrace. I did. I married for love. Diana looked over her shoulder at the brothers who stood watching them, grinning from ear to ear. And so can you. Diana gave her sister a gentle nudge toward the Marquess and slipped back into her new husband's arms. My lady. Gabriel whispered into her hair. My lord. Diana whispered back, nestling her head against his newly healed shoulder. I do not think that I will ever grow accustomed to hearing those words fall from your lips. We have the rest of eternity to find out. I love you, Lady Diana Jensen. As I love you, Lord Charles Gabriel Rowan Jensen, second son to the Marquess of West Wallow, and king of my heart. The extended epilogue. Ernest stood and raised his glass as his eyes sought out his younger brother's face. To my brave and honorable brother Gabriel on this, your wedding day. May you never again know poverty or strife. May those in your path never again seek to take your life from you or deny you of what is rightfully yours. May those under your care ever adore you, and may love always guide your way. What you and Diana have is a truly rare and beautiful gift. Never forget that. I will not forget. Gabriel promised, pulling Diana against his side. Nor will I. Diana agreed, laying her head on her husband's shoulder. To the happy couple. Ernest proclaimed, then drained his glass in their honor. Here, here. The other attendees agreed. Diana's parents rushed forward and embraced their daughter and new son-in-law. Your mother and I are so very proud of the both of you. I never would have been able to admit it before, Diana, but you have chosen your husband well. Gabriel is truly a good man. Your mother, Caroline, would be proud of you, too, Gabriel. Diana's mother pointed out, knowing that he felt the absence of the woman that he had never had a chance to know. Now we must find a husband for your sister Georgette. The Earl of Kilgrave's brow furrowed as he searched the crowd for his errant daughter. I do not think that you have need for concern in that matter. Diana smiled and pointed her father's attention toward the Marquess' longing gaze. The Earl broke out in a smile. Perhaps not. He mused, watching the two of them together. Pardon me, my darling. Diana's parents excused themselves and walked over to speak with the Marquess. It is good that they have found love again, Gabriel remarked, wrapping his arm around Diana's waist and placed a kiss upon her temple. They both swore that they would never fall in love again, but never is a very long time. Indeed, it is, my love. Indeed, it is. One never knows where they will find love, do they?
No,
One never knows. If there is one thing that I have learned through all of this, it is that one truly has no notion at all of how one's life might be, but one must never give up hoping for a better future, one must never give up fighting for love. We came so very close to never being together. It scares me sometimes, just how close. But we are together and we are now happily wed, with the rest of our lives to discover the true depths of love. Yes, we are, and yes we do. Diana gazed up into the eyes of her newly wedded husband and thanked God for the miracle that he had granted them. There are no words to describe just how happy I am to be your wife, nor to tell just how happy I am to be your husband and how happy that I will always be, just as long as you are here with me like this, wrapped in my arms. I came so close to never knowing such delights. I will always be by your side, my darling. No title or lack thereof could ever change how I feel about you. I want you to remember that down through the years, Gabriel. I do not want you to forget the girl who pleaded with you to run away with her when she knew you as a stable hand. I will never forget. Nor will I ever doubt your love for me. Nor I. Diana looked up into Gabriel's eyes, tracing the lines of his lashes as she knotted her fingers in his shirt. How did we manage such a blessed life when all the world stood against us? Even now, it does not seem real at times. It is simple, my darling wife. Our love was fated from birth. He smiled down into her face lovingly. I have loved you from the first moment that I ever saw you stepping down from that carriage at West Wallow. You were the most beautiful woman that I had ever seen, and in your eyes I could see my entire future. Somehow, in that moment, I knew that you were meant for me. What did you see that made you believe in all of that? Surely it was not beauty alone. No, it was not beauty alone, for in that moment of glorious amber light I saw your soul and I knew that mine would never be the same again. Diana smiled. Never. Never. He murmured, brushing his lips against hers. Never is a very long time. An eternity, if I have any say in the matter. 1 year later. Diana and Gabriel lay out on a blanket in the garden gazing up at the clouds floating across the sky. There it is. He chuckled. Do you see it there? Diana laughed in delight as she made out the fleeting figure of a large fluffy white cloud rabbit. I see it. You were right, it does look like a rabbit. She laid her hands across her swollen belly and smiled at the tiny butterfly movements within. Give me your hand, she instructed, and he obliged. She laid his hand in the place where hers had been and watched his face come to life at the feel of the life that they had created together with their love. What shall we name the babe when it arrives? He asked her, running his fingers lightly over the thin fabric of her gown. Well, Diana thought aloud as she cocked her head to study his face. If it is a boy, I was thinking Charles James after both of your fathers. Gabriel smiled down into her eyes at the sweetness of her words. I think that they would both like that very much. Diana smiled, intertwining her fingers with his as he caressed her palm with his thumb in loving circles. And for a girl, I was thinking Caroline Lily after both of your mothers. I do not deserve a woman as kind and generous as you, my love. Tears of gratitude blurred across his eyes. You deserve this and so much more, my darling. Oh, my love. Rolling over onto his side, Gabriel drew her in for a deep kiss, careful not to put any pressure on their unborn babe, then pulled back and studied her face. Are you frightened of what is to come? I am, I cannot deny it, but Gabriel, I am not your mother. Just because she died in childbirth does not mean that I will. I know that, but after what happened to my mother when she birthed me, I cannot help but fear for both of your lives. Diana smiled gently and gathered his face in her hands to kiss the tears from his cheeks. Let us not borrow trouble from tomorrow and spoil the joys of the moment. As you wish, my lady, but know this, Without you I am nothing. Without you, I am lost. I will always be with you.
That night as they lay in bed,
Diana went into labor. By the time that the sun's light crested the horizon, Charles James Rowan Jensen had been safely delivered into the world. 20 years later.
My lord. My lord.
Stephen Coombs called out as he came riding swiftly up the drive to Nefoed. My lord Gabriel. Gabriel stepped out of the stables where he had been speaking with David about the newest foal that had been birthed during the night. What is it,
Stephen? What has happened?
He asked of his brother's footman. Gabriel's eldest son Charles stepped out to stand beside him. What is it, father? It is your brother the Marquess, my lord. His lordship has fallen from his horse on a hunt and it is said that he has not long to live. He has requested your immediate presence at West Wallow. I have ridden here as fast as I could, but as you know, such a journey takes time that I am not certain he has. We will leave immediately. Charles, go and get your mother. Gabriel instructed as he turned to help David saddle the horses. Instruct the servants to pack our things as quickly as is possible. Yes, father. Charles nodded and ran for the house, calling out orders to the servants standing in the doorway as he went. In very little time at all, Charles returned with Diana, having told her Stephen's message. Gabriel reached out and took his wife into his arms. We must ride hard and fast for West Wallow, my love. We will not be stopping to rest until we have arrived. Do not feel that you must come if you do not feel that you can bear the intensity of the journey. I will be at your side every step of the way. I have instructed the governess on the situation and she will care for the younger children in our absence. Very well, my dear. We must depart now. I am ready. Diana nodded and they shot off down the drive together, their son Charles following. The journey was a long and tiring one without rest as they rode through the remainder of the day, the night, and most of the next day. Upon arriving at West Wallow, they dismounted. Diana stumbled as her legs gave out from beneath her, but Gabriel saw it and caught her in time before she crumpled to the ground. Sweeping her up into his arms, he carried her into the manor house. Have we arrived in time, Roberts? Does my brother still live? He does, my lord, but only just. You must hurry. There is no time for resting, I am afraid. Gabriel nodded and carried Diana up the stairs to his brother's bedchamber as Charles followed close behind. Ernest. He called softly as he entered the dimly lit room. I am here, brother. Ernest replied with a whisper. Gabriel set Diana down on her own 2 feet, then approached the bed with trepidation of what he might find there. I hear that you are unwell. Gabriel sat in the chair beside the bed and took his brother's offered hand, holding it between his own. Ernest attempted a chuckle at the understatement but was unable to fully accomplish it for the pain. His lordship suffered a fall from his horse while out hunting in the forest and hit his head, fracturing the skull. Roberts explained, deep sorrow in his aged voice. The surgeon says that he has very little time left to him. It is true. Ernest confirmed. I can feel my life ebbing, but do not weep for me, brother. I have lived a full life and have been blessed beyond measure. I have loved 2 women in my life, and they are both gone now, both lost to childbirth. I look forward to being rejoined with them and my children in heaven. It has been lonely without them and I have long wished for God's blessed mercy to take me to them. Brother, I would have gladly stayed here at West Wallow with you. Gabriel began, the admittance of his brother's loneliness cutting to his heart. He had offered to come and stay many times, but Ernest had not wished to expose him to the danger of the Dowager Marchioness having him poisoned or some other such plan. Gabriel had not argued, so as to protect his own family. When the Dowager had finally died, Ernest has said once again that all was well and that there was no need for Gabriel to uproot his family to West Wallow. Gabriel had respected his wishes. No, Gabriel, the loneliness I speak of is not one that your more frequent presence could have dissipated. It is the loneliness that comes from the loss of a wife and that no one can take away. I know that you believed that I would take another wife so as to produce a proper heir for West Wallow, but I did not have the heart to do so after having lost both of my wives to childbirth. I also knew that West Wallow already had a proper heir, and that is why I have had you summoned here to West Wallow." Gabriel shook his head. "No, it is not my place." "It is precisely your place, brother. You are my heir and your sons after you. I have known for some time that you are the proper man for it, and had our father been allowed to wed for love and not money, you would have been the rightful Marquess of West Wallow all along. I tell you, brother, I am overjoyed at the thought of being rejoined to my loves in the afterlife, and to know that I leave West Wallow in the hands of the best and most capable man that I have ever known." Diana stepped forward and placed her hand atop the two brothers' joined ones in an effort to bring comfort to them both. "Give my sister and my dear sweet niece a kiss from me," she whispered, choking on her own tears. "I will. I know that her first love, Adam, and our own dear father have been looking after them both well." Ernest smiled reassuringly at his sister-in-law. Georgette went in peace, knowing that he would be there waiting for her, just as I do now, knowing that they are all there waiting for me. "Brother, I cannot let you go," Gabriel whispered in agony, an agony his brother clearly did not share in spite of his physical pain. "You must and you shall. I only ask that I have your promise to bury me with my loves." "I swear it." Ernest smiled and lifted a piece of paper from the bedclothes beside him and pressed it into his brother's hand. "For when I am gone," he whispered, then closed his eyes, exhausted from the effort. Roberts took Diana and Charles to their rooms to rest, while Gabriel stayed on. Gabriel sat with his brother all through the night, speaking when they could, being silent when they could not. As the dawn crested the horizon, splitting the darkness with its brilliant light, Ernest, Marquess of West Wallow, departed the earthly realm to be with those he had loved who had gone before him. Moving to the window, Gabriel pulled the letter that his brother had given him from his pocket and broke the red wax seal. "My dearest brother, it was a letter much like this one that finally brought the two of us together. I greatly regret my part in the deception that caused us to be apart for so much of our lives, but I am eternally grateful that you found it in your heart to forgive me. You, Gabriel, are the very best of men, and I could not have asked for a better brother. I know that you are sorrowed at my passing, and I know that my words will not take that pain from you completely, but I want you to know that I am far happier now than I ever was in life. I have long felt the strain of my position and my losses, and am relieved to see them come to an end. By birth I was required to take up the mantle of Marquess, though I never felt suited to the position. Given my own choice, I would much rather have been the stable hand and you the master. Now the title and all of its responsibilities fall to you, where they always should have been. You, my dear brother, were meant for this life, for within you beats the heart of a born leader. I know that I leave our father's legacy in the most capable and deserving of hands. I know that you will lead our people with the caring and wise heart with which you have chosen to live your entire life. Your honor and loyalty have humbled me these past years. You have taught me much about the true meaning of family and what a good man truly is. I can honestly say that I am a better man for having known you as a brother. It fills my heart with joy to know that I can leave you with this one last token of my respect and affection. Do not weep for me, brother, for I am exactly where I wish to be. The Marquess is dead. Long live Charles Gabriel Rowan Jensen, Marquess of West Wallow. With deepest love, your brother Ernest, the late Marquess of West Wallow. 3 years later. My lord, it is time. Stephen Coombs, the new butler of West Wallow, informed his master. Thank you, Coombs. Gabriel looked up from his desk and smiled. The carriage awaits to take you and Lady Diana to the church. Gabriel arose and met his wife at the bottom of the stairs. Shall we, my dear? He asked, offering her his arm. We shall, she answered, her face beaming with joy. They left the house together and entered the carriage. They rode along the bumpy road, Gabriel's arms wrapped around his beloved. When they arrived at the church, They stepped down from the carriage to be greeted by the smiling faces of their son Charles, his wife Elizabeth, and their newborn son, the newest heir to West Wallow. "And how is our beautiful grandson this day?" Diana asked as she stepped forward to tickle the infant's cheek with her fingertips. The baby gurgled, causing all present to laugh in delight. "He is healthy and strong, like his father and grandfather," their daughter-in-law Elizabeth answered with pride. They entered the church together as a family, with the godparents already waiting at the baptismal font with the minister. Charles had chosen his younger brother Edmund as godfather, while Elizabeth had chosen her elder sister Catherine as godmother. It was a good fit, as both were generous and kind of spirit. The ceremony was beautiful, with the traditional prayers and anointing, candle lighting, and the baptism itself. As the water sprinkled down over the infant's forehead, the minister spoke the words that resounded through Gabriel's heart with bittersweet force that brought tears to his eyes. "I baptize you, Charles Ernest Rowan, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen." When the service came to its conclusion, Gabriel walked out of the church with Diana on his arm, back into the sunlight. As the sun fell upon his grandson's brow in a golden halo of silken hair, Gabriel's heart felt as if it might burst from the joy of it. "He is everything that we ever wanted, brother." He smiled as he sent the thought heavenward. "I know that you and father are there sharing in my joy. Watch over him as he grows and lead him to be the best of us all." Charles stepped forward and placed the babe in Gabriel's arms. "Is it well with your soul, father, that I have chosen this name?" Gabriel smiled, lovingly squeezing Diana's hand before he released it to take his grandson into his embrace. "It is indeed well with my soul, my son. It could not be any better." The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.